It being 11:04, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Comme il est 11h04, la Chambre abordera maintenant l'étude des affaires émanant des députés.
We will now proceed to private members' business, as indicated on the projected order of business. Private members' business, resuming debate on Bill C-378, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code complaints by former employees standing in the name of Ms. Vien, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. To the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis for her work on this file. The government is supporting this legislation, and I'd like to take a few moments to explain why. Everyone deserves a healthy workplace where they feel safe. It's a basic right, yet one that many workers are denied. But harassment and violence at work still happen, and no workplace is immune to it. No one should face this on the job or anywhere else. The government of Canada must set an example, and we are. In 2021, we put in place stronger protections against workplace violence and harassment under the Canada Labour Code and its regulations. This historic piece of legislation, Bill C-65, is now better protecting workers from these harmful behaviors, which disproportionately impact women. To continue improving protections for workers, an important part of this work is monitoring the progress of these new measures. Last year, we published our first annual report on taking action against harassment and violence in workplaces under Canadian federal jurisdiction, which covers harassment and violence reported to employers in 2021. The first report showed that not all workers experience harassment and violence in the same way or to the same degree. This information is critical. With each annual report's findings, we're able to evaluate what is working and identify improvements that will ensure workplaces are safe and healthy across the country. When occurrences of workplace harassment and violence are reported, it's important that the investigations are truly independent. In 2021, the government set up a registry of workplace harassment and violence investigators to make it easy for employers to identify qualified investigators and better protect federally regulated employees. We currently have 75 qualified investigators listed who can be contracted by employers to lead independent investigations and make a positive difference in the workplace. In March, we launched a selection process to expand our registry of qualified investigators. These additional resources are expected to be made available by June this year. Or next year, as the case may be, Mr. Speaker. We're also investing in partner organization-led initiatives that will help drive culture change in federally regulated workplace and protect workers from harm. The Workplace Harassment and Violence Prevention Fund, we are currently funding 7 new multi-year projects and 14 overall since 2019. The 3 new projects will receive $10.7 million in total funding over 3 years. For instance, let's take the project from the Center for Research and Education on Violence Against Women and Children at Western University. The project will see the creation of specialized resources and training for unions to inform employees of their rights and build workplaces free from harassment and violence. And all these groups are coming together to make it happen. The Canadian Labour Congress as subject matter experts, Francophone representatives from Quebec, and FETCO, an employers organization comprised of federally regulated firms within the transportation and communications sector. We're also providing funding through the Workplace Opportunities Removing Barriers to Equity, or WORBE program, to help break down employment barriers experienced by women, Indigenous people, persons with disabilities, and members of visible minorities. Currently, WORBE has a funding envelope of $3 million every year with 11 multi-year projects. Canada also participates actively in the global effort to cultivate workplaces that are free from fear and intimidation. Earlier this year, the groundbreaking International Labour Organization Convention 190 came into force in Canada. Canada played a strong leadership role in the development, adoption, and advancement of this convention. It's the first ever global agreement on ending violence and harassment at work. We join countries around the world to protect workers and make sure that every workplace is safe and respectful. It's not just a Canadian value we've promoted, now it's a protected right. We've also made progress in supporting the mental and physical health of women at work. We're improving the well-being of nearly 500,000 workers who may require menstrual products during their workdays by making sure these products are treated like the basic necessities they are. Since December 15th, federally regulated employers are now required to provide access to free menstrual products to their employers. This is a big step towards creating a healthier and more inclusive workplace. And we're on our way to accomplish much more. In December 2021, we passed a bill to give workers in federally regulated private sector workplaces 10 days of paid sick leave. That bill passed with unanimous consent because no one should ever have to choose between getting paid and getting better. Through Bill C-59, we are proposing changes to the Canada Labour Code to create a new 3-day leave for federally regulated private sector workers following a pregnancy loss. In the event of a stillbirth, employees would be entitled to take 8 weeks off. For most employees, the first 3 days of this leave will be paid. Dealing with pregnancy loss is hard for employees who experience it and need support. This new leave provides those employees with greater job security while they recover. It will be available to the individual who is pregnant, the spouse or common law partner, and any person who is intended to be the legal parent of the child. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, we've been working on many fronts to protect workers and make sure every workplace is safe, healthy, and respectful. We've made great progress, but a lot more remains to be done, whether it be through training programs, efforts to eliminate the stigma that prevents workers from speaking up, or better resolution processes. We're all in this together, employers, unions, labor experts, and different levels of government. We'll continue to work hand in hand to confront, prevent, and eradicate harassment and violence in the workplace. When workplaces are safe, it's a win for all of us. Workers can be at their best, employers thrive, and the economy benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill C-378, tabled by my Conservative colleague, the member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis, Ms. Dominique Vien. Mr. Speaker, before I get started, though, this is my first time rising during this session, so I would like to take this occasion to thank all of my team, because the members of my team and of all members' teams help us do better work, express ourselves better during our interventions, and help our constituents greatly, especially when we are not in our ridings. So I'd like to thank my political staffers, Danielle Lavallée and Sonia Saint-Amand. I thank my head of communications, Corinne Guimont, my field work representative, Michel Kiefer, and I thank Vincent Yargo, who is our photographer and videographer, and the conductor of this big team, the exceptional Ariane Collin. Hats off to my teammates, and hats off to you, all my colleagues, but thank you to members of our teams for the work that they do behind the scenes. So back to C-378. Under study today. This bill would amend the Canada Labour Code by lengthening the time frame to file a complaint for harassment or violence in a federally regulated workplace. It would lengthen the time frame from 3 months to 2 years after the last day of employment. The Bloc Québécois supports this initiative. This initiative would better protect employees who are victims of mistreatment. Increasing this time frame is a step forward for those who experience incidents but may not have the strength or support they need to take action quickly after an occurrence of harassment or violence. The Bloc Québécois has always advocated strongly for the rights of workers, and we always will. So we feel that this bill is a step in the right direction. The Bloc Québécois is thrilled to see that the Conservative Party is all of a sudden interested in protecting workers. We hope that this new interest is not only electoralist in nature. We hope that Conservatives will continue to prioritize workers and to walk the talk in the months to come. And if Conservatives come to power, we hope they will avoid targeting workers in the cuts that they will make. Allowing victims 2 years to report violence or harassment means acknowledging that in the case of trauma, victims may need more time before they're ready to file a complaint, to take action, and to report. This step means respecting victims of trauma. They often need time, a lot of time, before they're ready to speak up. Often, in the first months after such an incident, victims experience physical and psychological symptoms. They often don't feel strong enough to take action or defend themselves. In some cases, victims may need to seek medical care, which of course makes filing a complaint even more challenging. There was a historic unanimous vote in favor of Bill C-58 banning strikebreakers. After that vote, there were a number of positive steps forward for workers in federally regulated workplaces. By lengthening this time frame, we are showing compassion and understanding to those who undergo harassment or violence. This is empathy toward victims. Empathy should always guide us in our decision-making as lawmakers. Let's not forget that in 2018, the government passed Bill C-65, which strengthened provisions for harassment and violence in the workplace. Updated definitions were included to better regulate and define unacceptable behavior. There are definitions of all acts, actions, behaviors, or words, especially those of a sexual nature, which are offensive, humiliating, or cause psychological or physical harm to an employee. This includes all types of harassment and violence, including domestic violence. Now, I would like to bring up one aspect that is concerning. Federal public service and Crown corporations are the workplaces where incidents of harassments and violence are most common. In 2023, the Department of Employment and Social Development tabled its annual 2021 report entitled Taking Action Against Harassment and Violence in Federally Regulated Workplaces in Canada. In 2021, ESDC received 4,950 reports of incidents. The federal public sector and the banking sector alone made up for approximately half of cases reported. This is very concerning, alarming even. That's why we cannot delay passing this legislation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this morning, a former Parti Québécois minister published an article which I found very moving and was relevant to the operations of this place. He, in his article, talked about inappropriate actions and words of members of this place, or of some members of this place. Allow me to quote him. I hope that soon we will get back to dignified, respectful debate, because that is the only way to restore Canadians' trust in our institutions. Those are the words of Martin Coteau, former Parti Québécois minister. It's an article that I definitely recommend. Now, I'd like to conclude. I conclude by saying that this bill is an important step forward towards increased justice, more justice for victims. It is time to acknowledge that psychological injuries take time to heal. We also must recognize through this legislation that federal workers deserve all the protection that we can possibly offer them. Mr. Speaker, I wish you a great session and a happy Monday.
Je remercie l'honorable.
I thank the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege and honor today to rise and speak to Bill C-378, because we know that this bill is important. It recognizes that the impacts of workplace harassment and violence endure after an employee has left a job, and extends their ability to seek recourse and accountability. And Mr. Speaker, as the mental health critic for the NDP, it's important and critical that we advocate for the rights and well-being of workers, especially their mental health. And this is a critical bill to ensure that we're working towards supporting workers that have been impacted in the workplace, that they have enough time to process their trauma and bring forward a complaint when they're ready. So this is a crucial change to that, and allow workers more time to do that, Mr. Speaker, extending that period to 2 years. We know, Mr. Speaker, that most adults spend more of their waking life at work than anywhere else. So workplaces have an essential role in the mental health of Canadians. Certainly, we know that here. Toxic workplaces that fail to take action to prevent or stop harassment or violence contribute to mental health problems that have an enormous cost for workers' families and in Canada as a whole, Mr. Speaker. And according to the Mental Health Commission of Canada, 14% of Canadian employees don't think their workplace is psychologically healthy or safe at all. About 30% of short and long-term disability claims in Canada are attributed to mental health problems and illnesses. And the total cost from mental health problems to the Canadian economy exceeds $50 billion annually, Mr. Speaker. In 2011, mental health problems and illnesses among working adults in Canada cost employers more than $6 billion in lost productivity from absenteeism, presenteeism, and turnover. And according to a study by Mental Health Research Canada, 22% of respondents report being exposed to trauma at work. 20% of respondents indicate that the nature of their job involves unavoidable risk to psychological harm. 2/5 of respondents, 38%, are still impacted by their trauma, while half, 48%, have recovered from it. Clients, 46%, coworkers, 29%, and direct managers, 27%, are the most frequent sources of workplace trauma. 27% of respondents indicated that people at work do not often or always recognize the importance of protecting employees' physical safety, and 45% of respondents indicated the same about protecting employee psychological safety. So we know, Mr. Speaker, that workers face significant barriers in bringing forward complaints regarding workplace harassment and violence, including fear of reprisal, loss of their livelihood, and impacts on their career trajectory. I'm going to talk about a couple of cases in my riding and that I've seen at committee as well, Mr. Speaker, in a moment. For some workers, it is only possible to come forward once they've left an unhealthy workplace. So it's essential to remove barriers for former workers to bring forward complaints, as otherwise harassment and violence can continue unchecked at toxic workplaces. So if there's no accountability, there is no push for change. Now, a deficiency of this bill is that it only applies to harassment and violence. It does not allow workers to make complaints regarding other actions that may impact their psychological well-being, such as discrimination and unfair dismissal. So I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, at committee, consideration will be made to expanding the types of complaints workers can make. But the bill also could be improved to provide clear timelines and procedures to ensure that former employees don't need to ensure prolonged stress because of delays in resolving their complaints. Now, Mr. Speaker, I was fortunate to serve on the Government Operations Committee for a couple of years, and we were in the process of going through Bill C-290, the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, and I had the opportunity to listen to witness testimony about workers that were subjected to terrible workplace trauma, a lot of mental health related issues. I see my friend nodding that sat from the Conservative bench with me on that committee, and the trauma we heard from Luke Sovereign, who worked, Mr. Speaker, for the government, and he had workers torturing him, literally torturing him. And when he left, it took a long time, still taking time. Luke's still going through a process, Mr. Speaker, of really recalling what happened to him and going through that process. It can take a long time when people have been traumatized to actually just roll out the facts, reassess, to be able to seek professional support, get the guidance they need, ensure they get the counseling they need, Mr. Speaker, first and foremost. And when they're making a complaint, making sure that the complaint is just. We want justice here, Mr. Speaker. I think that's what we all commit to when we walk into this place. And another situation that surfaced in my riding over the summer, and it was really difficult situation, was the lack of safeguards for temporary foreign workers, for example, and the lack of recourse for temporary foreign workers in this country. So we found out, our community in Port Alberni, that there was workers working at the sand mill in Port Alberni, and they were living in inhumane conditions, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I'm just going to read a quote from Czech News, who interviewed Joe Spears, who was working at the Sand Group's general manager of terminals. And they were washing their dishes. They had diverted from a creek, drinking and dishwashing in water to wash their dishes, because they literally had no drinking water in the accommodation they were in. And there was at one time there was 30 people living in like an ADCO style trailer, but there was 16 at the time that the news media reported on it. workers that were living in inhumane conditions, moldy conditions. The sewer was running underneath one of the rooms and leaching into one of the bedrooms. It was absolutely disgusting. A horrific scene, Mr. Speaker. And the company tried to say that, that it wasn't their problem because they weren't required to provide accommodation for these temporary workers under their current permit. But they were still charging them, $350 each to live in this trailer. And it was going to go up their rent, I was told, up to $500. Also, we learned that their pay wasn't showing up as, the appropriate pay for what they had been promised, never mind hours that they were promised and then they weren't getting. There was discrepancies left, right, and center. The trauma that these workers were enduring coming to Canada and the lack of safeguards that were there to protect them and the inability of government to respond to support these workers. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, that Joe Spears, who worked for this AIM group, when he was asked by Check News about their water, he says, this is where they're washing their dishes, Check 6 asked him. And he says, this is where they chose to wash their dishes. This is what the group of the company spokesperson said. He said, if someone chooses to use water, maybe in Vietnam, that's an acceptable practice. That's normal housekeeping, said Joe Spears. He was alluding to the fact that these Vietnamese workers would rather use an outdoor runoff from a stream than have actually running water. This is just unbelievable that a private sector company would put their employees through this trauma. Those workers were left, with nowhere to go. And it was the Salvation Army that came in and protected those workers, removed them from the site, found them temporary accommodation. But it took a couple of months before they actually got their open work permits where they're finally able to get, a better start, Mr. Speaker. But what I'm saying to you is that these are workers that it's taking a long time to actually get the full story from them because more and more things are surfacing. There's language barriers that are contributing to the fact that we're not getting all of the different things that they had endured through their working time at this mill in Port Alberni. We've got to do better to protect workers. Certainly when we look at temporary foreign workers, there is no program for the federal government to respond, to find housing for workers that have been treated poorly, nowhere for them to be able to get the right supports. The government supports for temporary foreign workers when they've endured harm in the workplace is not there. And, I was disappointed that the Conservatives, here they are today bringing forward this bill, and I'm really grateful for that. But they were nowhere to be found when this story came out. And of course, the Conservative leader was at that mill talking about the workers and standing with the owners of that mill. But he was nowhere to be found, Mr. Speaker, when this terrible situation happened. And I have to bring it to the floor of the House of Commons because we should never allow this to happen again, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful for this bill and this piece of legislation and look forward to getting to committee. Thank you.
The honourable member, resuming debate, the honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Présidente, et merci à ma collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague, the honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. For Bill 378. Bravo to her.
This is an exceptional piece of legislation by another Conservative MP trying to enhance the rights of people, workers across the country. And we've actually seen a long history of this in this Parliament where the NDP Liberal government has not acted to protect workers. And in fact, it's been Conservative MPs who have stood up to try and make sure that workers are protected. And so there's a number of bills that have been put forward by Conservative MPs to improve the lives of workers in addition to this fantastic bill. For example, Bill C-228 by the Member of Parliament for Sarnia-Lambton, which would actually protect workers' pensions. So this has been a long-standing problem in this country where a company would go bankrupt and workers' pensions would be unsecured creditors and their pensions would disappear. And 9 years of an NDP Liberal government, no action was taken on that. It took a Conservative Member of Parliament to say, we need to protect workers and this has to change. So we also look at, for example, Bill C-241, which was brought forward by the Member of Parliament for Essex, which would allow tradespeople to deduct their travel costs for going to work. Common sense. If a CEO can write off the cost of their private jet, then why can't a worker write off the cost of their travel as they go to try and earn an income? This, again, is something that 9 years of an NDP Liberal government, there was no action, and a Conservative member of Parliament stood up to make that change. I'd also want to mention Bill C-409, the Member of Parliament for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. So we heard a lot about this, in fact, from the NDP, silence from the Liberal government about how flight attendants were actually ending up working on average 30 hours per month unpaid. The NDP Liberal government did absolutely nothing. The NDP talked a little bit about it and did petitions and other things, but it took a Conservative member of Parliament to put forward a bill that changes the Canada Labour Code to define what constitutes work for flight attendants, so they will no longer be sitting on a plane waiting for it to back up or waiting for it to take off and not get paid. We heard horror stories of flight attendants who would show up for work. The flight was delayed and they would be there. They would time out for their shift and then go home and not be paid. It was outrageous, and the NDP Liberal government just let that go on for the past number of years with no action, which brings me right back to this fantastic bill, which has been put forward by my colleague. This is a very serious matter. So people who are the victims of harassment at work or violence, they are victims. They've been traumatized. And the Canada Labour Code was only allowing them 3 months after they left work to file that complaint. These are people who are vulnerable and who probably aren't in a position to make that decision. So once again, a Conservative member of Parliament has to step in to make that change. The Liberal government tried to make some changes under Bill C-65, where they said that, because the current time frame is 3 months, and they said the victim could apply to extend that timeline. Imagine that. So you would actually have to apply to extend the deadline, and the burden is on that employee to make the justification for that deadline. So they would have to file an application and explain the trauma and therefore ask for an exemption. And this is what the Liberal government thought was well serving the victims of harassment or violence. Well, it absolutely did nothing of the sort. Imagine having to give these deeply personal details to someone to see if they would let you file this complaint after 3 months. It was, very thin gruel for the victims. And so I want to congratulate again my colleague for seeing the problem, coming up with the solution, and making sure that people who suffer these outrageous acts have up to 2 years now to be able to take care to file this complaint. And it's a pattern that we have now, and we've seen well established in this Parliament, that the NDP Liberal government talks a very good game about protecting the rights of workers, but they don't actually deliver the results that are required. And so it's taken a series of Conservative bills to actually make incredible differences in the lives of workers, including this bill here today. Now, I understand that there is support for this bill to pass, which is wonderful, but it always leaves me the question, after 9 years of an NDP Liberal government, why did it take so long for them to realize that this was a problem? Well, it's because they're really not governing the country well on this and a whole host of other issues. Right. And as opposition members, we have a limited ability to try and clean up the messes that are left by this government. And we've done that with a series of bills that actually are going to make substantial differences. And so we hope that this bill is going to be fast-tracked through Parliament. Let's get it to committee, let's get it studied, and let's get it passed, because we do not have a huge amount of time in Parliament left for this to pass. So we want to make sure that this actual piece of legislation can go through go to the Senate and receive royal assent. So I hope it's going to pass through committee very quickly. I would also hope that when Bill C-409, the Fairness for Flight Attendants Act, when that comes up for second reading and second reading vote, that will also go to committee expeditiously, because that is an incredibly difficult circumstance that flight attendants have right now across the country. And they haven't really had the friendliest of government. Labor hasn't. We just recently saw a Section 107 referral by the government with respect to the resolution of the rail dispute. The right to strike is constitutionally protected. The Supreme Court said that in 2015. And the NDP Liberal government said, well, we're sending these people, we're going to make a referral and take away their ability to go on strike. So once again, we have an NDP Liberal government that claims to be friendly for workers, but it has taken and now I'm being heckled because I'm standing up for the rights of workers by a Liberal member of Parliament. You can't make this stuff up. Yeah. And 10 minutes from now, this member will be saying, oh, we're so friendly to Labour, we're the ones who stand up for Labour, when in fact they do not. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say once again, I want to congratulate my colleague for putting forward a strong bill to protect victims, to protect workers, and Conservatives, we will always stand for the workers and victims. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very pleased to speak today. It's the first time I rise since the beginning of this session in September. I would like to wish a good parliamentary session to my colleagues. That will perhaps be short. We shall see in the next few days and weeks. The suspense is killing me. The media has reported on a potential event, but I hope that in the meantime, we will succeed in softening the tone of debate so that we can focus on working for the well-being of Canadians and Quebecers. I hope we will be able to do so. It's not always easy to do so, given the tone that has been set over the past week, but I think it's possible. We've already shown that we can be dignified. Before I continue, I would like to commend the candidates and those who were elected during the by-elections last week. I participated in the campaigns. I'd like to commend the work of all candidates. I think that in our day and age, putting our face out there, trying to work for Canadians and Quebecers takes courage, irrespective of our party. We don't all have the same vision of the common good, but I think that most of us are at least trying to work on it. And most people, and well, all those who ran for election has had that hope, and I would like to commend them for it. I would like to commend in particular the NDP Victor and our Victor, who had an excellent result. We were up very late to listen to the results, but we heard that the Bloc Québécois won. It's a great victory, and I look forward to seeing our candidate here, a brilliant and intelligent young man who will defend Quebec, who will stand in this House in order to defend Quebec's and Quebecers' interests. I'm convinced. We'll see. Mr. Speaker, very pleased to rise today on this bill, a bill tabled by my colleague from Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. I have a lot of respect for her. I appreciate her. I appreciate the conservative ideologies a bit less, but I appreciate my colleague. I rise today in support of Bill C-378. It's an essential bill to protect the rights of workers under federal jurisdiction. This bill would extend from 3 months to 2 years, the period within which a former employee may file a complaint of harassment or violence in the workplace. As you know, the Bloc Québécois has always been a staunch defender of work and workers' rights. We've often talked about this in the last parliamentary session, the anti-scab legislation that was eventually adopted. The NDP had tabled it and we approved of it. But the Bloc Québécois for the past 30 years 30 years, tabled 11 times this kind of bill. We've had this kind of legislation for 50 years. 50 years, Mr. Speaker. We solved the issue 50 years ago.
The number of times that we've debated bills over things that have already been settled in Quebec, you only need to think of childcare, pharmacare, things we've already had in Quebec for a long time. They're of the past. And so in the Bloc, we often get the feeling that we're working to help Canada catch up with Quebec. It makes no sense. So yes, we are the champions of workers, and we believe this bill is a major step forward in the fight against harassment and violence in the workplace. It's time that victims of such act were given more time to come forward, particularly in cases where they're under considerable psychological or physical pressure. Currently, employees under federal jurisdiction have only 3 months to lodge a complaint after leaving their jobs, and that's simply far too short for many victims. The consequences of harassment and violence in the workplace don't disappear overnight. All too often, victims continue to suffer the after effects long after they've left their jobs. They face emotional difficulties, mental health problems, and in many cases, they are reluctant to report their attackers for fear of reprisal or professional stigma. This bill provides a concrete solution to the problem. By extending the deadline to 2 years, victims are given time to heal, to catch their breath, and to find the strength to lodge a complaint. 2 years, Mr. Speaker, is a reasonable amount of time for those who've suffered injustice to take the necessary steps to seek justice. Harassment and violence in the workplace are not isolated phenomena. The department's 2021 annual report on harassment and violence in the workplaces, federally regulated workplaces, revealed some alarming figures. In 2021, over 4,950 incidents of harassment and violence were reported by employees working in federally regulated sectors. 4,950 incidents. It's gobsmacking. The federal public service, banks, and transport are among the main sectors where these incidents are most frequent. These figures show us clearly that the fight against harassment and violence in the workplace is far from over. We need to strengthen protection mechanisms for workers, and this includes allowing former employees to lodge complaints long after they've left the company. It's also important to remember that these incidents often have serious repercussions, not just on the professional lives of the victims, but also on their personal lives. The physical and psychological consequences of harassment and violence at work can last long after the incident. And that's why this bill is so important. It gives victims more time to come forward. Mr. Speaker, with the passage of this bill, we'll be sending a clear message. Workers in federally regulated workplaces are entitled to a safe and respectful work environment. The Bloc Québécois has always supported measures to protect workers and guarantee decent working conditions. We're delighted to see this bill move forward, just as we were delighted with the recent passage of C-58, which bans strike breakers. These are historic victories for workers' rights, and we need to keep up the momentum. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to draw a parallel with the bill I tabled with my colleague from Saint-Jérôme, Mr. Réal Fortin. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't supposed to mention him. I'd just like to remind the member that you mustn't mention members by name, but rather by, as he did do, by the name of their constituency. So we share concern about guaranteeing access to justice for victims. So both of these bills seek to correct flaws in the legal system that may deprive some victims of the opportunity to assert their rights. In the case of C-378, the aim is to extend the time for filing complaints of harassment and violence in the workplace to enable victims of this conduct to overcome the psychological and administrative obstacles associated with these traumatic situations. Similarly, the proposal to limit the use of the Jordan ruling in serious crimes is intended to prevent defendants from escaping justice because of excessive court delays. The Jordan ruling, which sets strict time limits for trials, has sometimes led to people getting acquitted for serious crimes, jeopardizing the safety of victims and the integrity of the justice system. Both bills seek to restore the balance between victims' rights and legal rights while ensuring that justice is not compromised by procedural formalities. By ensuring extended access to justice in the case of C-378 and closing judicial loopholes in the case of Jordan, these two bills share a common vision, that of a justice system that is fair, effective, and focused on the needs of victims. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is proud to support this initiative, and we hope that all members of this House will understand the importance of this legislation for the workers of this country. Mr. Speaker, there can be no justice without recognition of victims' rights, and that's precisely what this bill seeks to do. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
Et je remercie tous les députés.
And I'd like to thank all members who participated in this debate. And now we're going to go to the mover's right of reply. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to hear everything I've heard this morning. Obviously, I was delighted to hear what I heard previously during the first hour of debate at second reading of this bill. So what I see, and it really moves me, is that this bill, C-378, will probably be supported unanimously. So that's very gratifying for me as the sponsor of this bill. But the light shouldn't be shining on me. It should be shining on all those ex-employees who today only have 3 months to complain if they were victims of harassment or violence in the workplace. 3 months is the bat of an eye. It's too short. And when I was Minister of Labor at the National Assembly in Quebec City, I went over all the labor standards, and I really applied myself to ensuring that in the workplace that was fixed in order to give, at least in Quebec, people the same amount of time that current workers have, whereas federally, currently, workers do not have that same, other workers don't face the same 3-month time limit, which is obviously too short, that applies to federal workplaces. So it's nice to hear all the support. It was nice to hear what the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles said. I'm delighted with his support, but he also implied that the Conservatives were supportive of he implied that we were not supportive of workers' rights, and that's totally false. And also the member for Dufferin-Caledon put it very well. So many bills have been tabled here in this place by Conservatives, and those bills were private members' bills, and they would greatly improve the situation of workers who obviously are federally regulated. So I'm delighted by this unanimous support here in the House. Sometimes there's a bit of the debates can be a bit rowdy, but this shows that at times we can share a common vision and move forward in protecting workers' rights. The House showed some openness to extending the deadline. So the government already acknowledged implicitly that there could be some shortcomings in the system when it comes to the tight deadlines for victims, and also some openness to the idea that, an awareness that it takes victims some time. Often in 3 months, you're not even aware yet that you've been a victim. And so your time's up and you have no recourse. So obviously 3 months, 2 years rather, is a reasonable time frame. And I'd like to quote from a director of a victims' rights group talking about the 2 years that currently exist in Quebec and the 2 years that we want to have here. She said that in our experience, Very few people who contact us have any difficulty filing a complaint within 2 years. And since the extension in 2018 to 2 years, there have only been very few cases where we've had to tell someone that they had missed the deadline. All this to say, Mr. Speaker, that we're on the right track. We have a good purpose here, the common purpose of protecting workers against conduct that is harmful in the workplace, harassment and violence. And we want to allow those people who left their jobs, we want to make sure that they're not left with no recourse either. And 2 years is the least we can do as a deadline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je remercie l'honorable député.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her reply. The question is the following one. Ms. Vien, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moves that Bill C-378, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code, complaints by former employees, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair. The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request a recorded division. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising.
I'll be suspended until noon.
Orders of the day.
Of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-63, an act to amend the Online Harms Act, to amend the Criminal Code, the Canadian Human Rights Act, and an act respecting the mandatory reporting of internet child pornography by persons who provide an internet service, and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts.
I think we're having a problem with interpretation, so I just want to make sure that interpretation, as I look over to a couple of my colleagues, to make sure it's there. Perfect. When we left this last time, the honourable member for Winnipeg North had 5 remaining minutes in his speech, and then we'll go to 10 minutes of questions and comments afterwards. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
It was 6. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak to what I believe to be very positive legislation. And I suspect that if you were to canvass a vast majority of Canadians, they would recognize the issue that the Online Harm Act is dealing with as a very positive thing. And I'm a bit surprised in terms of the Conservative Party's approach to the legislation. It's important when you think of the Online Harms Act, the essence of what it is that the bill is attempting to recognize as issues. There are 2 categories, if I can put it that way, of what one would classify as harmful contact that is specifically being dealt with C-63. The issue of intimate images communicated without consent, which includes sexually explicit deep fakes, Mr. Speaker. And the second one is content that sexually victimizes a child or re-victimizes a survivor. I would have thought that all members of this House would in fact support those initiatives. In fact, I have heard conservatives across the way talk about concerns related to it and how offended they are about the issue and that government needs to do something. Well, now we have a piece of legislation before the House in which instead of just talking about it, conservatives can actually do something about it. I was very surprised to read an editorial back in July with the Winnipeg Free Press. And to hear that the Conservative Party not only opposes the legislation, but if in fact we were able to get the legislation through the House, Mr. Speaker, that a Conservative government would actually repeal the legislation. They would repeal the law. I don't quite understand the logic behind that. And I hope during my 10-minute question and answers that a member of the Conservative Party would have the courage to explain to Canadians why it is that they would actually oppose this legislation. Let me read a couple of things from the Free Press article, Mr. Speaker. And I quote the article, and it's an editorial that was written July the 10th. And I want to quote the article because this is, the Free Press is very, very much apolitical and sticks to the facts. And I know the facts can be confusing for the Conservatives, but here's what they have to say. In the current era of partisan politics, makes reference to their leader, and others should recognize it is important to recognize a good idea when it comes along, whoever might pitch it. And this is still just an idea. The act has not passed and the regulators have not been established. Given its unrealized state, makes reference then to the leader's dismissal is premature. A spokesperson for the leader said a common sense Conservative government would repeal the act. Well, let's take a look at the situation and determine the good sense of such a pledge. According to Stats Canada, between 2014 and 2022, there were 15,630 incidents of police reported online sexual offenses against children and 45,816 online incidents of child pornography. The overall rate of police reported online child sexual exploitation incidents in Canada has risen to 160 incidents per 100,000 children between 2014 and 2022, a 217% increase. There were 219 reported online hate crime incidents in 2022, up from 92 4 years prior. Of those cyber-related hate crimes, 82% were violent. This legislation deals with the issues that are important to Canadians, and we have the Conservative Party saying no. Not only are they going to vote against it, but if it passes in the future, a quote-unquote common sense, I would suggest nonsense, Conservative government is going to get rid or repeal the law. The question as to why.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The all for Renfrew, Pembroke. I'll get it right on.
Close enough, Mr. Speaker. They're going to be changing the name just as soon as you get it right anyhow. The member opposite asked, he said he was trying to pose a question to the opposition, what he wants us to explain. Well, Mr. Speaker, he'll get his chance when he's sitting in opposition to ask questions of the government. The reason we don't have any confidence in C-63 is they will be choosing the censors. And this government has failed at everything it has attempted to do. The people have lost confidence in any boards that this government appoints. The latest being what we're hearing on SCTC. We do have a bill, C-412, that does protect children. It actually zeroes in on the protective protection of children and has specific measures to take to protect them from viewing material they should not be seeing online.
And all my apologies to the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess that's two reasons why now the Conservatives are actually opposing the legislation. They have that that far right element. They, want to be a little bit kind here, that have that tinfoil impact, where they believe here and there and there and over here and these stars and Canadian rights are being overridden. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing to it. I can assure the member opposite. She does not have to be fearful. This is not an attack on the far right. This is legislation, Mr. Speaker, that a vast majority of Canadians, in fact, would support. Does she not realize that by voting against this legislation, she's voting against protecting a child? She's voting against intimate sexual exploitation through the uploading of pictures onto the internet. This is legislation that is going to save people in many different ways. It's there to protect people that have been exploited, Mr. Speaker, and our children. How can the Conservatives not vote for it? I hope it's not to deal with censorship, as the member opposite tries to say and justify her voting action.
Tiens, a commentaire, the honourable member for Scarborough-Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder whether the honourable member has heard about an app called Telegram. It has about 1 billion users. Its CEO was recently arrested in Paris, and it is basically an internet platform for the exchange of people and drugs and guns and pretty well every illicit substance you can possibly think. I wonder whether the honourable member could address his mind to whether this particular legislation may have some effect of gaining Canadian control over those people within our jurisdiction on an app such as Telegram.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
I think that the legislation is a good, solid first step in addressing many of the issues, in good part, that the members actually just raised, Mr. Speaker. When I made some of those stats numbers, where you have something that's being registered with the police or a police report, that does not cover nowhere near the actual numbers of things that never get reported. They go unreported. There are so many mischievous players, not only here in Canada, even more so outside of Canada. And that's why I look at this legislation as legislation that ultimately has nothing to do with a person or a Canadian's freedoms or their rights. We also have responsibilities, Mr. Speaker. And as legislators, I believe that we have to stand up strong and support actions like what Bill C-63 is doing to protect the interests of our children and those victims of sexual exploitation of different forms, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is important legislation. C-63 is important. We politicians are experiencing online hate daily. It is a scourge. And other things that are targeted, such as youth pornography, it's very important that we counter that. Question for my colleague. What are the guarantees in C-63 to ensure that we do not trample on freedom of expression? That's always an important question. People should be allowed to express themselves. They should have freedom of expression. So how will we protect that, all while protecting against harms? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader.
I can assure the member, and that's why I focused on the fact of the two categories that the legislation places its attention on. And I believe that those two categories that I've referenced, the circulation of non-consented sexual pictures, as an example, or child pornography, I believe, as I indicated, that it's fairly clear-cut. And Canadians as a whole in all regions of the country, I do believe, would support this particular legislation. You have to have a solid starting point to move forward with. You know, the creation of the commission and the opportunity for us to review the legislation once it becomes law. And I'm sure that there will be a number of things that will be put into place to ensure that rights and freedoms are being protected. To say the least, we have the Constitution and the Charter of Rights that are there, Mr. Speaker, which I must say, it was Pierre Elliott Trudeau that brought in the Charter of Rights. So I don't see an infringement in any fashion with respect to this legislation on a person's rights and freedoms.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, a question for my colleague. Does he believe that it's not just the content online that can be harmful to our youth, but the addictive design features that are incorporated into social media platforms? And I guess, does he also believe that those design features need to be regulated to protect our youth?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I do believe when you take a look at today and compare it to yesterday, you will see that the internet, whether it's through the growth of AI and just consumer consumption of airtime, if I can put it that way, or watching, seems to be increasing. And as a national government, there is a role for us as legislators to play to protect the interests of children. And as I say, victims of crimes. And that is something in which, as I said, indicated, I believe is within this legislation, areas in which a vast majority of Canadians would in fact support.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the member opposite wants to know why we're voting against this legislation, and there are many, many reasons. But one of the reasons that really came to light over the summer is that their government actually appointed an anti-Semite to lead the Canadian Human Rights Commission, a man who said that terrorism in the context of the Arab-Israeli conflict is not an irrational strategy. So why should Canadians trust this government to run the Canadian Human Rights Commission when they're making these horrible appointments with biased people?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that there's two reasons why the so-called common sense, nonsense conservatives are actually voting against the legislation. One is in regards to the censorship issue or the conspiracy theory, that far-right MAGA component within the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, and that's one. And the other one is because they have concerns in regards to the cost factor. It's estimating somewhere in that neighborhood of 20 million a year in order to protect. And even though those numbers have not been confirmed, at least from what I understand, the Conservative Party in its common sense, nonsense approach to politics has made the determination that it's just not worth the bringing forward this legislation, and the Conservative government would repeal it even if it passes. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we pass, they will hear very clearly from Canadians this is good legislation, and we hope to build upon it in the years to come.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proudly rise in opposition today to Bill C-63. Canadians, I know it's a shock to the member opposite. Canadians take pride, Mr. Speaker, in living in a nation where justice prevails. Freedoms are upheld and our most vulnerable, especially our children, are protected. Yet today, after 9 years of this failed government, crime is rising, leaving families across the country concerned for the safety of their loved ones, both on the streets and online. Online criminal activity continues to surge, but the Liberals' response has been to push censorship bills that force Canadians into a false choice between their safety and free expression. Instead of addressing the real issues, this Liberal legislation silences Canadians under the guise of security, creating bloated bureaucracies led by the Prime Minister's hand-picked allies. Canadians are bearing the brunt of this government's failures. Bill C-63 introduces a dangerous new provision, an offense motivated by hatred, which could impose a life sentence for even minor infractions under any act of Parliament. This broad, unchecked provision opens the door to the possibility, Mr. Speaker, that mere words alone could lead to life imprisonment. While the government claims that a serious underlying act must occur for this punishment to apply, that is simply not reflected in the text of the bill. Section 320 of the Criminal Code would be amended to state, quote, "Everyone who commits an offence under this act or any other act of Parliament is guilty of an indictable offence and liable to imprisonment for life," end of quotes. Laws to address the issues we're witnessing have been in place for decades, and the Supreme Court has ruled on them multiple times. We don't need new laws to govern hate speech. This government needs to grow a backbone and enforce the laws as they stand. Earlier this year at the Justice Committee, the Justice Minister openly admitted that Bill C-63's new hate crime offense could apply to any offense as long as it's hate motivated. He said the bill's sentencing range covers everything from minor to serious crimes, but that judges, handpicked by this government, will make sure minor offenses don't receive harsh sentences. However, by leaving this to the courts, this government is being reckless. We can't rely on vague promises that the judiciary will fix a poorly drafted bill. Parliament needs to clearly define when a life sentence should apply, not hand over broad and unchecked power. This bill risks extreme punishments for minor infractions. As stated by a political commentator, the Liberals are using the guillotine of speech violations, and on the other hand, house arrest for career criminals roaming the streets, exploiting a broken bail system. Only in Canada would that bizarre statement have application. Widespread concern from all sides of the political spectrum have been raised about Bill C-63's introduction of a so-called hate crime peace bond, with many labeling it as a pre-crime measure for speech. The problem lies in the fact that this provision would extend the power to issue peace bonds based solely on speech-related offenses without clearly defining what constitutes such crimes or ensuring that they meet the criminal standard for hate. While the Liberals focus on banning opinions that challenge the Prime Minister's ideology, Conservatives are dedicated to keeping Canadians safe, both online and offline, while also at the same point upholding and defending their civil liberties, a concept that's completely unknown to this government. This is why my colleague, the member for Calgary Nose Hill, introduced Bill C-412. Bill C-412 is designed to protect Canadians online through three key areas: protection from online criminal harassment, safeguarding our children, and ensuring user privacy. C-412 aims to empower victims of online criminal harassment who currently have limited options for quickly and permanently ending their harassment. This legislation would allow victims to apply to a judge to identify their harasser, end the harassment, and then impose conditions to stop it as deemed appropriate by a court. It also provides legal clarity regarding when online operators, such as social media platforms, must disclose the identity of an alleged abuser. Additionally, the legislation introduces an aggravating factor for perpetrators who repeatedly send harassment anonymously using multiple burner accounts. These measures are designed to streamline the process for victims to interact with law enforcement and receive effective protections, ultimately enabling law enforcement to de-escalate violence in a timely manner. In contrast, the Liberals' Bill C-63 contains no such provisions, representing a significant flaw for a bill that purports to protect Canadians from online harm. Online harassment is widespread and often anonymous, yet our current laws are outdated, and Bill C-63 fails to provide on this front. In addition, Bill C-63 fails our children by delaying protections and relying on an unclear regulatory process. In contrast, Bill C-412 takes proactive measures by imposing a clear duty of care on online operators. The bill seeks to establish a novel set of checks and balances between the government, operators, and parents to keep children safe online. Under C-412, existing government regulators, law enforcement, and the judiciary will ensure operators follow their duty of care to keep kids safe online. Operators would be formally required to ensure they keep kids safe under a clear set of guidelines. Parents then would have all the tools needed to understand what their kids are doing online and then make informed decisions about what types of permissions to give them for their online use. It provides parents with tools to protect their children online through non-invasive age verification methods and enforces these protections with steep penalties for non-compliance. Bill C-412 specifically safeguards children against physical harm, bullying, sexual violence, and harmful online content. C-412 offers a balanced solution that emphasizes privacy, preserving age verification methods, while explicitly prohibiting the use of digital IDs. Many Canadians are concerned about privacy and the misuse of digital IDs. Bill C-412 ensures that digital identifiers cannot be used for age verification. Meanwhile, Bill C-63 leaves privacy concerns unaddressed and lacks clear prohibitions against the misuse of digital IDs. Bill C-63's vague regulatory framework allows for excessive bureaucratic oversight, creating opportunities for tech lobbyists to manipulate the process behind closed doors. Instead of providing immediate protections, it pushes key decisions into an opaque regulatory future, prioritizing the interests of big tech over the safety and well-being of Canadian families. By failing to effectively tackle online harassment and leaving significant gaps in protections, Bill 6.3 reflects a government more concerned about creating a facade of action than genuinely, actively safeguarding Canadians' rights and safety. Bill 6.3 seeks to reinstate Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act, a provision, Mr. Speaker, that was removed by the Harper government, and even the Toronto Star, hardly a cheerleader for the Conservative Party of Canada, has deemed unnecessary for protecting Canadians from hate speech. Section 13, which was previously repealed for its overly broad and subjective application, allowed the government to censor speech without the need for criminal proceedings. Reintroducing this section would open the door to an extrajudicial system where vague definitions of hate speech could lead to a chilling effect on free speech. The new Section 13 would make communication of hate speech by anyone on the internet or other means of telecommunication subject to the jurisdiction of the Canadian Human Rights Complaints Mechanism. Standard of proof, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, an extremely high standard, but merely a balance of probability, 50.01%. This is not only dangerous, but deeply flawed, as we've already seen the consequences when the Liberals attempted to appoint an arbiter under C-63, who had previously argued that, quote, terror was not an irrational approach, end of quote. This highlights the inherent risks in giving unchecked power to unelected individuals who may interpret free speech in ways that suppress legitimate voices. Section 13 would also pave the way for dangerous precedents like life sentences for hate crimes without proper legal thresholds. The Liberals have failed to provide evidence that such extreme measures would be effective in preventing hate when the laws we already have are not being enforced. We need to hear from legal experts and civil liberty groups to understand the unintended consequences that this could bring. What we really need, Mr. Speaker, is action. Action today, not years from now, and not censorship, which is exactly what C-63 does. The government should focus on enforcing existing laws and protecting ethnic minority groups by empowering the RCMP, the INSCT, and NSES to work collaboratively and quickly with local police forces and share intelligence to protect vulnerable communities. Directing CSIS to implement threat reduction measures and communicate threats to ethnic minority groups. To ensure the security infrastructure program provides real, timely funding to help community centers improve security. Rather than reintroducing Section 13 and limiting free speech, the government should enforce current laws and take meaningful action to protect Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's no surprise that the Justice Minister is proud of the only piece of legislation he's managed to introduce since his appointment. Meanwhile, contrasts to the Conservative Party of Canada, who put forward 10 bills that offer real solutions to the issues Canadians face today. Even the Justice Minister himself, the bill's biggest advocate, the cheerleader to this failed Liberal government, admitted that it would take years for this bureaucracy to create and enforce regulations. Let that sink in. This widely hailed, very, very important piece of legislation is not going to protect families for years to come. That's the impact of this government. Announcements, no effective follow-through. According to his own logic, millions of taxpayer dollars will be wasted long before any meaningful protection or enforcement are put in place. Canadians deserve better than half-hearted reforms. They need a government committed to real accountability and actionable solutions. It's time for the minister to stop hiding behind buzzwords and start delivering results that protect Canadians day in and day out. As Shadow Minister for Justice, I stand firm in criminalizing and enforcing laws that protect our most vulnerable, our children. We must criminalize and enforce penalties against those who victimize children online or bully them digitally. We must punish those who induce self-harm or incite violence in minors. We must ensure strict bans on distributing intimate content without consent, including the rise of deepfakes. My Conservative colleagues and I believe these serious crimes must be investigated by police, tried in court, and result in a jail sentence. We will not support the creation of bureaucratic offices that do nothing to prevent crime or bring justice to victims. A Conservative government will protect our children and punish those who prey on them, not create more red tape. This past summer, the PBO revealed the cost of the Liberal government's Online Harms Act that would cost $200 million to create a new 330-person bureaucracy to enforce rules. Yeah, let that sink in. $200 million upfront, no protection, to create more work for a bloated bureaucracy. Rules that are still undefined. Canadians can't wait for 5 years, I say in retort to that question. This raises serious concerns about transparency, efficiency, and the potential impact on free speech. Even worse, this $200 million doesn't cover the additional workload for the Canadian Human Rights Commission, which will have to manage a surge of complaints about social media posts in today's cancel culture. The government has no estimate of how many complaints the commission might receive, so it's very likely that the $200 million is just the beginning. To put that in perspective, the PBO's numbers reveal that the bureaucracy created solely by Bill 663 will be about 1/3 larger than the Transportation Safety Board of Canada, the agency responsible for ensuring the safety of Canadians in the air and on the roads. Additionally, the PBO's analysis shows that on a per capita basis, this new bureaucracy will be vastly larger than any comparable agency in other peer countries. Bill 6.3 should be scrapped just on the basis for its wasteful cost. It's absurd that while Liberals underfund the RCMP, leaving almost 1/3 of cybercrime positions vacant, they're proposing to dump $200 million and hire 300 staff for a vague new bureaucracy. I see that I'm running out of time, so I'm going to move to my conclusion. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are rightly concerned. In this digital age, we must strike a balance between protecting individuals from harmful content and safeguarding their rights. That's why the Conservative Party is committed to delivering common sense solutions that protect our children and ensure their safety online without compromising the freedoms we hold dear. The bottom line is that Canadians are living in fear due to online harassment, and it's costing lives. They need real protection, not more Liberal delays and incompetence. The Liberals should adopt the common sense solutions in Bill C-412 or call an immediate election and let Canadians choose real, immediate protections or another costly Liberal censorship scheme. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Attorney General for Canada.
The member opposite for his comments, and as a former Crown prosecutor, he would know full well that what is contemplated in this law is taking current jurisprudence that applies in the physical world and applying it in the online world. Some of that jurisprudence is the Keekstra and Whatcott definition of hatred that my colleague would be familiar with. Secondly, he talked about the potential for disproportionate penalties. I would, for his edification, point him to the very criminal code that he used to apply as a Crown prosecutor, which talks about all sentences need to be fit, meaning fit to the gravity of a person's responsibility and to the nature of the offense. That's 718.1. But what I'll put to him is that we've heard tremendous support for this legislation from all sectors of society, including CJA, that has called for more strict penalties for hate propaganda, prompting them to get behind this bill. What I would say to him is that when law enforcement and victims' families are talking to me and our government about the fact that they can't get a handle on this issue, because even when their children take their own lives, the victimization of the family continues after death, they ask for one thing and one thing only, which is that the images be taken down. That is what this bill will do. It will take down the images and reduce those from circulating online that abuse children. Does the member opposite agree that that simple proposition is answering the calls from Carol Todd, Amanda Todd's mother?
The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Well, there was much to that particular question. Let me state at the outset that the minister indicates very forcefully that why would the Conservatives be opposed in removing that material? Of course we are not. But Bill 6.3 talks about it being taken down, not immediately, being taken down after a complaint, after it's reviewed, and within 24 hours. That's insufficient, Mr. Speaker. He also talks about all the various groups that have applauded the government's Bill C-63. I could literally spend another 20 minutes talking about public interest groups, very key individuals in the legal field who have spoken so against Bill 63 as another form of censorship by this particular government. So there is no balance, is what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker. Zero balance protecting the rights of Canadian families and the children and protecting our civil liberties. C-412 does exactly that.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député Berthier.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I appreciate how serious his comments were. Now, we all share the same concern about protecting the public, about taking down non-consenting images and also child pornography. He also referred to a number of other bills in his speech, C-412, if I'm not mistaken. So my colleague who's so well versed on this topic, my question is, would it be possible to work on C-63 and at the same time make proposals that might go to the bill that he also referred to so that it's all more effective and efficient? Because he had some very specific comments about certain things. Is there any way we can work on this in committee, and will he undertake to do that? The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
That's a very good question, and I thank my bloc colleague for that very important question, Mr. Speaker. So, in essence, what I'm hearing is a collaborative approach between Bill C-63 and C-412. The only difficulty with it, I'm not opposed to that in principle, because I think there are very, very few measures in C-63 that the Conservatives could actually support, that we could actually parse out of the bill and perhaps pass it on unanimous consent here in the House. But clearly, 63 will be studied at committee, and I would encourage all members on that committee to be open to the possibility of looking at significant amendments to replace some of the dangerous language and the unintended consequences in 63 with the clear, precise, immediate protections offered to Canadian families and kids in 412.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Bill C-63 is an act that is basically split into two parts. And the first part of it is aimed at reducing exposure to harmful content and put special protection provisions for children, as well as to make online service providers accountable. It's particularly aimed at addressing online child sexual exploitation, which has increased 290% over the last 10 years. The second part is intended to address and denounce hate crimes on the internet. And I note that groups like the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, which my honourable colleague sort of touched upon, does raise concern about the vast authority bestowed upon a newly established body, granting them sweeping powers that include new search powers of electronic data with no warrant requirement, and they pose significant threats to privacy rights. So my question is this: I think everybody in this House wants to see action for sure on protecting our nation's children from online pornography and hate and other very harmful mechanisms. At the same time, I think it's fair to say that there are serious concerns about how we address free speech on the internet. Would my honorable colleague be willing to look at splitting this bill in two so that we can come out with legislation that protects our children while also making sure that we take the time to make sure that we preserve freedom of speech in this country?
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you. And I thank my honorable colleague from the NDP for that important question. So a couple of things I want to say. I agree with him in principle that the bill is not strictly to do with online harms. We do have the hate speech component. The problem is that we already have laws that clearly govern hate speech in this country, which have been the laws for several decades. Against the backdrop of what's happening on our streets from coast to coast and the demonstrations and the protests, there appears to be a lack of political will on law enforcement to actually enforce the existing laws. So I'm not in favor of creating more laws when laws already exist. As a member of the legal community for close to 30 years, I believe in clarity. I believe in succinctness. We already have that on the books. We need a direction from this government, a direction from the Department of Justice to encourage police to do their job and to prosecute these individuals who demonstrate clearly on a week-to-week basis they are crossing the line between protected speech and hate speech.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And as I listened to the Attorney General's question and reflected on my colleague's speech, I was struck, and I was struck for a few different reasons. The Attorney General spoke about fitness of sentence. This is a government that has allowed people who abuse children, people who produce child sexual abuse and exploitation material, people who distribute it, people who possess it, people who lure children to serve their sentences on house arrest. Now, my concern is that Bill C-63 will create a parallel process, an administrative process to deal with these both pernicious and insidious crimes. This government is not serious when it comes to protecting children. How can we trust Bill C-63 when they won't even address the deficiencies in the laws, particularly sentencing laws around child sexual abuse and exploitation material and internet luring? That's my question. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
I agree with my honourable colleague. There's not much more I can add. It's a sad statement that my colleague had to make, but it is so apropos and it's really reflective of this government's approach to protecting children, to ensuring that communities are safe. For 9 years, they have yet to strike the appropriate balance, and bills such as Bill C-5, C-48, that they proudly proclaim is going to keep Canadians safe. We've heard from numerous premiers, we've heard from numerous heads of police associations. What happened to the promise of Bill C-48? Liberal government, you promised that we were going to see some changes. Nothing but crickets from this government. So they fail to act, they fail to protect Canadians, which I would add, Mr. Speaker, is the #1 responsibility of a federal government to keep Canadians safe.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliament. A point of order from the Honourable member for Pembroke, Nipissing,
The
Pembroke.
Speaker should ring the bells because we've only got a few Liberals here and we don't even have 20 in the whole chamber.
Let's count some quorum here then.
You're going to ruin a good lunch.
How many online do I have here? 1. So that ring some bells.
No, you don't need to ring the bells. Imagine. Notice the Conservatives don't show up. Oh, you're funny, Biddle.
just entertain me constantly. You know, just you know what? Look for a new job, Biddle. Okay, your days are done. Okay.
All right, we've got quorum now. Well done. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity. I'll start by saying that I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Oakville, North Burlington. Mr. Speaker, it's with a lot of mixed feelings that I stand here with this bill to talk about it. It was a number of years ago when I was a member of the Justice Committee and we studied the impact of online harms and how they really translate into what the reality of people are on the ground. When we see people being shot down in mosques, when we see people in synagogues being victimized, when we see gurdwaras or temples or the LGBT community being targeted because of...
I think we have a point of order, member for Pembroke, Nipissing, Pembroke.
There were a bunch of Liberals who ran in when I raised this point of order the last time, and I counted again, and there's fewer than 20. Now, there may come in some from behind the curtains, but right now we don't have 20.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about two Conservatives only being inside the chamber. You know, they have a role to play also in quorum counts. I don't think we're supposed to be citing, so my apologies for highlighting the fact that there's barely any Conservatives participating in the debate on such an important issue.
So and if I could make a suggestion for next time, just come in, call quorum, and then we'll make the count, make sure there's 20 people in the chamber. I am counting 20 people in the chamber at the moment. So the Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of National Revenue has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would seek your indulgence. I mean, because I was interrupted twice during my beginning of my speech, I would like to start from the top. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I am here today to talk about this very, very important bill on online harms and how it conveys what the online world translates into real lived experiences for so many people across Canada. I was part of the Justice Committee when we started this study on online harms and hate crimes and how it translates to lived realities. And I have seen firsthand in my 9 years as a member of Parliament, people being shot down in mosques because of significant hateful rhetoric that is spread online, people being victimized in synagogues because of significant hateful rhetoric being pushed online, right-wing organizations targeting LGBT communities, for example. So I think that this bill has a very significant role to play in how we conduct ourselves as a country. And as the honourable member before me had talked about the role for enforcement, well, we are talking about federal policy here. We are talking about how we at the federal level can improve our legislation to make sure that Canadians are kept safe. And all we can do is to encourage our premiers and to encourage them to pick up the mantle and to ensure that our communities are being kept safe, that laws are being enforced. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll speak about two specific things in the criminal code. And I'll start by saying that it's an enormous shame that the measures proposed by Bill C-63 have been subject to significant misinformation and disinformation. I'm also extremely disappointed in the reaction of the official opposition to this critical legislation, having seen what has transpired because of online hate. When the bill was put on notice, but before the actual text was publicly available, we saw that the Conservatives rejected it immediately. No regard for the actual substance, no regard for the years of consultation with victims and with survivors of abuse, and no regard for the countless organizations that are begging the government to do more about exploitation and hatred online and in the real world. Canadians deserve a lot better than this. I'm proud to support Bill C-63. I'd like to go through some of the myths that have been circulated about the part of the bill that deals with hatred specifically. And I will be explaining why I think that these are unfounded. Let's start with the proposed hate crime offense. It would make it an indictable offense to commit an offense in the criminal code or in any other act of parliament where the offense is motivated by hatred. It would have a maximum punishment of life imprisonment. A maximum punishment, Mr. Speaker, not a minimum. There are two important reasons for creating this specific hate crime offense. First, it appropriately denounces the harm caused by hate crimes. And second, it would assist with data collection on hate crimes in Canada. Currently, a judge can apply the hate as an aggravating factor provision in the criminal code to help determine the sentence. But the underlying offense itself is not categorized for statistical purposes as a hate crime. If this proposed hate crime offense is enacted, statistics on hate crimes would allow governments, law enforcement, and victims to better understand how hate crimes are being charged, how they're being prosecuted, and how they're being addressed by the courts. Some have expressed concerns that the availability of life imprisonment as a penalty could result in unjust and disappropriate sentencing outcomes. And I'd like to explain why those concerns are misplaced. Firstly, the law in Canada requires judges to impose a just sentence that is proportional to the seriousness of the offense and the offender's blameworthiness. Second, a maximum sentence represents just that, the highest possible sentence to be imposed only in the most serious of cases. It acts as a ceiling for a range of sentences, with judges being required to impose an appropriate one depending on the seriousness of the crime and the responsibility of the offender. Maximum penalties of any kind are, by their very nature, imposed very, very rarely, taking into account principles of sentencing as applied on a case-by-case basis. As a result, life imprisonment would only be appropriate in the most serious of cases. Notably, for criminal code offenses that are already punishable by maximum life imprisonment, such as aggravated assault and sexual assault.
A point of order from the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Quorum.
We're going to count quorum once again. Oh, we got 3 Conservatives. We're good. We have over 20. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems like people don't really want to hear what I have to say here, but we can't count apparently. But I am quite honored to stand here to speak about this bill because it is so important to communities like mine and to people like myself as well. So as I was saying about this specific bill, another criticism that is made against the proposed hate crime offense that it is too broad and it is potentially applying to every offense in the criminal code and any other act of parliament. This is not a novel approach for offenses in the criminal code. For example, Section 83.2 of the code makes it an offense to commit an indictable offense in that act or any other act of parliament for the benefit of, or at the direction of, or in association with a terrorist group. While the proposed hate crime offense is not restricted to indictable offenses, which are considered to be more serious, there is a good reason for the difference. To ensure that the offense can apply to all hate crime offenses, many of which can be prosecuted as summary conviction offenses rather than indictable offenses. Specifically, in the 2022 statistics for police-reported hate crime in Canada, it shows that the largest number, which is 54%, were nonviolent crimes, and of these, the majority were general mischief offenses. 46% of those crimes were violent offenses, including the offense of uttering threats and common assault. Mischief, uttering threats, and common assault can all be prosecuted as indictable or summary offenses. Just as indictable and hybrid offenses in the criminal code should be potentially caught by the proposed hate crime offense, so too should offenses where they're found in other acts of parliament. Some have expressed concern that this would result in trivial offenses that are going to be included, but that would not happen. First, it would likely be a rare case where a trivial crime in another act of parliament would be hate motivated. Second, what might seem to be a trivial offense on its own could be significant when coupled with the disproportionate harm caused by hate crimes. I also emphasize that other acts of parliament are not limited to trivial offenses. For example, subsection 1121 of the Firearms Act prohibits advertising a firearm in a manner that promotes violence against a person. It is a hybrid offense that, if prosecuted by way of indictment, carries a maximum punishment of 2 years for the first offense or 5 years for second or subsequent offenses. The new hate crime offense would capture this offense if motivated by hatred, whether it is prosecuted as a summary or an indictable offense. Mr. Speaker, I can carry on with the technicalities of this bill, but I realize that I'm running out of time, but I do want to say that it is up to us to ensure that the legislation, that the framework exists, and for us to partner with our provincial counterparts to ensure that they're being enforced. But at the same time, we as parliamentarians have an obligation in this House to ensure that we ourselves are not inciting hatred, that we ourselves are conducting ourselves in a manner that is becoming of what a multicultural society that Canada is. And recently, I have not seen that happen. I have seen tropes, whether it is incel, whether it's against women, whether it's against trans communities or gay communities or Muslim communities or Jewish communities. I think that this bill will go a really long way to ensure that we are setting the framework for what is a strong, united Canada. You know, when I first moved to Canada, Mr. Speaker, back when I was 11 years old, I always wondered, how is it that Canada is such a peaceful country? And it's not because we have rules and regulations, but it is also because we have an ability to work together to ensure that we are taking care of one another. It's a constant battle. It is a constant piece of work that we need to continue to build bridges, and this bill is one of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires? L'honorable député de Rivière.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech, which was very clear. Now, a question about Imam Sharkawi. He incited to hatred and violence in October recently. Should he be accused criminally? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for National Revenue.
Earlier, it's not up to us to decide individual cases. That is up to our law enforcement, because that is how our Constitution works. That is how our democracy works. But it is up to us to set the standard of what is free speech versus what is hate speech, and to ensure that we are creating a balance to ensure that Canadians are protected regardless of their gender, regardless of their religion or their creed or their ethnicity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the U.S. Surgeon General recently called for a warning on social media platforms because it's a contributor to the youth mental health crisis. The Minister of Health dismissed that idea and suggested that parents just need to talk to their kids about social media. That's clearly not working, Mr. Speaker. Ignoring the fact that platforms have been intentionally designed to be more addictive. Does my colleague believe that the Canadian government needs to do more to protect kids from damaging impacts of social media, like requiring warning labels or restricting the use of addictive design features on accounts used by minors?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I thank the member for his excellent work on these very issues. It is our government that created a ministry for mental health, that put in millions of dollars to ensure that youth have access to mental health facilities and resources to make sure that they're being safe, that they're being protected. At the same time, the online harms bill makes sure that youth are not victimized, that they're not sexually victimized. Yes, there's a lot more work to do, and yes, we are willing to do it as long as we do it together. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I thank the member and my colleague for her comments, and I would just simply point out that freedom of expression is everyone's concern in this chamber. Hate speech is not constitutionally protected speech. It's not in the physical world. It shouldn't be in the online world. It is that simple. What I would point out for her, is that people have raised a lot of concerns, including members of the official opposition, about the freestanding hate crimes offense. There are 47 jurisdictions out of 50 in the United States that have a freestanding hate crimes offense. The last time I checked, the United States and their protections on freedom of expression were not being eroded. Would the member care to comment upon the importance of having a freestanding hate crimes offense in the code?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of National Net Revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do recall serving with that Honourable Minister on the Justice Committee to talk about this exact thing. And one thing that came to light was how the previous government, the Harper government, got rid of Section 13 in the Human Rights Code that created basically a remedy for those that were being targeted and victimized online. I think, yes, there is a bridge, there is a balance between what is freedom of expression and what is hate speech. And yes, absolutely, hate speech should not be protected. And we've seen how much it has impacted our communities and our ability to work together as a country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I listened to part of my colleague's speech here, and she was referencing protecting children. This is a government, and I asked my colleague this is a government that has eliminated mandatory minimums when it comes to, or has not addressed mandatory minimums when it comes to sexual offenses. The Harper government addressed mandatory minimums on drugs, they addressed them on guns, and on sexual offenses. They've legislated on guns, they've legislated on drugs. They have not touched sexual offenses. And my colleague from St. Catharines can complain all he wants about this. At the end of the day, the reality is that you have people who are committing sexual offenses against children and serving it on house arrest. I will also note that he did not vote to have Paul Bernardo's transfer revisited. I wonder how the people of St. Catharines feel about that. Now, how can this member say that they are there for protecting children when the reality is they are allowing predators to serve their sentences at home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I will take no lessons about the protection of Canadians from that party that continues.
Order. I'm seeing a lot of cross conversation going on. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
I just want to say it's disgusting in this place that the honourable member across the way with a smile on his face would mention a serial killer in this name to attempt to use it for political gain.
Absolutely. I have the floor. That wasn't a... Order. For Mr. Sagar. Thank you
very much, Mr. Speaker. And I will be the reasonable voice in the House today. And unfortunately, when I hear colleagues, accusing each other of righteous indignation, we have to look at our track records. There's a lot that we have done as a Liberal government to protect children, and there's a lot of slogans that have come out from that side. There's a lot of politicization of what should be the protection of children here in our country that we are not able to get to because they continue to restrict and to uphold and to completely restrict a legislation like this going forward through this House so that it can protect Canadians and can protect our children all across the country.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I'm going to speak about one of the Online Harm Act's core purposes, and that's the protection of children. Our government will stop at nothing to ensure kids in this country are safe, and this includes online safety. Our children spend many hours of their day watching online videos, chatting with their friends, and posting snippets of their life. Being online is integral to their lives and offers many benefits. It's a way for them to connect, learn, and be entertained. However, the online space is not always safe for children. We have rigorous toy standards to ensure that Canadian kids don't get hurt while playing. The internet is the most complex and riskiest toy ever invented. It must have its own safety standards to protect kids from the harms embedded within social media platforms. For too long, we've tolerated a system where social media platforms have offloaded their responsibilities onto parents, expecting them to protect their kids from harms that platforms create and amplify. Until now, there have been no safety regulations for online platforms. Parents and kids don't know where to turn to get help when things go wrong online. This bill creates a baseline standard for online platforms to keep Canadians safe. It holds platforms accountable for the content they host. Over the last several years, we've conducted extensive public consultations. A common theme that was heard was the vulnerability of children online and the pressing need to take steps to protect them. At the same time, the consultations highlighted a desire for a flexible, risk-based approach to online regulation. Bill 63 balances these two objectives. I'm disappointed to see the Conservatives discredit the hard work of organizers, victims, and survivors across the country who were consulted on this legislation. By refusing to support this bill, they're rejecting this experience and the reality of today's world, that children are not currently safe online. This bill was meticulously created to keep Canadians safe while ensuring rights are maintained. The Online Harms Act introduces a new duty to protect children that requires platforms to integrate design features that protect children on their platforms and report on the measures they're taking to protect children. The specific design features will be identified following open regulatory processes where all interested parties will have a chance to be heard. This will ensure that the measures are fit for purpose, consider the latest research and evidence, and are workable for the social media services that will need to implement them. We believe this approach to protecting children respects this government's position of supporting a safe and inclusive digital space in Canada. The Online Harm Act requires operators of social media services to integrate design features that protect children, such as age-appropriate design. Bill C-63 does not opt for a prescriptive approach requiring the use of a specific technology, such as age verification, but instead opts for a principle-based approach that can evolve with technology. The goal of age-appropriate design is to make the user experience for children online safer by decreasing the risk that they will encounter harmful content. This might include design features like parental controls, default settings related to warning labels on content, and safe search settings. Age-appropriate design is useful because it is not a one-size-fits-all approach. It recognizes that a 5-year-old and a 16-year-old interact with the online world differently, so they likely require different design features to improve the safety of their online experience. The Digital Safety Commission will articulate these features through regulations after examining industry practices and available technology, as well as engaging with stakeholders and Canadians. This process will ensure that the subsequent regulations on design features that protect children will be well informed and in line with Canadians' expectations of privacy and digital expression. Bill C-63 was crafted with special attention to freedom of speech, as this is a charter right that the government will always protect. At each step, we made design choices with freedom of expression top of mind. Under the Online Harms Act, the risk-based approach is anchored in a duty to act responsibly that requires platforms to create safer spaces online where users are less likely to encounter harmful content. The duty seeks to ensure that adequate systems are in place by services that limit the likelihood of users viewing harmful content. Bill C-63 would also enhance the protection of children online by amending an act respecting the mandatory reporting of internet child pornography by persons who provide an internet service. the quote, Mandatory Reporting Act. The bill would amend the Mandatory Reporting Act to strengthen reporting obligations under the Act to help facilitate child pornography investigations. The bill would allow for the centralization of reporting to a single law enforcement body, a response to a long-time ask from law enforcement and child advocates. The duty to report would be triggered when the service provider has reasonable grounds to believe that their network is being or has been used to commit a child pornography offense. The reporting requirement will also be enhanced to require the provision of transmission data in any report where the service provider believes that the material is manifestly child pornography. We recognize that children are spending more and more of their time on the internet. Our goal is not to prevent children from having access to valuable information and the social experience online. Our goal is the opposite, to make the online environment as safe as possible for them to explore. The duties set out in the Online Harms Act will be critical to accomplishing this goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good job.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Pointe-de-l'Île.
The honourable member for Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you. I congratulate my colleague on her speech. Would she agree that we should divide the bill up into parts? So then we could deal with part 1, which mostly relates to sexual content, and we could divide that from other parts of the bill, which may be problematic for some.
Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question and for his suggestion. I think the government spent 4 years consulting on this bill, and I think it's important that we look at the entire bill together. I know it's going to be going to committee, and honourable members can discuss those kind of things there, but given 4 years of consultation, I believe the government has listened to the consultation and put what it needs to put into this bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her great speech, and I've enjoyed working with her on so many different issues over the years. She talked about the protection of children. Now, the U.S. Senate recently passed the Kids Online Safety Act with bipartisan support, and that'd be great to be able to do something like that here on parts of this. But it contained provisions to restrict design features that contribute to compulsive use of social media by youth, like automatic playing of media, rewards for time spent on the platform, and notifications. Now, by contrast, Bill C-63 primarily focuses on addressing harmful content and leaves the possibility of restricting addictive design features to future regulations. Now, given the youth mental health crisis and increasing concerns about the role of social media, does my colleague believe that Bill C-63 could be improved by incorporating provisions like those seen in the U.S. bill to restrict addictive design features?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his tremendous work when it comes to mental health and the mental health of young people here in Canada. We did a study at the Ethics Committee, one of the few studies that we actually were able to do some work on the influence of exactly the type of addictive behavior that the honourable member has spoken about and the impact on young people. And it's not as easy as I initially thought it would be to regulate that. I think it's something that's important that we look at. The addictive nature of social media and the algorithms that are built in are something that we do need to be looking at. And I would be happy to work with the honourable member on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. And with respect to the important concerns pointed out by the member from the NDP, I think those are really important suggestions to get on the floor of the committee. With respect to the ideas about dividing the bill, I think what's really important is that after 4 years of consultation, we understand online harms to be a continuum. They don't just affect children, they affect adolescents, and they affect people who are adults. What I put to the member opposite, and I've appreciated her work tremendously as well, she's been an outspoken advocate for women, including women who are facing violence and things like coercive control. A very key measure in this bill deals with not just older adult women, but also younger women. And that deals with the phenomenon of revenge porn, the non-consensual sharing of intimate images. We know that has had tragic consequences for young Canadian women in this country, such as Rehtaeh Parsons and Amanda Todd. Under this bill, under Bill C-63, that kind of material would have to come down within 24 hours. Could the member comment as to whether that will help keep Canadian young women and adult women safe?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister of Justice for that question, because I've heard testimony from the families of both Amanda Todd and Ratea Parsons when I was on the Status of Women Committee. And those young women continue to be victimized online because their images continue to circulate. How many years ago were these young women just horrifically victimized online, forcing both of them to die by suicide? And I think it's incredibly important that these types of images do get removed from the internet immediately, so that the victims, and in some cases their families, do not continue to be victimized years and years after they were posted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is always an honor to rise on behalf of the people of Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, and our part of Eastern Ontario. In this case, to contribute to the debate going on today on C63, the short form known to many Canadians or through the media, and the debate on this is the online harms bill before us here today. I want to take the time that I have today to lay out a case to Canadians that I think is getting clearer and clearer by the month in the year. That after 9 years of the NDP and Liberals in office, crime is up significantly in this country. It is their record, it is their actions, in some cases inactions, but many times the actions they've undone that were successful in keeping our streets safe. When we looked at the metrics by Stats Canada, before the Liberals came into office, crime was being decreased across the country. But after 9 years of their legislation and their bills and their ideas and their policy proposals, here is what Stats Canada says is the record of this Prime Minister, the NDP and Liberals working together. Violent crime has increased 50% in this country. Homicides are not down, they are up, and they are up 28%. Sexual assaults are up by 75%. Gang murders have nearly doubled in this country over the course of the last 9 years. And it has unleashed a crime wave across this country. I make the case, sadly now, there is not one part of this country, a province or a region, that has not seen the stories in local media, word of mouth in communities of crime going up. Violent crime, robberies, theft, car theft, you name it. Auto theft is up 46%. The Justice Minister's own car, in fact, has been stolen 3 times. That's how bad crime has gotten under their watch. Extortion has exploded in this country under their watch, up 357%. It was this side of the aisle, through our deputy leader from Edmonton, the member from Edmonton Mill Woods, that had a private member's bill that would crack down and toughen up on those that Canadians who try to extort others. I would suggest when we see numbers of 357% increase, Mr. Speaker, the status quo of whatever they're doing is not working. We proposed a common sense private member's bill from this side of the aisle that was voted down. They continued the status quo by the Liberals and NDP. Recently, it was through our work and asking the questions, we finally got some answers. The Liberal government was forced to admit that 256 people were killed in 2022 by a criminal who was out on bail or another form of release. Just in 2022 alone. Unacceptable, and speaks to the many broken policies that they've implemented in the last 9 years. It's not by accident. Look at the province of Ontario that paints the picture of where we go when it comes to their public safety record. In Ontario, the total number of violent criminal code violations is up. It's up 51% in Ontario specifically to 164,723. Homicides in Ontario are up 50%, 262. Total violent firearms offenses, for all their record they've claimed to do, and I'll get to that a bit in a bit, 1,346. That is a 97% increase in violent firearms offenses in Ontario alone. Extortion is up 383% in Ontario, just under 4,000 cases. And theft of a motor vehicle has gone from, under their watch, when they came in, 16,600 vehicle thefts in Ontario, has exploded 167%. And now under their watch, their soft on crime approach, C5, C75, and so forth, 44,459 thefts of a motor vehicle, a 167% increase. That is their record. C75 is their record, passed and implemented by the Liberals and the NDP that implemented catch and release bail policies. And despite their attempt of legislation demanded by Conservatives, demanded by every premier in this country, it did not go far enough, and C75 is still wreaking havoc on our law enforcement and public safety in this country. C5, passed again by the Liberals and the NDP, supported by the Bloc. In that case, I specifically remember as well. When it started getting implemented and Canadians started to see the wacko examples of criminals of a violent nature, of a repeat nature, being arrested and back out on the streets, the Bloc tried to pretend that they weren't for it anymore, but they voted for C5. And that removed, in the case of sentencing, mandatory minimum sentences for major crimes, ensuring again that violent criminals are out in the streets. And yet, after all those numbers, Mr. Speaker, and I take the time to lay those out, that is their record. They can't go back and blame anybody else, but for the last 9 years, they have been in office. It has been their government legislation that has allowed this crime wave to be unleashed across Canada. And here we have a justice minister that is touting how great their latest solution is with C63. Rightfully, Canadians have a major distrust in this government. Their record on public safety itself speaks for itself, the numbers and the examples that people are living and breathing. But it was this justice minister on his first days on the job did a media interview and said, quote, "I think that empirically it's unlikely Canada's becoming less." People, it's just people's minds. It's in their heads. It's not really a problem. People are just envisioning that. That just goes to show you the mindset and perspective when it comes to public safety, protecting our streets, of getting this violent crime wave down in this country. That's the perspective. It's just all in your heads and there's nothing to think about. If we look at legislation, I've mentioned C5 and C75. It was just last week that this debate is actually timely today because it was about last week that we got an updated answer. 4 years ago, the Prime Minister had a big stunt of a photo op and an announcement that he was going to ban assault rifles and he was going to clamp down and resolve all of this by their legislation and their will. Well, the numbers are out. 4 years later after saying that, zero firearms are off our streets from criminals. And Mr. Speaker, the only winner in this is the bureaucracy. $67 million of taxpayers' money has been spent on a program that is not even running, not even active, and has taken precisely zero firearms from criminals and gang members off our streets in this country. That is their record. But worst of all with that, we know what they're proposing to do and why there are all those delays is they are rightfully being called out. That it won't be the gang members, it won't be those involved in criminal enterprises that are doing these car thefts and these violent crimes and committing these firearms offenses in big cities and suburbs and rural communities alike. They're not going to be participating in this terrible program, this costly, useless program, frankly. They are targeting law-abiding firearms owners, hunters, sport shooters, Indigenous communities that follow the law, have never been a public safety issue. It is them that are going to be paying the price on this, and it's taxpayers, just $67 million alone going out. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I've said to many folks in our part of Eastern Ontario and in my travels across the country, there's not too many prerequisites to becoming a member of parliament and sitting in this chamber. It's democratically elected through democracy, which is obviously the right way to go. But I feel if there ever was a little asterisk that every member of parliament must do before debating or voting on public safety legislation such as this, they should do a ride-along with the frontline law enforcement in this country. We are very blessed in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry to have the OPP, the Cornwall Community Police, and we have a force in Akwesasne, and we also have the RCMP. One of the most rewarding events or annual visits that I make is to those detachments, getting in a vehicle with a frontline law enforcement member and seeing firsthand and on the front lines what they have to go through day in and day out. They are extremely, extremely frustrated after 9 years. A soft on crime approach, a broken justice system, a broken bail system, and a Liberal government that continues to make life easier for those criminals of a repeat violent nature and taking valuable police resources and time away from important things in this country. And instead, they're repeatedly arresting and re-arresting many of the same folks despite being out on bail. I raise that today, Mr. Speaker, because in the context of C-63, under their watch and the broken bail system, where repeat violent offenders are back out in the streets within about 24 hours on average. What is happening is police are being redirected and dealing with the same percentage. It was the Vancouver Police Department that said in 1 year, there were 6,000 police interactions, many of those arrests of the same 40, 50 people. That means every other day, an interaction, an arrest, a bail hearing, and back out on the street. That is a waste of police resources. How much longer does it take? How many more calls from Conservatives, premiers, law enforcement agencies to fix our broken bail system? And instead, what we have here today for Canadians, as when you talk about the broad terms of protecting folks online, protecting children, cracking down, as it says, on internet child pornography, the basis of this legislation is admitting failure on the part of this government, because our court system and existing law enforcement resources are so overloaded with the increase in crime, broken justice system, broken bail system, that now they're proposing a brand new federal bureaucracy, hundreds and hundreds of federal bureaucrats to now administer what they say can't be done through existing means. If we were able to go back to common sense, the way it was before this Prime Minister and the government came into office, we could revert back and allow law enforcement, many cases are existing laws, to be enforced and protect Canadians, to protect children, protect children, families, victims of child pornography, victims of all ages, and to clamp down on the rising hate crime numbers that are happening under their watch. I say this, Mr. Speaker, and I correlate again to their record. We had a piece of legislation a couple of years ago passed under their watch, C-11, which was amending the Broadcasting Act, which was basically, I call a censorship act, where they were going to be hiring hundreds of new bureaucrats at the CRTC to watch and regulate the algorithms of internet searches in Canada. At that time, oh, don't worry, it's not that big of a deal. It's not going to cost that much. It is getting very, very expensive, and they're just getting started in the cost in the bureaucracy. So I'm proud of our common sense Conservative team on this side, because what we did very early on when the government came forward with Bill C-63, we asked the Parliamentary Budget Officer to take a look at what the cost of this proposal is going to be. An independent look to understand the true cost to administer what their proposal is. And it was just A little while ago, the analysis came forward. Posted on their website, the parliamentary budget officer found that it is going to cost a staggering $200 million to establish, in the government's own data provided to the parliamentary budget officer, 330 new bureaucrats and a brand new bureaucracy to administer this. You have to ask, when does this madness stop? When do they keep adding new bureaucracies, new commissions, new layers, and not tackle the problem we have in our existing justice system, our existing law enforcement community, whether it be the RCMP, provincial force, or a local municipal force? They are stretched thin because of the broken policies they've implemented. And now their proposal is to separate all that, a new bureaucracy. And worst of all, when asked, there's no time frame. A lot of the regulations and details of what they're proposing will be dealt with later, of course. Behind closed doors, a lack of transparency and a lack of details of what they're providing to Canadians. And just think by context, that $200 million a year, as opposed to creating a new bureaucracy, and we know how Ottawa works, we know how these Liberals work with the NDP. They make a great big announcement of how wonderful it's going to be and how it's going to solve every utopia and solve every problem possible. They never follow through. It is never done cost effectively, and it is delay after delay and more frustration and more backlog. We are going to see the exact same thing when it comes to this new bureaucracy proposed under C-63. The $200 million, for context, Mr. Speaker, if we took that and went and invested in frontline law enforcement, if we were hiring more police officers, the numbers we have, we could hire over 200 more per year to work the front lines each and every time, each and every year, to tackle on the front lines what we have. I want to thank a colleague of ours in this House that's been on the file of protecting women, protecting children, protecting all Canadians and victims of child pornography, of exposing intimate images, and in many cases, new emerging technologies of deep fakes and EI. It's a member for Calgary Nose Hill. Mr. Speaker, what we need to realize here is that this legislation is inadequate for many reasons. Her speech, the colleague of our Shadow Minister for Justice and the Attorney General of Canada, and many other colleagues with a law enforcement background in the legal community have spoken up against this. What we have said as Conservatives, as always, the Liberals get it wrong again. They claim for 4 years we should pass this and get it to committee and just be fine with it because for 4 years they've consulted. They've tabled legislation before that they've had to pull because they got it wrong. And there are still many voices in this country speaking up against the bill in its current form and the infringing on free speech of what they will do. Taking decisions through regulation, through back channel means and behind closed doors, making decisions, putting the power for way too many people that don't deserve it. Meta, Facebook, other tech companies, having these big, massive lobbying efforts they can do for this new bureaucracy. Instead, Mr. Speaker, what our common sense Conservative private members bill does, C-412, is actually says two things. Let's enforce the existing laws in this country when it comes to hate crimes. They are there, but they lack the political will on the side to actually go and use those tools. And if we're going to modernize legislation, which does need at times, Mr. Speaker, what we could do is go after AI and deep fakes, not even addressed in C-63 in the modernization. They are proposing, like they have with C-5, with C-75, now with C-63. And you can go through and look at other legislations there, firearm confiscation program of law-abiding firearms, hunters and anglers in this country. You can look and see on so many pieces of legislation, they talk and talk and talk a big game, and you can look at the numbers, their own numbers. The more and the longer they're in office, the more they spend and the worse it gets. From a financial situation, but most importantly, from a public safety perspective. C-63 does not need to be as omnibus as it is. For the number of years they claim that they consulted, they have got it wrong again. It is time to bring forward not this bill, but the common sense conservative bill C-412. Let's get to the root causes. Let's protect children. Let's protect women. Let's protect all Canadians from the abuse and hate and violence seen online through child pornography and other means. Let's use that, and let's trust our law enforcement on the front lines with the tools and resources to get that job done. They don't need a new bureaucracy. They don't need to be thrown aside. They need to be empowered with good legislation, with good support from this federal government, not the record we've seen after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
To today, and he spoke extensively about crime and about listening to law enforcement. What I would simply put to him is that we can't cherry pick which victims we're going to support in this place. And secondly, in respect to listening to law enforcement, it is law enforcement, including hate crimes units around this country, who have asked for this legislation because they simply said, we need more tools, and the specific tool we need is for the information to come down. The statistics show that 4 out of 10 Canadians are exposed to online hate. That statistic doubles if they are a member of a racialized community, a disability community, or identify as 2S LGBTQ+. What I would put to the member opposite is that
Je pense qu'il y a un problème.
I think there might be an issue with interpretation. There's a telephone ringing close to the microphone.
You can just move that away so it doesn't interfere in the microphones, and I'll allow the Honourable Minister to maybe back up a little bit. Honourable Minister.
Begin from the start. The member opposite, I thank him for his contributions today. He talked extensively about crime, and what I would say to him is that we cannot cherry pick which victims we would support in this place. Secondly, he talked about listening to law enforcement, walking with law enforcement. I've done exactly that, and what law enforcement has told me is that they need increased tools, including a tool to take down the images that are so harmful to adolescents and to children. But thirdly, what I would say is that they've cited to me the statistics. 4 out of 10 Canadians are exposed to online hate. That number doubles if you are racialized, a person with a disability, or identify as 2S LGBTQ+. What I would say to him is that we thankfully have not had an incident like this in Canada. But in Orlando in 2016, 49 people were killed, 53 wounded by a person radicalized online who went in and shot people at a queer bar. If we can prevent that kind of incident from happening in Canada, is this bill worth supporting for the member opposite?
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas South Glengarry.
Let's be very clear about that Justice Minister's record and the record of the Liberals and NDP. The number of victims under their watch has skyrocketed in this country. When he's talking to law enforcement and they're overwhelmed and need more tools, it's because the decisions they've made to be soft on crime, a revolving catch and release bail system, being soft on crime and not going after, not following through, using the existing laws in this country, that is why they're being overwhelmed. And let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, about what law enforcement want. They want the tools to do what they have done for decades, generations, and centuries in many cases in this country, to be the front line of law enforcement in this country, to go after themselves. They don't want a 330-person, $200 million a year bureaucracy that's going to backlog everything. They want the resources themselves. And what they want is they want some common sense from this Justice Minister, who maybe can realize after his car getting stolen 3 times that their existing policy, their existing framework, and all the things that they've done in 9 years is made the problem worse for law enforcement. They need the new tools, and we're not cherry picking victims. The number of victims in this country has skyrocketed directly because of his policies, no one else's.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of the fact that in the bill, the exemption is upheld for religious texts. What does he think about that religious exemption for a secular situation? Honourable Member.
Say to the Honourable Member, on that specific provision, there is a right and for freedom of religion in this country. And going on about exemptions on that, I think what's important here is enforcement if there's a problem. If there is hate that's generated online or cases or acts of that, that could be very explicitly clear on existing legislation that we have in this country. We talk about modernizations and what we do, Mr. Speaker. It's actually going after AI, deepfakes, and many emerging technologies that have not been updated in this legislation. But I will just say, I think in the broader context of this, I'm very curious to see where the Bloc Québécois will land on this legislation. We'll remember many times they've propped up previous bad bills from this Liberal government, including C5, that as soon as they voted for it, they immediately started regretting that they did and pretending that they wanted changes and having amendments and so forth. There's a lot of questions the Bloc Québécois need to answer and stop propping up this Liberal government so Canadians can decide. I think, frankly, public safety, and let's actually, frankly, have a carbon tax election overall, too. Canadians need to have their say.
Question, Kamalter, questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the issues that's very prevalent in the broader community, of course, is the issue of disinformation, and it's happening more and more now. And I think it's more urgent than ever for us to tackle this issue. Now, in Taiwan, Mr. Speaker, they've actually been very proactive in dealing with this. And this, of course, there's an intersection of this issue with foreign interference. In Taiwan, what they have done in the government there is created a portal whereby citizens can put forward information that they're not sure if it's true or not. It's almost like a fact-checking kind of portal. And then you would actually be able to know whether or not this is disinformation. So I'm wondering whether or not the member would support an effort like this. One of the things, and I'm going to say because he's going to attack the NDP no matter what, is that we're going to say we will support this for second reading because I think it warrants discussion at second reading and for us to hear from experts as well as to entertain potential amendments.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas South Glengarry.
The issue of disinformation and misinformation, you're right, is a major issue in this country. It was only on the floor of the House of Commons last week that the member from Kingston and the Islands was called out for spreading misinformation and disinformation himself and was forced to apologize and has been quite quiet since then, Mr. Speaker. So yes, the Liberals have a lot to own up right in their own caucus on misinformation and disinformation there. To the member's point in all of this, it comes down to trust. And it comes down to the overarching themes or parts of this bill. There is rightfully a distrust in this country based on past behavior and examples and follow through that the NDP continued to vote confidence and vote as part of their coalition with the Liberals for many years. C11 was an example of all these things it was going to solve. The firearms confiscation program that actually doesn't target violent criminals. They spend $67 million and get nothing done. All talk, no action. So to the member for Vancouver East, and particularly the members of the NDP, there is an issue that the overarching parts of this are on the wrong track. We have a common sense conservative solution on this side. That's what we're advocating for. The trust to take this behind closed doors, to have the minister and big tech be the administrators and arbiters of this is completely on the wrong track.
Questions and comments? So the honourable for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-412 does three things. It provides law enforcement with more tools and victims of criminal online harassment more tools to stop the harassment immediately. Victims groups of all political stripe are crying out for this. Bill C-63 doesn't do this. C-412 also includes an immediate legislated duty of care for online operators. C-63 proposes to allow big tech companies to manipulate what would be in that duty of care 5 years into the future and when we need justice now. C-412 also closes a loophole in the criminal code for the non-consensual distribution of intimate images created by deepfakes. Would the member suggest that the government should adopt C-12, parse out the section in C-63 on strengthening reporting requirements for child pornography, pass that on unanimous consent, and then abandon the rest of the bill that has had people like Margaret Atwood calling the bill Orwellian so that we can get justice for children, women who are experiencing intimate partner violence, and children in high schools who aren't getting justice because there are nudes of them being created online.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas South Glengarry.
My colleague from Calgary Nose Hill just did an eloquent example and summary. And just think about this by context. The Minister of Justice and the Liberal government spent 4 years and used the bureaucracy of hundreds and hundreds of folks here in Ottawa to do consultations. The member from Calgary Nose Hill, a small but mighty common sense conservative caucus, and her team have tabled more substantive legislation that gets to the core of the issue than what this Liberal minister's had and this government's had for the last 4 years. So kudos to her for her leadership on this file. And most importantly, not creating a bureaucracy that maybe 5 years down the road might start to get the ball rolling on helping victims, has been outlined on this. But we can make immediate, tangible changes and improve public safety, protect children, protect women now, and not wait for a brand new bureaucracy 5 years down the road. Common sense means we can get common sense changes now, not 5 years down the road.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Tar, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And quite frankly, common sense for the Conservatives is a bunch of nonsense. At the end of the day, when you take a look at Bill C-63, you have organizations like the National Council of the Canadian Muslims, the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs, two outstanding organizations in support of passing Bill C-63. As Conservatives continue to rely on the MAGA right and those individuals to influence public policy, what Canadians that are following the debate need to be aware of is that the Conservative Party is not there for the people of Canada. This legislation is about children. It's about exploitation of individuals that are being, pictures being exploited onto the internet without consent. The legislation is there, it's tangible, has a wide spectrum of support. Why won't the Conservative Party today allow it to pass to committee at the very least?
Honourable Member Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, what is nonsense is that member still having any sort of pride in his record after 9 years. You know what is nonsense? Nonsense is when Stats Canada says that after all the legislation, all the things that they've done in 9 years, that violent crime is up 50%, homicides are up 28%, sexual assaults are up 75%, and the amount of hate and threats in cases in this country have absolutely skyrocketed, not from nonsense on this side, but nonsense and virtue signaling and a woke approach they've taken on that side. The irony of all this, Mr. Speaker, for that member of Winnipeg to go and to have the confidence and the pride that he has in his government records. It is law enforcement in this country. It is victims of crime that have exploded in numbers that are tired of that approach, the broken approach. Every time they propose something, every time they spend more money, it gets worse and crime rates go up. I think it's time to have an election, let Canadians decide. And I have a feeling that Liberal caucus might be in a very small corner of the back over there when things get done based on their numbers.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a privilege and honor to rise in this House. It's nice to see everyone this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from the riding of Richmond Hill and my neighbour in York Region. It's great to see the honourable member here this afternoon. Let me just move this over, Mr. Speaker, just to be in line with the TV cameras. Monsieur le Président, c'est un honneur pour moi.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor for me to share a few words with you about Bill C-63, a new legislative and regulatory framework that would amend the Canadian Human Rights Act and an act respecting the mandatory reporting of internet child pornography by persons who provide an internet service, and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts.
Have a real-world impact, Mr. Speaker, sometimes tragic, even fatal consequences. Ask the families of the 6 people killed at the Quebec City Mosque by someone radicalized online. Ask the young boy orphaned by the horrific attack on the Afsal family in London, Ontario. Ask the parents of the young people who have taken their lives after being extorted online. The Online Harms Act is the result of extensive consultation conducted over more than 4 years. We've heard from countless organizations that represent victims on the essential nature of this legislation. The groups in support of this bill range from the Canadian Centre for Child Protection to the National Council of Canadian Muslims to the Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs to the Canadian Race Relations Foundation. Victims of exploitation and hatred and those who advocate on their behalf are asking us, all of us, to do more. It's time we meet their call and meet their demands. The leader of the opposition forgets these facts. He's not serious about helping kids. He's not serious about stopping hatred, online or non-online. Conservatives are abandoning victims who are asking us to do more. They are discrediting the years of detailed expert advice and shared experience gathered during consultations. The Conservative so-called law and order agenda vanishes when it comes to keeping our digital world safe and keeping our kids safe, Mr. Speaker. That puts children at risk. That allows hate to fester. We won't let that happen, Mr. Speaker. We will do better. Canadians deserve to live in safety online and in the real world. They also deserve a measure of decency from their politicians, much like I would ask my colleagues on the other side to refrain from making comments when other individuals are commenting on things that are important. As regards the criminal code amendments, the bill proposes to define the term hatred. It's called decency, individuals. This definition would apply to the two hate propaganda offenses in section 319.
Order. I know as we get closer to 2 o'clock when we have question period started, with a lot of people coming in having conversations. Let's just keep it down and making sure the honourable member who has the floor can keep his thoughts straight so that he can give us the speech that I know he's prepared to do. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your intervention. This definition would apply to the two hate propaganda offenses in section 319 of the criminal code that have the term hatred as an element of the offense, as well as the proposed new hate crime offense. The definition would put into statutory language the high bar that the Supreme Court of Canada has found is required to constitute hatred in this context. It means an emotion that involves detestation or vilification, a message that discredits, humiliates, hurts, or offends another. No matter how unpleasant that message might be, does not meet this high bar. There's a category of online language that we call awful but lawful. The
bill would also amend the criminal code to create a new undertaking not to disturb the peace in offenses related to hate propaganda. This undertaking is based on peace bonds provided for already in the criminal code, which the purpose of which is to prevent certain crimes. For example, for terrorism-related offenses and criminal gang offenses.
To better denounce and address hate-motivated conduct. For instance, it would increase the maximum punishment for all hate propaganda offenses when persecuted as indictable offenses. Monsieur le Président, il est important.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this bill would create a new offense, and it would apply to any offense that was inspired by hate based on grounds like race, religion, ethnic origin, or gender identity. The stiffest penalty would be life imprisonment. And this would be in the cases where serious harms were caused by a hate-based offense. And this would be harm to an individual, harm to the community, and harm to Canadian society as a whole. Although the maximum penalty for this offense is life imprisonment, independent judges will be the ones who decide on the appropriate the appropriate sentence based on the circumstances of the crime.
I strongly support this proposed change, Mr. Speaker. It would respond to repeated calls for stronger hate crime laws in the criminal code and would send a clear message that the government, and indeed all parliamentarians, strongly condemn and denounce any crime committed with a hate motive. Quite simply, harming others out of hatred has no place in our society, and our laws should reflect this. It would also allow us to better understand and address hate-motivated crime by allowing better identification and tracking of these individual offenses. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I turn to amendments outside the criminal law. This bill proposes amendments to the Canadian Human Rights Act that would empower individuals and groups to obtain effective remedies against other users who post hate speech online, as improved in section 13 of the CHRA, would provide that is discriminatory practice to communicate hate speech online. Complaints would be filed at the Canadian Human Rights Commission, which would screen them out or into the process under the Canadian Human Rights Act. Respondents might recognize at this point that their content is hate speech and take it down. Otherwise, the Commission would decide whether to send complaints for adjudication at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. After a fair hearing, if the tribunal upholds a complaint, it would order the respondent to remove the hate speech. In special cases, the tribunal will be able to order compensation to victims personally identified in the hate speech and may award a monetary penalty. If needed, Mr. Speaker, to ensure compliance with the law. In any event, the purpose of the CHRA is not to punish, but to remedy Section 13. Section 13 is not criminal law, and it does not establish an offense. Some members may recall that Parliament repealed an older version of Section 13 of the CHRA a decade ago. That repeal took away an important tool for combating hate speech online. In that time, we have seen why Canadians need this tool. We consulted widely, Mr. Speaker, to understand the perceived problems with the former Section 13. As a result, these amendments include a number of improvements. Specifically, hate speech is now clearly defined, and the Commission would rapidly dismiss complaints that do not satisfy this definition. Complainants and witnesses may be given confidentiality where needed in order to protect them from reprisals. Further, the tribunal would have more control over litigants who abuse the process.
These changes to the Canada Human Rights Act will create effective remedies in individual cases, along with more systematic regulations under the Online Harms Act. I'd like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, my speech by pointing out that this bill also deals with online crime
Juvenile pornography
and child pornography.
Pornography sur Internet par les personnes qui fournissent des services Internet.
It also applies to internet service providers. And the legislation will be amended to address rapid sociological and technological change when it comes to child pornography. Among other things, it will be made clear in the law that this applies to social networks and apps.
To everyone in this country, especially with the rise of the internet and online social media networks, I encourage all members to support this groundbreaking legislation, Bill C-63. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, as there isn't enough time for questions and comments, when we do return back, the honourable member will have 5 minutes of questions and comments. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Dental Care Plan is already changing lives in many communities in Bonavista, Burin, Trinity, and across Newfoundland and Labrador. Almost 42,000 Newfoundlanders and Labradorians can now visit the dental office thanks to the Canadian Dental Care Plan. Mr. Speaker, dental care is health care, and we know Canadians, including the 750,000 who have already received care, don't want their uninsured neighbors or family members to end up in ER from infections for the simple fact that they just couldn't afford to go to the dentist. As members of Parliament, we must show up for our communities and put the interests of Canadians first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, across our country, millions of Canadians selflessly invest their time and energy to help make our communities great. One such individual is Stephanie Bjorgen, who has worked tirelessly to improve the quality of life for children and their parents through the establishment of the Red Roof Retreat. Red Roof Retreat was established in 2000, but the journey to its creation began in 1993 when Stephanie's middle son, Garrett, was born with cerebral palsy. That's when Stephanie started realizing just how little there was available for Garrett and other children with special needs. So she got to work and has been tremendously devoted ever since the starting and growing this incredible organization. In July, Stephanie was awarded the Meritorious Service Decoration in the Civil Division by the Governor General. It is my sincere honor to recognize Red Roof Retreat and Stephanie Bjorgen in the House of Commons today and to thank her for making our community and our country a better place to live.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, over 8,000 Prince Edward Islanders have already received dental care thanks to the Canadian Dental Care Plan and the dental professionals in PEI who work closely with our indefatigable Minister of Health to improve the program. I wish to recognize the leadership of the Dental Association of Prince Edward Island, including Dr. Mike Conley and Dr. Matt Schaffner, who always put their patients first during discussions with our government. I'm honored to represent 2,000 of those patients, many of whom are seniors on fixed incomes. But what does the leader of the official opposition have to say to them? He claims the program doesn't exist. He didn't protect your CPP pension, and he won't fight for your dental care. Seniors have worked hard their whole lives. They deserve the dignity of knowing that their pension is safe and they can receive the dental care they need. Our government is delivering exactly that for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, media outlets are so important in local communities everywhere in Quebec. In Longueuil, FM 103.3, the South Shore's community radio station, was recently honored as a Community Radio of the Year at the Rencontre de la Disque ceremony. This honor recognizes the station's commitment to promoting Francophone music and emerging talent. By giving a voice to local artists and bringing culture closer to the listeners, FM 103.3 is strengthening the region's cultural identity. For its part, TVRS, which is celebrating its 35th anniversary this year, continues to serve the community with programming that is as rich as it is diverse. By highlighting local events and stories, TVRS reflects the day-to-day reality of its viewers, providing local content that is essential to the community's well-being. These two media outlets exemplify the importance of a strong local press, one that forges ties and brings everyone in our communities closer together. Thank you. Thank you so much for building solidarity and unity. We will continue to fight alongside you. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise in the House today to talk about the Canadian Dental Care Plan, and it's helped over 7,000 constituents in my riding of Cape Breton-Canso. Now, the Conservative leader says the program doesn't even exist, but tell that to more than 750,000 Canadians and close to 69,000 Nova Scotians that have already received dental care. Now, our government knows that investing in dental care means better outcomes, health outcomes for Nova Scotians and Canadians. The Conservatives don't even know how to run public health care plans. They only know how to cut them. The Conservative leader had dental coverage for the last 20 years or so. Is it too much to ask for Nova Scotians to have the same?
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, over the summer, I met with and heard from the good people of the Okanagan, Shuswap, and across BC. They are hardworking and they love their country. But what I heard from them was taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and they are saying time is up. 1 in 5 Canadians skipped or reduced the size of at least one meal because they couldn't afford groceries. 1 in 5 parents ate less so their children or other families could eat. In Vernon, 1 in 23 families relied on the food bank in the last 12 months, and 1 in 13 kids depended on the food bank last year. 30% of food bank users in Vernon are children. Many food bank users are hardworking middle-class families struggling to put food on the table, some already working 2 or more jobs. What I heard was after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, those good people have no confidence in this government and want a carbon tax election now.
The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, thanks to our government, the Canadian Dental Care Plan helps Canadians across the country, including in Quebec. Over 713,000 Quebecers are eligible for coverage through the Canadian Dental Care Plan, including 12,000 people in my riding of Vimy. And if that's not enough to convince you of the program's success, well, Just ask the 750,000 Canadians who have already benefited from the plan. These are real people who are benefiting from this historic program put in place by our government. When we make healthy communities a priority, everyone benefits. The Honourable Member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding of Madawaska, Restigouche, we're seeing the positive effects of the Canadian Dental Care Plan. Over 52,000 New Brunswickers are eligible for care under this program. That's not only great news for my province, Mr. Speaker, but it's also great news for the 750,000 Canadians who have already had access to care through the plan. Mr. Speaker, Conservative cuts will endanger the dental care program, and our people need it in New Brunswick and elsewhere in Canada. Canadians can rest assured that our government is committed to protecting their healthcare system and their dental care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe. The third Saturday in September is National Hunting, Trapping and Fishing Heritage Day across Canada. But this NDP Liberal government has turned their back on hunters and anglers. Hunting, trapping and fishing are synonymous with Canadian identity and heritage. Canada is blessed to have vast amounts of public land, forest, rivers, lakes, and oceans. And as the Shadow Minister for Hunting, Angling and Conservation, I am proud to represent the interests of the millions of Canadians who hunt, fish, and conserve our wild spaces. But after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, hunters and anglers have had enough. As lawful gun owners, hunters are tired of being demonized and blamed by this government for the violent crime wave they caused. Anglers are frustrated by the restrictions and closures that make no sense, and grassroots and local conservation organizations are ignored or left out in the cold in favor of global agendas that will deny Canadians access to our own wild spaces. Conservatives know that hunters and anglers are the original and best conservationists, and a Conservative government will always listen, respect, and include them.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, before our government passed the Canadian Dental Care Plan, 1 out of 4 Canadians could not afford to go to the dental office. Now, since we passed the Canadian Dental Care Plan, more than 700,000 Ontarians can now visit a dental provider. This has allowed dentists in my community to serve over 10,000 people in London West, Mr. Speaker. We clearly know that this is working because 750,000 Canadians have already used a CDCP, and they don't want to lose that access to this vital program. Conservatives do not want to talk about the incredible impact of this program that it has had on many thousands of lives in our country, because they don't want to know that they're going to be cutting, Mr. Speaker. They're going to be cutting this program, which will impact Canadians. Our government, however, is always going to put Canadians first. We're going to work to get this country's healthcare, the healthcare that it deserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Caribou, Prince George.
Since 2016, over 47,000 Canadians have lost their lives due to overdose. Overdose is the leading cause of death for children aged 10 to 18 in my province of British Columbia. The Tribal Council, representing 14 First Nations on Vancouver Island, has declared a state of emergency over the ongoing opioid and overdose crisis. Under this NDP Liberal government in Ottawa and the NDP government in BC, Indigenous people in BC are dying at a rate 6 times higher than that of non-Indigenous. This Prime Minister and his friend Premier Eby have unleashed crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder on our streets. Their radical experiments like so-called safe supply and decriminalization have turned our once safe communities into war zones. Only common sense Conservatives will end the dangerous drug experiments and bring home treatment, prevention, and recovery for our loved ones. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up for this Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, voting for the best interests of Quebec means voting with us on the Conservative Party's motion of non-confidence in this government. If the Bloc Québécois truly cares about the people of Quebec, then it must vote with the Conservative Party and stop selling its soul. That's what Premier Legault has urged them to do. So far, the Bloc Québécois has failed to achieve a single thing for Quebec. On the issue of the woodland caribou, the Liberals are going to put 8,000 jobs at risk with their Liberal decree. The Bloc has not managed to negotiate to have the decree cancelled. The only party working to save the forestry sector in Quebec is the Conservative Party. That's why the Bloc must vote with us on the non-confidence motion in order to save 8,000 forestry jobs all over Quebec. Mr. Speaker, we need to really, truly support Quebec. Will the Bloc vote to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime?
The honourable member from Winnipeg South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Manitobans believe in building up, not tearing down our public health care system, as the Conservatives have always done over the decades. That's why we are taking action to strengthen it for the long term. Our government is making significant progress in dental care, with more than 62,000 Manitobans now eligible to receive care. Across the country, 750,000 Canadians have already accessed dental care that they need, relieving families of the burden of high out-of-pocket expenses. This program is already making a real difference in the lives of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we've heard loud and clear from Manitobans that they want to see meaningful investments in healthcare, and we are doing exactly that. This is about creating a stronger, more inclusive healthcare system that reflects the values of Manitobans, equity, accessibility, and a commitment to leaving no one behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, there were tears of joy and relief across northern BC last night when news broke that 6-year-old Oakland Schweder had been found safe. Oakland was reported missing Thursday evening, and what occurred over the next 72 hours was one of the largest searches in northern BC history. On Saturday alone, over 800 people were out searching for her. I hope my colleagues will join me on behalf of all Canadians in thanking the RCMP, search and rescue teams from across BC, the Canadian Rangers, Skintyee First Nation, Chinook Emergency Response, the BC Wildfire Service, and especially the hundreds of everyday citizens who traveled from far and wide to be part of the search effort. And Mr. Speaker, as we rejoice that young Oakland is back in her parents' arms, this morning, our hearts and condolences go out to the family in Shamattawa, Manitoba, who have received tragic news concerning their missing loved one. May they find strength and support in the days to come. Thank you.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I would like to highlight the absolutely exceptional work of Carol Binet, who has been working as a shoemaker in Trois-Rivières since 1957. Mr. Binet is still working. He's 83 years old, and he demonstrates a remarkable mastery of his trade. Carol's passion for shoemaking dates back to his school days. Over time, his workshop has become a true institution, serving customers from all over the Mauricie region. He's also developed a sewing and upholstery department, as well as a shoe shop. The people of Trois-Rivières know that they are very fortunate to have Mr. Binet, who is truly very skilled and has great people skills. So every visit to his shop is a precious and unique experience for the people of the riding. And I asked him, why don't you retire? And he said, well, if I were to retire, there wouldn't be any shoemakers left. He is so very dedicated. It's an honor to commend him on his incredible career. He is a true example of resilience and perseverance. Thank you for being there for the people of Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member from Portage-Lisgar.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Now the Bloc have officially decided to join the coalition so they too can cause a little bit of hardship for Canadians. They clearly support skyrocketing rents and crime and chaos in our communities and weakened wages. Just the other day, the Premier of Quebec called on the Bloc to vote in favor of our non-confidence motion to end this tired government, and I agree with him. But the question is, why don't the Bloc? Do they not shop at the same stores as the rest of us where the carbon tax has driven up the price of everything? Can they not see the drug-fueled crime in our streets? Or maybe it's because they have the most MPs slated to benefit by getting a pension, just like the leader of the NDP. One thing is clear. The choice Canadians will have in the carbon tax election. The Liberal NDP Bloc coalition, who will continue to increase grocery prices, raise your rents, spend recklessly, and allow crime to run rampant. or common sense conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
The honourable member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, over 105,000 Albertans are now eligible for the Canadian Dental Care Plan, and 750,000 Canadians have already received care. The numbers speak for itself. Canadians want the CDCP. Accessing dental care shouldn't be political. This is a historic program, and we must protect and build our public healthcare system so that it's well equipped to meet the needs of Canadians today and for generations to come.
Colleagues, chers collègues, the last time I was in this chair, there were a number of questions which were not relevant to the administration of government. There were words which fall outside of what's acceptable in the parliamentary parliamentary system, and there was behavior which was also outside of the parliamentary traditions. I'm hoping I will have more to say about this in the coming days, but I hope that members will conduct themselves in a manner that is befitting of our constituents who have sent us here to represent them. Alors, chers collègues, jeudi.
Dear colleagues, last Thursday there were questions that were not germane to government operations and administration. We heard certain statements that are unbecoming of Parliament, and we saw certain gestures in the same direction. And so that I hope that today we will be better. We will behave better in a dignified way and in respect of our constituents who have voted us in. I will have more to say on the matter in the days to come.
Questions orales. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Regina Capel.
After 9 years of NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time's up. And Canadians are suffering. And the Liberals look around the country and they see tent cities popping up in our communities. They see millions lining up at food banks and families falling further and further into debt. And what do they think is the cause of all these problems? That Canadians aren't paying enough in taxes. That must be why they've already hiked the carbon tax 5 times and why they're going to hike it to 61 cents a litre. How can making everything more expensive provide any relief for Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I am glad that the Conservatives are finally talking about the economy because it gives me a chance to highlight some good economic news we've had. Last week, we learned that inflation in August was at 2%. In fact, for all of this year, inflation has been within Bank of Canada's target range. That means interest rates are coming down. Meanwhile, wages have been outpacing inflation for 19 months in a row. But the Conservatives don't like to talk about that because good news for Canadians is bad news.
Exactly.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
She can tell all the people lining up at food banks that they've never had it so good, and she knows that prices are not coming down. She also knows that her carbon tax won't stop a single forest fire or flood. They've admitted that. So Canadians get the brutal double whammy of all the extra costs associated with natural disasters, plus the carbon tax on top of it. And now the NDP leader is trying to pull off another stunt. He's trying to fool Canadians that he's got some new position on the carbon tax. In reality, he loves it. He's voted for it 24 times. If they're so sure that Canadians love their carbon tax, why don't they take it to the Canadian people and let them decide in a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, all these Conservatives know how to do is talk Canada down. And you know why that is? It's because they don't want Canadians to ask themselves what the Conservatives really stand for. That's because the Conservatives have a hidden agenda. Yes. They have a hidden austerity agenda. And it is time for us all to ask ourselves, what would they cut? Would they cut childcare? I think so. Would Would they cut dental care? I think so. Would they cut our housing plan? There she would.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
It's Canadians who are cutting back as they've seen their paychecks devalued and prices skyrocket. But it's not just the carbon tax that the NDP and Liberals are hiking. The new tax hike that the government is announcing today will hit the middle class hard. In the middle of a housing crisis, they're raising taxes on carpenters and roofers. In fact, the Canadian Federation of Apartment Associations said this, quote, "The capital gains increase will discourage the construction of new rental homes for Canadians." Why is the government's response to the housing crisis punishing the people who actually build the homes?
Right.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I am really glad to hear the Conservatives talk about housing because last week we made a very important announcement on housing. Last week we announced that amortizations for first-time home buyers and everyone buying new builds will be extended to 30 years. That is going to help young Canadians make the dream of home ownership a reality, and it will get more homes built faster. And I am shocked that the Conservatives are opposed to this essential measure.
The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. After 9 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, whom the Bloc wants to keep alive this week, the number of students in Quebec are ever more using food banks. The student federations have said it. Students find it hard to feed themselves. Over 80,000 went to food banks, 4 times more than 10 years ago. Instead of continuing to starve our students, will the Prime Minister and his Bloc Québécois lieutenant allow Quebecers to vote immediately to cut taxes for a common-sense government? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. This is absolute nonsense, Mr. Speaker. The member says how difficult people are finding it to feed their children, how there's too many children who go to school on an empty stomach. Last week, his Conservative leader said that such ideas are bureaucratic, including in his own riding. It's bureaucratic to give children food so that they can't go to school on an empty stomach. The honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. I invite the Liberals to look at the situation in its face. The Bloc should flee because housing and food costs have doubled in the last few years. We're paying $1 billion in interest on our debt every week, all because of the $500 billion of inflationary spending that the Bloc supported. Everyone has been paying for this. Does the Prime Minister, supported by Le Bloc Québécois, understand that enough is enough and that we can no longer afford his incompetence? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Let us talk about incompetence. Incompetence is stopping children from being able to eat in the morning and stopping MPs from supporting kids who have to go to school with an empty stomach. There are food banks in his riding. Will he go there to explain to them why it's bureaucratic to stop children from eating their fill in the morning? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Liberals have a choice. They can correct an injustice to seniors by improving old age security for 65 to 74-year-olds. If they don't, well, they'll be solely responsible for causing an election. It's as simple as that. All retirees deserve support in the face of the rising cost of living. And this government is in no position to tell them they can't afford it. It has offered $34 billion pipeline. Now the Liberals have a choice. Seniors or elections? The Honourable Minister for Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, this government has always chosen seniors. Unfortunately for our friends across the way, it's not always the case. Why have they voted against reducing the retirement age from 67 to 60, from 67 rather to 65? Why did they choose not to support the most needy Quebec seniors? At every turn, The Bloc Québécois voted against. What about dental care? The Bloc Québécois voted against dental care, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Just a reminder, oil companies received $83 billion in tax credits, and there was a bonus $34 billion pipeline. Meanwhile, pensioners aged 65 to 74 are being deprived of 10% of their pensions. That's a lot of generosity towards multi-billion-dollar oil companies out west, only to then tell Quebec seniors, well, I'm sorry, you're too expensive. Clearly, the oil companies are a Liberal priority. Our priority is seniors. It is high time the Liberals put their priorities in the right place. Are they going to improve pensions for all seniors or trigger an election? The Honourable Minister for Labour and Seniors. I would like to invite my colleague, and I know that he wants to be specific in his words. We have never cut aid to seniors. Everything we've done, despite their opposition, all we have done is increase support for Quebec seniors and Canadian seniors. The Bloc has systematically voted against. I'd like to ask my colleague to correct himself in his statements. We've never cut in senior budgets.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
$100 for a doctor's appointment. For-profit corporations like Loblaws are forced.
Colleagues, it's important for the person who has the floor to take the floor so that the Speaker can hear the question and making sure that they get a clear answer. The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
Appointment. For-profit corporations like Loblaws are forcing patients to pay to see a doctor. Now, the Conservatives love this because their chief strategist, Jenny Byrne, also doubles as a chief lobbyist for Loblaws. The Liberals promised a crackdown. That turned out to be a letdown. Why does the Liberal government continue to let big corporations rip off Canadians and stop defending and not defend our healthcare system?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the NDP had a choice. Continue working on pharmacare, continue working on dental, continue working to improve our health system, or to cave to a bully. And here's the facts, Mr. Speaker. If the NDP can't stand up to the Conservative leader, then how are they going to stand up for Canadians? The reality is we're going to keep fighting to improve our healthcare system and work on the basis of collaboration. We're not going to cave to the bullying of the Conservatives across the way. And we're going to make sure that every Canadian gets dental care, pharmacare, and yes, to make sure that we revolutionize primary care.
Then I have
the Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Again and again to big corporations that are ripping off Canadians, and they've not stood up to the Conservatives. Au Québec.
In Quebec, the CSN says no profit on illness and sickness. We know that the Conservatives want to see CEOs enrich themselves upon the backs of the sick. But it's very disappointing to see this from the Liberals. They promised to stop the privatization of healthcare. They have failed. Is it because they're too weak to stand up to the Conservatives or too beholden to CEOs? The Honourable Minister for Health.
Week is, Mr. Speaker, week is 2 days after the Conservative leader demands you stop action to work with the government to help Canadians on health care to run away. You know what else is weak? To abandon climate action when the Conservative leader puts too much pressure on you. And I think Canadians should ask if the NDP is willing to stand up for them if they can't stand up to the Conservative leader. I will say to you that we are here each and every day to make sure that Canadians get what they need, to stand up for our public health care system, and to make sure the Conservatives don't get what they want, which is to cut to the bone our health system.
the Honourable Member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime's up, and time is up. Here's how bad the carbon tax has driven up inflation in food costs in Toronto. The Daily Bread Food Bank says their monthly usage has gone from 60,000 to 350,000 people per month. That's a 480% increase. Pre-COVID, they spent $1.5 million per year on food. Today, 29 million. Their only solution is to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. Instead, why don't we have a carbon tax election so Canadians can decide?
The honourable member for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm thrilled to have the opportunity once again today to talk about what's up, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what's up. Women's participation in the workforce is way up and has reached a record high. New childcare spots are being built, and that means 250,000 new spaces by 2026, Mr. Speaker. We know the Conservatives would like to cut these programs, but on this side of the House, we will fight for Canadians.
The honourable member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
The Liberals will make you think you've never had it so good, despite millions of Canadians having to line up at a food bank every month. And we just don't know how many more facts they need to see about how damaging the carbon tax really is. The trucking industry says it adds $4 billion a year. Farmers are going to pay $1 billion more in carbon taxes, and food banks in every part of this country are seeing skyrocketing use. And their own budget documents say it blows a hole of about $35 billion at least in the economy. Again, if they're so confident, call an election and let Canadians decide on the carbon tax for themselves.
The honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Interest rates are down, inflation is down, gas prices are down, and pollution is down, Mr. Speaker. Pollution levels are at their lowest level in 25 years, Mr. Speaker. What we've achieved is the equivalent of removing from our roads 69 million cars less pollutions for Canadians, for our kids, all across the country. We're fighting for climate change. We're fighting for Canadians. We're fighting for a better future for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, everyone knows taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and pretty soon time's going to be up for these corrupt Liberals. We all remember a couple of weeks ago where a brave steelworker confronted the Prime Minister and said taxes are killing him, and he doesn't believe a single word the Prime Minister has to say. And yet the NDP keeps propping up this unpopular government. Why? Because their leader wants to keep his pension. Why is this NDP Liberal government so intent on raising the carbon tax and reducing workers' pay?
The honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, for all the Canadians watching at home, they will know what's up, Mr. Speaker. It's investment in the future of this country, Mr. Speaker. Under this Liberal government, investment is up in decarbonization to make sure that our steel mill would be productive, to make sure that our steel workers would have a job, to make sure that Canada would win in the economy of the 21st century, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that what's up is to make sure that this government continues, that we make sure that we invest in them, and we build the Canada of the 21st century.
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
That minister has some nerve to talk about steel. Let me tell you this. I met with steel workers and the steel industry, and they have said if they quadruple the carbon tax like they plan, there will not be a single steel plant left in this country. That's his economic record. That's what he's doing to Canadians. And the carbon tax is not an environmental plan. It's a tax plan that's blowing a $35 billion hole into the Canadian economy every year. Workers are bringing home less. They're paying more. It's time for a change. Why don't they call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide?
The honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to talk not only about steel, but about aluminum, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Because one thing that Canadian workers know is that when it was time to stand up for them, we stood up for them, Mr. Speaker. We just imposed tariff on steel that is coming from China to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we would protect our industry, we would protect our job, we would protect our future. Mr. Speaker, workers across the nation know that we have their back. We will fight for the industry, and we will always fight for Canada, Mr. Speaker.
Very good.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have weakened the criminal code, and now crime is moving out of Montreal and is becoming tentacular everywhere in Quebec. Let's not forget, the Bloc voted for the Liberal government's bill allowing criminals to be arrested and released twice in the same day sometimes. Can the Liberal government and its Bloc friends tell us why they made such a mistake? The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Mr. Speaker, with regards to release on bail, what we did is that we changed the rules with the support of all parties in this House. We also increased penalties for certain crimes like car theft. But with regards to the provisions, this is a decision made by justices in our country who are appointed by provincial governments. Appeals decisions are made by provincial Crown prosecutors. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister recognise that changes through C5, C75, C83, does he recognise that criminals are no longer scared of anything? Crime is exploding throughout Quebec. A 14-year-old died in Beauce. Shots have been fired in Quebec City and in the Saguenay. An increase in crime. Will the government recognise their mistakes and bring back the criminal code to what it was? The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Just to be absolutely clear, when a decision is made, it is made by a provincially appointed justice. An appeals decision is also made by an attorney appointed by a province. When a decision is made to see if there's enough place in prison to welcome someone, that is a decision made by provincial governments like the government of Quebec. In 3 words, speak to Legault. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Immigration admitted on Saturday that his government waited too long before reducing immigration levels. He said that they took a little too long to slow things down. Mr. Speaker, Quebec has been sounding the alarm for years. The Bloc Québécois has been warning the minister for years. We presented him with facts, and in response, he responded with insults. Does he realize today that we would not be caught up in such a fiasco had he listened to Quebec's warnings instead of calling everyone all kinds of names? The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I nearly heard a compliment in my regard from my colleague, perhaps thinly veiled, but from here on in, I expect the Bloc to support our measures that will allow us to reduce immigration by temporary immigration by 7.5%. I hope that we will have his personal collaboration, because last time he contacted my office was to increase the number of temporary workers. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I think that he's mixing a few conversations that were private. To quote the Minister again, it's always easy to look back and say, well, we should have done this or that. Mr. Speaker, what would have been easy is to listen when it was time to do so. I had somewhat of an issue hearing the question from the member for Lac-Saint-Jean, so I would ask him to start it again from the top. To quote the Minister again, it's always easy to look back and say we should have done this or that. Mr. Speaker, what would have been easy is to listen when it was time. Quebec warned him. The Bloc Québécois warned him. The economists of major banks warned him. Even his own officials warned his government as early as 2022 that his immigration targets would put pressure on healthcare and housing. He listened to no one and insulted everyone. Now it's too late to listen, but it's perhaps not too late to act. What is he waiting for, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Mr. Speaker, so many compliments for me. I'm loving it. But I'd just like to remind the member across the way that it's the same Quebec government that tripled the number of temporary residences under their jurisdiction. We have the duty of readjusting. That is what we are doing, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, he just blamed his own government last week. It's all well and good if the minister admits that he took too long to act, but this admitted fault is not yet half forgiven, because at the moment there is no distribution of asylum seekers. A record number of asylum seekers are on social assistance because they're waiting months and months for their work permit from the federal government. They're not even allowed to work, Mr. Speaker. There's still years upon years upon years of delays in processing applications, and all the while, Quebec's public services are overworked. When are we going to see real action on the ground with real results, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. It just takes 60 days for a work permit, Mr. Speaker. I met the new Immigration Minister, Jean-François Roberge. I will be meeting him tomorrow with the Minister for Public Safety, and I expect we will make good progress.
The Honourable Member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, after 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, cost is up, crime is up, and time is up. Drug addiction and crime have been running rampant under this government as a direct result of the failed drug policies. This legalization experiment, overdoses, have become the leading cause of death for children in British Columbia. In fact, numerous First Nations in BC are under a state of emergency due to the drug crisis as they try to protect their children. When will the NDP Liberal Coalition admit failure and bring home our loved ones drug-free?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to every community that is impacted by the illegal toxic drug supply. And it's nice to hear the Conservatives actually acknowledge that there is a crisis, because when they were in power, they cut the drug treatment fund by more than 2/3, Mr. Speaker. They're not willing to invest. Actions speak louder than words. We need every level of government involved here to save lives. This side of the House, we've committed over $1 billion to date. We'll continue to do more. When are they going to get on board and work with us?
The Honourable Member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, the answer is clear to Canadians, and the NDP Liberal government failed hard drug experiment and save lives. Rather than stemming the tide of overdose deaths, this Prime Minister's radical experiment has flooded our communities with dangerous opioids. It's even worse in BC's First Nations communities, where people are dying at 6 times the national rate. When the NDP Liberal Coalition and this failed agreement, when will they end it and end this failed policy and save lives?
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we continue to work with every level of government to save lives each and every day. Rather than slogans on the back of a napkin, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we listen to experts, we listen to the communities, we listen to the science. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe in the health of communities. On that side of the House, they don't believe in science, they don't believe in data, and they don't believe in saving the lives of Canadians.
The Honourable Member from King Vaughan.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. Mr. Speaker, across this country, we are seeing seniors line up to get their groceries from food banks, skipping medication and living in tents. Mary, a senior in Maple, showed me her heating bill. She received $44 worth of gas, but paid $46 in carbon tax. The NDP leader is keeping the Prime Minister in power so he can secure his pension. Why won't the NDP Liberal government call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide?
The Honourable Minister for Labour and for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, I thought we had heard everything in this House, and then I heard the honourable member. That from the party that has stood up in this House and voted no to every single support that we have brought in for seniors in this country. And that after the Prime Minister for that party, Mr. Harper, went to Davos, to the World Economic Forum, where he took that opportunity to tell Canadian seniors back home their retirement age was going up to 67. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from London Fanshawe.
Lebanese Canadians in my community and across Canada are frightened as the region experiences unprecedented explosions and airstrikes. They've been trying to rebuild Lebanon for years. They don't want a war. This escalation means civilians, including children, seniors, people living with disabilities, vulnerable people pay the price. My constituents are terrified for their friends and families who are caught in the middle. This government needs to be pushing for peace so all those in the region can be safe. Can this government tell us what exactly they're doing to de-escalate the situation and prevent a wider war?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is following closely the situation between Israel and Lebanon, both because of the danger of escalation in the region, but also because the high number of Canadians in Lebanon. As we have said since October, Canadians should avoid all travel to Lebanon, and Canadians in Lebanon should book a commercial flight to leave the country. No country or nation stands to gain from any further escalation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
This Liberal government is allowing the rampant wage theft of truck drivers. Drivers who bring essential goods to Canadians are being taken advantage of because neither Liberals nor the provincial Conservatives have the courage to crack down on shady bosses. Our hardworking truck drivers deserve a government that fights for them, one that ensures they get paid for their work. Mr. Speaker, when will this Liberal government finally enforce the labor code to protect vulnerable workers and stop the brazen wage theft?
The Honourable Minister of Labour and for Seniors.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, the NDP, had they stayed in on a cooperative basis with us, they would know that we have worked closely with both workers and businesses to find an effective and fair solution to this problem. In fact, earlier this year, we changed the Canada Labour Code to stop employers miscasting employees as independent contractors. And any employer, Mr. Speaker, who knowingly misclassifies an employee to avoid their obligations is breaking the Canada Labour Code and will face consequences.
The honourable member from Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, 750,000 Canadians have already received care through the Canadian Dental Care Plan, and that number will keep rising. Almost 9,900 constituents in my riding of Scarborough Agincourt have enrolled in the program. Many seniors have been able to get dental care after years of not being able to afford to. Can the Minister of Health update this House on how the Canadian Dental Care Plan is helping Canadians access dental care?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her question and for her relentless advocacy for oral health. The member for Scarborough Agincourt has been such a passionate advocate for making sure that everybody in this country gets access to the oral health care that they need. And you hear that number, 750,000 people in less than 5 months. That's an incredible number. But in behind that number, folks, are real lives, real stories of people who can be proud of their smile, people who are getting oral cancer. I was talking to Dr. Redmond, 3 patients identified with oral cancer that was caught early. Imagine what that means. This is about the kind of country that we live in, making sure that everybody gets care.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis isn't getting any better. In Quebec, right now, 1,671 families don't have housing. That's more than in July. There are 13% fewer housing starts, according to the APCHQ, many young people are worried about being able to afford the rent. 61% of young people. Can the government understand that making the same mistakes is not going to build more housing in Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my friend opposite, but he knows full well, where is the Conservative plan on housing, on people who are unhoused?
When it comes to getting people housed, when it comes to making sure there's more homes, what has this government done? Lifted GST off of the construction of apartments, taken people off the street, 87,000 people off the street with wraparound supports, Mr. Speaker. They go to encampments and make videos and use people as props. That's not what we're going to do. We're going to stand by
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for my friend opposite, especially dressed like we are today. But the question is that Canadians are suffering because of a shortage of housing. These folks have been in office for 9 years, and what they're doing isn't working. One thing's for sure on this side, our plan is not based on what the government opposite has done, all the while enthusiastically propped up by the Bloc. 28% of Canadians are thinking of leaving the country because of that. Have you thought about that? I'd just like to remind all members that questions are to be put to the chair in order to maintain a certain atmosphere in the House. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 housing units, affordable housing units. That's all the Conservative leader got built all across the country in the whole time his party was in office. And yet there are 160 affordable housing units that were built in the member opposite's riding in recent months. And so obviously it's the Conservative leader who's incompetent on this file. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lafleur. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Environment announced he would delay the imposition of his order, which is harmful to our region, and the Bloc saw this as a gain and was satisfied. But this order will ultimately be implemented and will kill 1,400 forestry jobs in our region. It's just a matter of time. The Conservatives, we're the only ones who would cancel that order once and for all. Is the minister willing to say that not one job will be lost as a result of his order? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All the Conservatives have to offer is slogans and catchy phrases. But what we made was an offer of $468 billion to show that we're always open to negotiating a deal with the Quebec government. But the Conservatives from Quebec, obviously, as usual, have nothing to offer anyone. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafleur. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of this job-killing order, splitting the difference in two is not a gain. Lives are still being ruined. Handing out millions of dollars that won't go to the economic development of our regions is not a gain. The only possible gain for those affected in the forestry sector is for this government to fall before Christmas. I can't put the question to the Bloc, but what does the minister have to say about a minimum to the 1,400 forestry workers minimum who will lose their jobs for sure? The Honourable Minister of Climate Change and the Environment. Mr. Speaker, whether it's combating climate change, where the Conservatives have nothing to say, or on the issue of air quality, water quality, the Conservatives are basically the only ones who don't get it. Workers, unions, companies, the regions, the experts all know that there's no future in the forestry industry if we don't protect the forests adequately. No one but the Conservatives questions that. We are there to work with all stakeholders and the government of Quebec to find a solution. The Conservatives can just keep talking to themselves. The honourable member for Drummond. Let's talk about the Liberals' former Quebec lieutenant who was on Tout le monde en parle recently. When he announced he was stepping down to run for the PLQ leadership, he was asked about Amira El-Gawabi, whose resignation was called for unanimously by the National Assembly. Unanimously. He said he would have voted the same as everyone else in the National Assembly, but that's funny. He didn't say anything about her when he was minister. How many Quebec Liberals want her to leave but don't have the courage to say so? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've worked for a long time in diversity, in the university circles in Quebec. I know how hard universities are working to hire people on the basis of merit. But as we know, all across Canada and all throughout Quebec, diversity is one of the strengths of our university. And that's why we will always work with the government of Quebec and those who are fighting discrimination and fighting for inclusion so that all institutions, all individuals, all universities make the right choices under the right circumstances. It's rare to hear heckling coming from that corner of the House. I hope this isn't a trend that's emerging. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, it's pretty incredible the kind of things coming from the new Quebec lieutenant, but I bet a lot of Quebec Liberals think like their former lieutenant for Quebec but like him, before he stepped down, they're keeping quiet. They're not even embarrassed about stifling their opinions and putting aside their convictions when it suits their party and their personal ambitions for a cabinet job. If they truly share the values of Quebecers, then they should stand up, pound their fists on the table and say so. Why does Amira El-Gawabi still have a job? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebec members on the government benches have a huge influence on the decisions that are made here. We are representative of Quebecers just as much as any Quebec member on the other side. The difference is that when we influence the government, we truly influence it. We don't just rip our shirts up publicly. We have an inside influence and we're making a real difference.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Mindeport.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Canadians are struggling to meet their basic needs, and this government has decided the only solution is to tax Canadians more. This new capital gains tax will add a 30% tax increase on food producers at a time when the cost of food has already skyrocketed. The last thing Canadian families need is increased financial stress because of tax on our food supply chains. Why is this NDP Liberal coalition imposing this job-killing tax hike on Canadians?
Great question. Why?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear about the facts. In an average given year, only 40,000 individual Canadians have capital gains above $250,000 a year. That's 0.13% of our population. And we believe that it makes sense for those with the broadest shoulders to support everyone else. Conservatives can tie themselves in knots, trying to justify policies that are ultimately about austerity and cuts. That's no.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Mindeport.
Well, they certainly gave their uber-rich friends enough time to move their money and are about to give their best friend, carbon tax Carney, $10 billion. Not only will this new capital gains tax increase financial stress, but it will prevent families from transferring wealth to the next generation. The Canadian dream is to build a foundation that you can pass on to your children. The capital gains tax is now increasing the pressures on Canadians as they pass on their wealth, their businesses, and their farms. Why does this NDP Liberal coalition want to kill the Canadian dream?
Yeah. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what I want to know is why the Conservatives are so hypocritical and inconsistent. There was a Conservative who said in 2020, and I quote, "The wealthiest 1% who own the most expensive and luxurious real estate and have in their portfolios the most stocks and bonds and other financial instruments will continue to see their net worth expand, having done nothing, by the way, to deserve that expanded net worth." Who said that? The current Conservative.
The Honourable Member from Calgary, Nose Hill.
So interesting that the finance minister brought up hypocrisy. Last week, it was revealed that Liberal pseudo-minister Mark Carney's company, Brookfield, is lobbying the government for billions for a new corporate climate fund. But recently, a damning report revealed that Brookfield doesn't account for a whopping 92% of its greenhouse gas emissions that investments create. That's hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. Can the Environment Minister confirm that he and his NDP Liberal partners won't help wealthy unregistered lobbyist Mark Carney get rich by giving billions in subsidies to his greenwashed company?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our government is happy to get advice from Canadians across the country. But let's talk about who the Conservatives get their advice from. They get advice on the cost of living from a Loblaws lobbyist. They get advice on foreign policy and on Ukraine from Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson. And they get advice on women's rights from misogynists and the far right. We will take no lessons from them. That's right.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, more than 9,000 of my constituents in Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel are getting dental care thanks to the Canadian Dental Care Plan. This is a historic investment that benefits many Quebecers, especially seniors, and ensures access to the health care they need and deserve. Can the Minister of Public Services and Procurement explain how the Canadian Dental Care Plan helps Quebecers get the care they so desperately need? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to the member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel for the outstanding success of the Canadian Dental Care Plan in her riding. And that's true for the 750,000 Canadians who've had access to dental care in recent months. Unlike the member for Lévis-Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, she actually wins top prize. She's had 18,000 seniors in her riding seek out free dental care. No congratulations to the Conservative leader who still has nothing good to say about the Canadian Dental Care Plan.
Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up for this high-flying, jet-setting Prime Minister who's off to New York to...
I'm sorry. The honourable member has a voice that carries, but I'm still having difficulty hearing his voice. If I could ask members, please. If I could ask all members, please, to have either quiet conversations or so that we can the chair can hear the answer. The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Island Rideau Lakes from the top, please.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up for this jet-setting, high-flying Prime Minister who's off to New York City to dine with elites while doubling costs for Canadians. While he's there, maybe he could check out the $9 million condo that he got for his media buddy, Tom Clark. They could share a coffee from this $5,000 coffee machine or work on their golf swing at the golf simulator paid for by Canadians. And maybe the Prime Minister can save us a couple of bucks and bunk with his buddy, Tom Clark, at this $9 million condo on Billionaires Row.
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister of Canada undertakes very important work representing Canada at home and abroad. And for example, this week in New York, he has spoken at the
The Honourable Minister, I'll invite him to start from the top, please.
The Conservatives might have been more comfortable, Mr. Speaker, if I began with a bad poem. However, the Prime Minister undertakes very important work on behalf of Canada at home and abroad. And for example, this week in New York, Mr. Speaker, not only is he speaking at the United Nations General Assembly, but he's also leading and co-hosting the Summit of the Future, talking about key global challenges on sustainable development, international peace and security, technical innovation, digital coordination, decarbonization and clean energy, and human rights. Now, I do appreciate nobody over there appears to care about any of those things, but they are important to Canadians.
Right. The Honourable Member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and now time is up. Since 2015, violent crime has surged by 50%. Shockingly, sex assaults by 74%. Today, the parole board inexcusably granted day parole to a serial rapist who still poses a risk to drug, manipulate, and coerce victims. Let that sink in. This is not keeping Canadians safe. Who on that Liberal bench approves of this?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows very well that the parole board by law operates independently from the government. Our responsibility is to ensure that the appropriate men and women serve on the parole board, something we have done with great seriousness. They know that the most important criteria in terms of an independent decision made by this quasi-judicial tribunal is public safety. My colleague knows that very well, and he should be careful not to increase public cynicism in a way that doesn't serve public safety. He knows very well that's incorrect.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the United Nations is arguing that UNRWA employees who participated in the October 7th terrorist massacre are immune from legal action. This is a day which saw 7 Canadians murdered. Let me rephrase that. They're arguing that individuals who contributed to the rape, the murder, and the kidnapping are outside and above the law. So I have a simple question for this government. Do they support immunity for terrorists? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Speaker, Canada is committed to ensuring that our humanitarian assistance aligns with Canadian values and international standards of neutrality. We take any allegations of misconduct very seriously. Upon learning of allegations from UNRWA about some of its staff, Canada was the first country to take action and pause all additional funding pending thorough investigations by the UN Office of Internal Oversight Services and an independent review led by former French Minister Catherine Colonna. But it is very rich, Mr. Speaker, for that member to talk about anything to do with the UN, because she would face down her party that wants to quit the UN. A founding member is in Canada.
The Honourable Member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, it's become abundantly clear that the Conservatives would cut the Canadian dental care plan, taking away coverage from 2.4 million Canadians who've already enrolled in the program, with more signing up every day. That's more than 282,000 British Columbians. Will the Minister of Citizen Services please update the House on the work being done by the government?
The Honourable Minister for Citizen Services.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my friend from British Columbia is correct. 2.4 million Canadians currently have their membership card. Over 750,000 Canadians have care. And we are all hearing the good stories of the change that is making an individual's life. It's making life more affordable. So while Canada is in a position to have the lowest deficit, the best economic forecasted growth, we're investing in making life more affordable with dental care, with child care, with pharmacare, by building more houses, by attacking climate change and making sure that we actually make measures to make Canada's lives better, and we'll continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Courtenay, Alberta.
Mr. Speaker, this summer, the Fisheries Minister announced that she was closing both the Pachina and Carmana lighthouses. These lighthouses sit between the West Coast Trail, which sees thousands of hikers per year, and the Graveyard of the Pacific, a famously treacherous stretch of water. Automating these lighthouses simply won't suffice. This decision puts lives at risk and was made without consulting First Nations, Labour, Mariners, or local communities. Will the Liberals pause this plan, do the proper consultation, and invest in keeping coastal people safe?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Coast Guard.
Mr. Speaker, and to the member opposite for the question. We're aware of the cultural and historical significance of the lighthouses along the West Coast Trail. After an engineering investigation and assessment this year, the Canadian Coast Guard determined the locations were no longer suitable for the Canadian Coast Guard personnel to operate them safely. The safety and well-being of the Canadian Coast Guard personnel is our top priority, and we'll continue to ensure that the aids to navigation of these areas remain functional to continue to protect mariners and coastal communities.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago to the day, this government promised a new Canada Disability benefit modeled after the Guaranteed Income Supplement. The GIS supports millions with maximum amounts of over $1,000 a month. The CDB, it's slated to deliver a maximum of just $200, and that's the select few who can qualify for the disability tax credit.
Shame.
Consultations on regulation for the benefit close today. Will this government listen to the disability community and deliver a Canada Disability benefit aligned with their promise 4 years ago?
Now.
The Honourable Minister for Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are absolutely committed to making sure that we are delivering on the Canada Disability benefit. Mr. Speaker, we are stepping up and making sure that more than 600,000 Canadians with disability will get the Canada Disability benefit. Mr. Speaker, this is what happens when we all work together to deliver for Canadians, and we're absolutely committed to making sure we get it through the finish line. Thank you.
So comes to an end of question period. I understand that the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, is rising on the matter.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to fairness for every generation and to investing in Canadians. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I would like to table in both official languages a Notice of Ways and Means motion, which contains our plan to make our tax system and our economy fairer for everyone. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I would ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of this Ways and Means motion. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just 1 second. I would just like to invite members in the House to leave the chamber in a quiet and orderly way for an important point of order from the honourable member from Salaberry-sur-Roi. The honourable member, you have the floor. Mr. Speaker, I think that you will find that there is unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House reiterate that elected officials are invested with the trust of the people and have a responsibility to the office they hold. That the House reaffirm that violence and threats have no place in Parliament. That the House urge all its members to behave in a civil and respectful manner towards their colleagues in order to allow for truly constructive debate in the interests of democracy and the common good. All those opposed to what the honourable member has moved will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those against the motion will please say nay. Carried.
Hamilton sent on this point of order, just following the ruling which I need to make before the House, a ruling that has been a long time wanted for, and then I'll proceed directly to the member right afterwards. I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on June 18, 2024 by the member for Vancouver East concerning foreign interference and alleged reputational harm to members of Parliament as a result of the publication of a report by the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, also known as NSCOP. The report, tabled in the House on June 3, 2024, discussed the threat of foreign interference in Canada's democratic processes and institutions. In her intervention, the member quoted several extracts of the report supporting the idea that members of Parliament might have, wittingly or semi-wittingly, assisted foreign state actors in undermining Canada's democratic processes and institutions. The fact that the report failed to disclose these members' identity raised questions and cast a pall over the entire House. As evidence to this, the member reported that on the street in front of Parliament, individuals were, and I quote, shouting, questioning, and jeering at members of Parliament about who the traitors might be, unquote.
She added that the unsubstantiated suspicions were damaging to members' reputations individually and to the House collectively. She concluded by arguing that the suspicions diminished members and the House's effectiveness and impeded their ability to carry out their parliamentary duties. According to a long-standing practice, certain conditions must be met for the Speaker to find a prima facie question of privilege. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, page 142, states as follows, quote, "The Speaker must be convinced that a prima facie case of breach of privilege has been made, and second, the matter must be raised at the earliest opportunity. If the Speaker feels that these two conditions have been met, the Speaker informs the House that, in his or her opinion, the matter is entitled to take precedence over the notices of motion and orders of the day standing on the order paper," unquote.
My predecessors have on occasion rejected questions of privilege on the sole basis that they were not raised in a timely manner. As members can discern, the inherent logic behind this rule is straightforward. It presupposes that if a question of privilege is so important as to require to take precedence over all other matters of the House, the member raising it presumably would have taken their first opportunity to bring it to the attention of the Speaker. Le 29 mai 2008,
on the 29th of May 2008, Speaker Milliken, on page 6277 of the debates, indicated that, quote, "It is true that members wishing to raise a question of privilege must do so at the earliest opportunity. However, there is an important nuance. In this case, as in others, it is not so much that the event or issue complained of took place at a given time, but rather that the members bringing the matter to the attention of the House did so as soon as practicable after they became aware of the situation. The Chair has always exercised discretion on this point, given the need to balance the need for timeliness with the important responsibility members have of marshalling facts and arguments before raising matters of such import in the House." Unquote.
I note that at least 2 sitting weeks passed between the release of the NSCOP report and the moment that this matter was raised with the Chair. The facts raised by the member in her arguments had become apparent well before her intervention. The Chair is of the view that the member for Vancouver East had prior opportunities to raise her concerns. As such, this question of privilege fails to meet one of the 2 conditions to find a prima facie question of privilege. Nevertheless, the Speaker would like to address the substantive element of this member's concern. The member argued that because the NSCOP report claimed that one or more members were working for a foreign entity but failed to name them, it raised suspicions about all 338 members, which impeded us all in our effectiveness in carrying out our parliamentary duties. I understand the point the member is trying to make.
To find a prima facie question of privilege on substantive grounds, members must be able to demonstrate how an individual member or the House collectively has been interfered with in carrying out their functions. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 148, states, quote, "In deliberating upon a question of privilege, the chair will take into account the extent to which the matter complained of infringed upon any member's ability to perform his or her parliamentary functions." Unquote.
While a member should always take care to make this link when raising a question of privilege, it is not enough to assert it in some general way. The member must demonstrate concretely how they or the House were impeded in the discharge of their functions, and most important, that evidence exists as to the material interference. While I understand that findings presented in the NCCOP report are serious and appear to create suspicions about certain members, that in itself is not a basis to establish this question of privilege, that this question of privilege merits priority of consideration over all other House business. Furthermore, the chair notes that the NCCOP report was made public in the interest of not only public disclosure, but also to assist members of Parliament in their understanding of the threat foreign political interference poses to our democratic institutions. For these reasons, I cannot conclude that either the necessary conditions have been met to establish a prima facie question of privilege on the matter raised by the member. I thank all members for their attention. And now, the honourable member from Hamilton Centre is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on a point of order regarding the ongoing failure and refusal of a witness to provide documents requested by the Standing Committee of the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. The committee, under Standing Order 122, has the authority to summons witnesses and compel the production of documents, rights that are essential to the functioning of Parliament as outlined in the Constitution Act of 1867. These powers are fundamental to our ability to conduct inquiries and obtain the truth, as noted in the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, page 137. The witness in question, Stephen Anderson, a business partner of the Minister of Employment, was ordered by the committee on June 11th to produce phone records, text messages, and call logs from September 8th, 2022. But he failed to comply. And despite his appearance on July 17th, Mr. Anderson provided non-responsive documents and refused to disclose the identity of the person referred to as Randy in key communications. This blatant disregard for the committee's orders violates Standing Order 108, Section 3, Subsection 8, which empowers committees to access documents relative to their inquiries. The committee extended the deadline to July 19th, yet Mr. Anderson continued to withhold the requested information. According to Standing Order 108, Section B, Subsection 1, Subsection B, when a witness refuses to comply, the committee may report the matter to the House, which then has the authority to enforce compliance. The committee has now done its part by adopting a motion on this matter. And as the House of Commons Procedure and Practice makes clear on page 138, when a witness resists a request for documents, it is up to the House to take appropriate action. Given Mr. Anderson's failure and refusal to comply with both the June 11th and July 19th orders, I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to recognize this as a prima facie breach of privilege that could amount to contempt. New Democrats believe Mr. Anderson to be in contempt, and the House shall force him to answer for his actions, as well as deliver the documents he refused to produce. This House must uphold the authority to protect our parliamentary privilege in order to ensure accountability and transparency in all matters of government oversight before its standing committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and the chair will take that into consideration before coming back to the House. Colleagues, I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume. Je désire aviser.
I wish to inform the House the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume.
Routine Proceedings. Routine business, rather. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de procédures.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
Reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Green, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves that Bill S-244, an act to amend the Department of Employment and Social Development Act and the Employment Insurance Act, Employment Insurance Council, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 69-2, I have the honor to present to this House Senate Bill S-244 on behalf of my friend, Senatrice from Quebec, Diane Bellemere, entitled An Act to Amend the Department of Employment and Social Development Act and the Employment Insurance Act, subtitled Employment Insurance Council, which was passed by the Senate on Tuesday, June 18th, 2024. This bill aims to create an employment insurance council to strengthen social dialogue by seeking to create within the Employment Insurance Act an advisory council for the Employment Insurance Commission, which would be co-chaired by two commissioners representing the labor market, the commissioners of workers, and the commissioners of employers. This bill has support of representatives of major employer and workers associations in Canada and reflects the NDP's values of supporting the working class by ensuring that workers have a seat at the economic decision-making tables. I look forward to working with all colleagues across the House to see this legislation passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This motion is deemed adopted. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Motions, motion. Ms. Root, seconded by Mr. Stanley, moves that the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Thursday, May 23rd, 24, be concurred in. Okay, you're fine. Member for, is it Lambton, Kent, Middlesex? Debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Madam Speaker, we're here to talk about food price and food price volatility. And Madam Speaker, it's no secret that the cost of food has risen dramatically. We're seeing record numbers of people visiting food banks in this country. In fact, in Ontario, 1 million people used a food bank last year. Food bank use since 2019 has gone up 135%. This has never happened in my lifetime, Madam Speaker. And over the past 3 years, we've seen rent and groceries are up 40%. Canadians are spending 43% of their income on tax. That's more than housing, food, and clothing combined. Now, it's easy to look at food prices in the grocery store and blame the big grocers on the high cost of food, but blaming them doesn't actually get to the root cause of the problem and why food has become so expensive. The bottom line is, Madam Speaker, that the NDP Liberal government's policies and regulations are what's driving up the cost of food and the cost for farmers to produce food in this country. Madam Speaker, you've heard this time and time again, and I'm not afraid to say it again, and I'll say it as many times as I need to. Conservatives will axe the tax. But in the meantime, we need to pass Bill C-234 unamended and give farmers a reprieve from the carbon tax. Now, let me give you an idea of why the carbon tax impacts the cost of food so much. Now, if you look at the supply chain from start to finish, every single step along that supply chain is facing increased costs, and it can be related directly back to the carbon tax. And sometimes they're paying multiple times in carbon tax. So if we look at, for instance, on a farm, you have to pay for the fertilizer, and we're getting taxed right now on fertilizer. Well, how does the fertilizer get from the fertilizer company to the field? It's trucked, Madam Speaker. We use trucks for everything in this country in order to get things from wherever it needs to be, from the farm or back to the field, or from the field back to the farm. And when you increase the cost of fuel for these trucks, which are not exempt from the carbon tax or from any fuel taxes for that matter, it's absolutely going to increase the cost of the production. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say I don't believe everything that the Liberals tell you or what you hear that farmers are exempt from taxes on their farm fuel, because there is a slight bit of truth to that. But for the most part, Madam Speaker, in modern farms today, we are not using equipment, just tractors on the farms anymore. Tractors, yes, they're exempt. Any equipment that doesn't use a roadway is exempt. But I can tell you from experience on my own farm, Madam Speaker, that we used transport trucks to get the potatoes, in my instance, from the farm, from the field, back to the farm, to the packing house. And if you look at the prairies, they have to truck the grain from the field back to the farm to put it in the bins for storage. And what is the most economical way to get product from the field back to the farm for storage? It's using big transport trucks and taking less loads from the field back to the farm. It saves on fuel, number one, it saves on costs, but when those trucks are not exempt from the carbon tax, or any taxes for that matter, it increases the cost of doing business for farmers. And what is the end result of that? Well, farmers can't eat up all those costs. It comes off their bottom line. It comes off of what they would have as extra income to invest back in their farming operations. And of course, it's going to get passed on to the next part in the chain. And whether that's right direct to the consumer or direct to a wholesaler, in my instance, I have to increase my costs because my costs have gone up. I have to recoup those costs. I can't afford to eat them. And at the end of the day, consumers and Canadians at the grocery store are going to pay more for that because of the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. And one thing, if folks are out there watching and you're from a city and you might not know where your food comes from, let me tell you, out on the prairies, the fields can be tens of 20, 50, 80 kilometers away. And in my farm's instance, some of our farms were 80 to 100 kilometers away from the home farm. And we had no choice but to truck the goods from those fields back to the farm. And even if a farm is 10 kilometers away from the home farm, they're going to, if you go 10 times a day back and forth, that's 100 kilometers driven. So imagine how much fuel is being consumed on just transporting food from point A to point B at the farm gate. And we're not talking beyond the farm gate here, Madam Speaker. So the cost of that carbon tax on truckers is immense, and it's immense on the farmers. So if you tax the farmer who's growing the food, and then you're going to tax the trucker who ships the food, Canadians are the ones who are going to pay more for the food. It's common sense, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, one of the other policies that this NDP Liberal government has put forward that will impact the cost of food greatly is their ban on plastics for fresh produce. And Madam Speaker, I know I've talked about it in this House before, but it's worth talking about again because this has such a profound impact on the fresh food that we eat. Canadians eat 2/3 of their produce is imported from other countries, Madam Speaker. And if we ban plastic on produce, you're going to see a 34% increase in fresh produce in this country, on top of what we're already seeing as high costs for food. And it's also going to reduce the availability of fresh produce to Canadians by over 50%. Imagine that, 50% less choice in the grocery store for Canadians. And it's going to cost the industry $5.6 billion. And on top of all of this, I know it keeps going, it's going to have a 50% increase in greenhouse gases on the produce supply chain because of rotting produce. It's also going to increase CO2 emissions from the rotting produce, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I just want to say that I'm going to be sharing my time with the member from Regina Louvain today. And when we talk about the increase, 50% increase in greenhouse gases from rotting produce, Madam Speaker, that doesn't include the cost of increased transportation costs in order to truck more food and have more trucks on the road going to grocery stores because we're going to need more food. And it's going to increase the healthcare costs by over $1 billion per year. Now, back in my riding and across the country, when I've talked to folks, I've talked to moms, Madam Speaker, who have told me that they have no choice but to cut back on the food that they're buying for their families. They have to find somewhere to slash their budgets. And I talked to one mom in particular who told me, she said, I can't afford to buy any produce that's out of season anymore. I'm only going to be able to afford what's on sale at the grocery store for produce. So now I'm going to have to go and buy bigger quantities, and my kids are just going to have to go without fresh food because I just can't afford it anymore. Madam Speaker, that's terrible. And think of the increased cost to our health that this is going to have when parents can't afford to buy nutritious food for their children. And another factor that we need to take into account of why our prices are going to go up, Madam Speaker, is the fact that we have the majority of Canadians who live in rural and remote communities. I have the privilege and honor for the last 5 years of representing Lambton Kent Middlesex, which is a completely rural community. And I've traveled to rural communities across this country, including up into the north, into Whitehorse, Madam Speaker, and the Yukon. And I can tell you that there is a real issue when it comes to food insecurity and the price of food. If we see trucking costs go up, we see less production, we see less availability of fresh produce, then how are these people that live in rural, remote communities going to be able to access nutritious food? They're going to have a hard time, Madam Speaker. And the cost of this plastics ban, as indicated by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, estimates that it's going to add $1.9 billion in added customer costs. And nationwide, we stand to lose 60,000 jobs. We also hear, Madam Speaker, that insurance rates are up due to the vehicle thefts, break-ins, and damages, and farmers have to pay higher insurance rates because of this. So, in fact, vehicle insurance rates in Canada are up over 6% year over year, and I've had some constituents tell me that their insurance rates have doubled in some areas, Madam Speaker. So if you look at the whole supply chain and all of the things that farmers have to do and to run their business, and if the costs are up everywhere, of course, food costs are going to be up, Madam Speaker. So farmers have no choice but to pass these costs on down the line. And then every step along the supply chain has price increases and they need to pass them on. So the result, Madam Speaker, is Canadians have to pay more for food from the store. So here's another piece of common sense, Madam Speaker. No farms equals no food. Government red tape is up, insurance costs are up, heating costs are up, grain drying costs are up, taxes are up, crime is up, time is up, Madam Speaker. Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, and we will bring down food prices for Canadians.
Bravo. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting, we have the hunger-thirsty for power Conservative Party now, four days in which we've had 4 different pieces of legislation. Today it was supposed to be Bill C-63. And once again, the Conservatives now for the 4th time have brought in a concurrence motion to try to change the channel. My question to the member is, why does the Conservative Party have such a lack of respect for Canadians that they are prepared to do whatever it takes to play a destructive force here on the floor of the House of Commons, not allowing legislation to even be debated here?
The Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to my colleague across the way, I actually have a lot of respect for Canadians. I respect them so much. I'm here fighting on behalf of my constituents of Lambton Kent Middlesex and every single farmer across this country who has seen the government's bad policies and bad regulations, a lot of times without consultation, who are driving up their costs of production and in fact driving some farms out of business. And that's a problem for Canadians, Madam Speaker. When we have farm families who tell me that they cannot afford to keep farming, that next generations cannot afford to take over the family farm, thanks to another policy of this government with their capital gains tax increase, Madam Speaker, that is what the root causes of these problems are in Canada. Is the NDP Liberal government who doesn't have that respect for our farmers, for our agriculture sector, and refuses to stand up for our family farms.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that speech. We all know that groceries have gotten a lot more expensive, and that's hard for families to cope with. We in the NDP are the only ones currently saying that we need to stabilize prices for essential foodstuffs to help families. And then I think the only policy that the party opposite came up with was for swapping out plastic coffee cup lids at Tim Hortons for paper ones. I'd like to know if there's anything else in their platform.
In this place now for 5 years, again, having the honor to represent Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and farmers in my riding and across this country. And Madam Speaker, it's a bit rich coming from the NDP to say that Conservatives don't care about food prices. When we've been out here from day one in this Parliament saying we need to get rid of taxes, we need to bring taxes down for farmers, axe the carbon tax so that farmers have a reprieve in Bill C-234, especially if we can pass Bill C-234 unamended, then that will help our farmers. So I don't understand why this member won't just stand up with us, help pass C-234 and give our farmers a reprieve from the carbon tax now.
Comments, the Parliamentary Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. And to my friend from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, I think we focus a lot on the carbon tax in this place without looking at the climate crisis and the real impact that has on Canadian farmers. We really want to support the family farm. We know that people living on farms are experiencing suicides. It's an extremely difficult life right now. So removing carbon pricing from additional, such as for drying grains, is one thing. But if we ignore that the biggest economic threat to farmers is ignoring the climate crisis with increased drought, aridification, floods, and the kinds of disasters that mean that crops don't come to fruition and farmers don't get money off the fields at the end of the season, we're missing the larger picture.
In Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, and thank my colleague for the question. Madam Speaker, it's the government policies that are driving farmers to the breaking point right now. And here, fertilizer increased by 80%, machine fuel increased by 78.5%, machinery costs increased by 20%, pesticides increased 7%, feed increased by 29%, shelter for barns and sheds has increased by 13%. That's all because of this NDP Liberal government's policies. So farmers are the best stewards of our land, and we are the ones who make our bread and butter by the land. We care about the land, Madam Speaker, and if we don't take care of our land and we're not stewards of the land, we will not have a livelihood. So, Madam Speaker, to my colleague across the way, Conservatives will always stand up for farmers, and we will stand up for the benefit of the agriculture sector and what's best for farmers.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Regina Louvain. Sorry, I have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Rising on a point of order, specifically with relation to Standing Order 1162A and 1162B. This is in relation to events that took place earlier today in the Standing Committee of Public Accounts. Now, I do understand that the Speaker does not normally become involved with the business of committees, but there are occasions when the Speaker has intervened, and I think that this may be one of those occasions. During debate on a motion today in committee, my hand was up to speak prior to the vote being called, and the chair called the vote regardless. I immediately indicated that my hand was up to speak, and the chair ignored my request and proceeded to a vote. This exchange can be found through the videos of today's meeting. Now, as you know, Standing Order 1162A states the following: unless a time limit has been adopted by the committee or by the House, the chair of a standing, special, or legislative committee may not bring a debate to an end while there are members present who still wish to participate. A decision of the chair in this regard may not be subject to an appeal of the committee. Now, Standing Order 1162B states that a violation of paragraph A of this section may be brought to the attention of the Speaker by any member, and the Speaker shall have the power to rule on the matter. If, in the opinion of the Speaker, such violation has occurred, the Speaker may order that all subsequent proceedings in relation to the said violation be nullified. Now, not only can the exchange that happened in committee be seen on video, but the rules of the House apply in committee. And in the House, we take members at their word. And I state categorically, Madam Speaker, that my hand was up to speak on the motion and that I had indicated it to the chair before the vote. I would respectfully ask that the speaker look into this and deem the proceedings on the motion to be nullified and allow debates to continue so that I am able to speak, and I indicated my desire to do so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Appreciate the honourable member bringing this point of order to the House. We'll look into the matter and return to the House with a response if required. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's my pleasure to join the debate today on a concurrence report on the 18th report on the Standing Committee of Agriculture on food price inflation. And I find it very strange, Madam Speaker, that the Liberal member would talk about tying up the House's time on things that he thinks aren't important. When I was around riding in Regina Louvain and our community all summer, this is one of the major topics, was the price of food and how it was getting harder and harder to make ends meet each day, because we know that taxes are up, costs are up, crime are up, so time's up. And it's time to have these discussions. And it's time for a carbon tax election, because that's what Canadians want. Now, Speaker, do you realize that 70% of Canadians think that the carbon tax should be axed? It is one of the major reasons why costs are going up at our grocery stores. And we saw this in some of the comments made as a member of the Standing Committee on Agriculture is able to partake in the committee meetings, and some of the comments were made focus especially around the carbon tax. One such comment was made by Mr. Ron Lemire of the Canadian Produce Marketing Association, and he reported that the greenhouse vegetable sector, for example, estimates that the carbon tax will have an annual cost on its operations of $22 million this year, and that has projected this amount to increase as much as $100 million by the year 2030. Madam Speaker, $100 million. What do you think that does to the price of vegetables in our grocery stores if that's the cost being incurred by our vegetable growers across our country? Another comment, Madam Speaker, was by Mr. Keith Curry of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, noting that the carbon tax accounts for as much as 40% on energy bills in some agricultural sectors. Yes, Madam Speaker, 40%. So it says that it's called a time limit and a target exemption, Madam Speaker. So they'd like to see an exemption of the carbon tax. Another thing that a lot of the stakeholders came and talked about in our committee was the fact that they'd love to see Bill 234 passed, and that's the exemption on the greenhouse gas, on the carbon tax for heating in barns, for grain drying, Madam Speaker, and that's something that our producers desperately need. Mr. Curry went on to say that this is going to be something that the member from Stanislav Island talked about, the mental health of our producers. Well, could you imagine having to pay a bill that is ever increasing and is eventually going to take millions of dollars out of your pocket? That's the pressure that our agriculture producers are facing, Madam Speaker. And I think one thing that needs to be mentioned is many members on this side, on the Conservative side, come from family farms. I grew up, the member that just spoke, her family's been in agriculture for generations. I grew up on a dairy and beef farm, and my cousin still ranch. These aren't just random numbers. These are our family members and our people and our constituents. That's why this is so important to the members on this side of the House, to the Conservative members of Parliament, Madam Speaker. So for a Liberal to say this is something just fluff and it doesn't matter, and it's a House tactic, is actually quite insulting to the men and women that produce our food and put food on the table, and he should apologize for that comment, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with the time I have, I want to talk about the pressure that our men and women are facing in agriculture. And what this brings to the forefront is it's not just the carbon tax. And all the time I hear it's also the tax on the tax. It's the GST being paid by our producers on top of the carbon tax. And the PBO has done some reports on this, Madam Speaker, and says the $486 million in GST will be paid on the carbon tax. And by the year 2030, and this is just the GST, Madam Speaker, $1 billion a year will be paid on GST on the carbon tax. The carbon tax is going to blow a $30 to $40 billion hole into our economy, and the agriculture sector is going to take the lion's share of that money. So there is pressure, Madam Speaker. And my colleague said it so well, and it's worth repeating. If you tax the farmer that produces the food, you tax the trucker that buys the food, you tax the stores that sell the food, it only stands to reason, as common sense would indicate, you're going to tax each and every Canadian that goes to the store and buys the food, Madam Speaker. And that's the point that we're trying to get at. And we know that the sellout NDP have voted 24 times for the carbon tax. And because they were in trouble in the Transcona Elmwood by-election, the leader of the NDP found a come to Jesus moment where he said, no, we're not against the carbon tax. We want to vote against it, Madam Speaker. But now we're going to see another flip-flop because they eked out a win in one of their 7 safest seats in Canada. I think they lost 20 points, Madam Speaker. But that flip-flop was strictly to play politics to try and fool Canadians, just like the ripping up of their supply and confidence agreement, Madam Speaker. Can you believe that? 2 flip-flops in 2 days. I'm surprised didn't pull something, Madam Speaker, but by the fact that first he was for the government, then he's against the government, and on Wednesday, he's going to be for the government again. It's hard to keep track, Madam Speaker. And then the fact that the NDP in BC is also now against the carbon tax. It is unbelievable how many times people have changed their mind on the carbon tax over the last week in NDP land. Madam Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for the men and women in our agriculture sector. They do the hard work of feeding Canadians and feeding the world. And one thing that we always hear from some of the Liberal members that are on the Agriculture Committee is they need to do more. They need to do more. But what I always wonder is why don't some of these Liberals and NDP members on this committee give the agriculture sector the credit for what they've done so well already? In Saskatchewan, we've done so much to create environmental sustainability in the agriculture sector. Rotational grazing for cattle, Madam Speaker. Crop rotation, different crops take out different nutrients in our soil. We pioneered that in Western Canada, Madam Speaker. And we've done great work when it comes to zero tillage, straight head combining, Madam Speaker, where you have less machinery on the field. There's been so many innovations that we should be proud of as a Canadian government, as the Canadians that should be representing these men and women in the agriculture sector, and we should take that to the world. Could you imagine exporting our great agricultural practices to other countries around the world so they catch up? That would lower the world emissions. If you're wanting to tackle the sustainability in the environment, we should talk about some of the good things that we're doing on the world stage instead of always acting like we should be embarrassed of our agriculture and our energy sectors, Madam Speaker, because we know right now we don't have any champions in this current government for agriculture. They sit in the corner, and we talk about this in Saskatchewan many, many times, and agriculture is still the backbone of our economy in Saskatchewan. And why is it every time Liberals come into government, their agriculture minister sits at the kids' table? We know one of the biggest problems with ag policy in this government is that it's being made in the health and environment departments and not in the agriculture departments. It's being made by people that have never been on a farm, Madam Speaker. And that's why we see continuous increase, whether it be red tape, whether it be taxes, whether it be policies where you want to reduce fertilizer reduction, a fertilizer reduction of 35%. You know how much that's going to lower yields for our producers? Talk about putting more strain on them and more mental strain on people, hand tying them on what they do best by telling them what they can and can't put on their fields, Madam Speaker. That's reminiscent of socialist Russia, which I think some members in the Liberals would enjoy to see that. The proud socialist activist minister from the environment, he said that. He's a proud socialist. He'd love to tell agriculture producers what they should and shouldn't be doing with their own land, Madam Speaker. But to talk about how we can lower food prices immediately, we can axe a tax, we can make sure that they're not paying a tax on a tax to get taking GST off of the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. We can allow our producers to use the technology and the great practices of farming and not tie their hands by telling them how much fertilizer to put on their fields. And first and foremost, Madam Speaker, What we need to do is have a common sense conservative government that won't have an ag minister sitting at the kids' table and bringing policy forward that helps our producers instead of hurts them. And that's what we'll deliver to Canadians when we have the carbon tax election that 70% of Canadians want.
Comments, the honourable member Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate, though I did want to speak about government legislation on online harms, it's an honor and privilege always to represent the good people of the riding of Waterloo. And though there are a diversity of perspectives and experiences, the one thing majority of constituents will reference is the fact that there is a climate crisis and how do we take it seriously. And what they also do remind me of, and I'll reference an article from May 16, 2021, because the member did refer to flip-flops. And I feel like the Conservatives wear flip-flops more than anybody else, because the member from Calgary Signal Hill said he was answering dozens of emails and phone calls. He said, there's no question I've had a number of constituents, and I think I'm not talking out of turn when I say so, probably have every other Western Conservative MP. And these constituents were asking these members of Parliament from the Conservative Party, why the flip-flop? And he told the Canadian press that, you know, it was important that they had to put, Madam Speaker, the question really quickly is, why did they campaign on a price on pollution only to come to the House and lie to, mislead?
She did catch herself on that one. The honourable member for Regina Louvain. And I just want to remind members to be very careful on the words that they use in the House. It ends up causing disorder, and then we end up having to disrupt the proceedings. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Well, Madam Speaker, I won't do this very often, but I will quote a Liberal minister. We'll take no lessons from them when it comes to flip-flopping and breaking promises. They've broken more promises to Canadians. Remember when you're going to have small deficits, a couple deficits, and balance the budget in 2015? You remember when they promised to lower emissions in 2015 and 2019? They haven't. You remember when they said, actually, the carbon tax will never go above $50 a ton, which they also blew past that target, Madam Speaker. I think we'll take no lessons from them and their broken promises that you've seen for every campaign since 2015 under this current Prime Minister.
A point of order, the honourable member for Waterloo.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to say that I did not intend to cause havoc in the House, and I do apologize, and I'm glad I was able to catch myself, but my intentions were not to use a word that was inappropriate in this chamber. Thank you.
Yeah. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that speech. He mentioned a number of things in his speech, but one of the things I haven't heard a lot about, and yet it's one of the things that various farmers talk to me a lot about, and also there's a lot of processors in my riding, especially around Granby. So there's the question about inspections at the border, because imported products should have to meet the same quality standards as domestic products. And so some of our trade partners are lacking in terms of meeting those standards. So my question is a crucial one, and it's about inspections at the border. And a lot of farmers in my riding raise this issue with me regularly. So there were cuts made to CBSA in the past, perhaps when my colleague was a member of the governing party. I have to interrupt. You run out of time. We need to hear an answer.
Thank you very much for that question. And there is no doubt there needs to be more border security. And we could use the $67 million on their phony gun buyback plan and put some of that money into the border so we could have more people at the border services. And another thing about processing and farmers that's really hurting their bottom line is trucking. The Canadian Lines Trucking just said the carbon tax is going to cost them $26 billion by 2030, and that's going to hit farmers in the pocketbook as well. So it's another tax on tax, Madam Speaker, but thank you for the question.
Question, the honourable for Regina Louvain. Edmonton, Strathcona.
Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Saskatchewan, and he did bring up the election in Elmo Transcona, and I'm sure he joins all members of this House in congratulating Lila Dance on being the newest MP for this House. But he did also talk a lot about flip-flops, and I have to follow up on my colleague from across the floor. You know, the NDP have put up a number of different motions forward, a number of different solutions for the prices of groceries, and yet the Conservatives have voted against it every single time. I'm just wondering, aside from their one-trick pony, which is the carbon tax, does he have any solution that would help with prices?
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question coming from anyone in this House. Everyone deserves to have the right to ask questions. But for a member of the NDP to stand up right now and talk about anything than the inconsistency of their leader and how he sold out Canadians for his pension is quite frankly ridiculous.
Resuming debate. Do I have a point of order? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Highlands has a
I'm
point
sorry,
of
I
order.
was trying to rise for a question, the honourable member for Regina Louvain, but then I just heard the shot towards the honourable member for Burnaby South. I think that it's unparliamentary to suggest that the member sold out the country for his pension. I think that, I know in this House we can't be charged with slander, but that certainly is unparliamentary.
And I want to remind members to be extremely careful on how they use what language they use and how they choose to identify others. The House of Commons is meant to debate the policies of government and not to be attacking individuals. So again, I want to remind members to please be very careful during their debate, to reflect on that before they make comments. Thank you very much. The honourable member for a point of order, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, the member for Burnaby, the member who spoke previously, she mentioned the name of a soon-to-be MP in this chamber. I thought that was against the rules. Would you please clarify on that?
The honourable member has not been sworn in as far as I know, but I can double check on that, and therefore she's not officially a member until she is sworn in, if I'm correct, but I will double check on that and get back to the House if need be. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, resuming debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here we are again. Just the second week into the fall session, and we have already had now the fourth concurrence report being brought in by our official opposition, which once again reinforces for anyone that follows the debate, especially if they dial into CPAC and want an understanding in terms of what's taking place in Ottawa, what you see is the Conservative Party, it's going out of their way to try to quench the thirst for power that they have, as opposed to trying to deliver in a very real and tangible way for Canadians. Today, they brought forward a motion of concurrence to talk about farmers and the carbon rebate and interest in regards to the price on food. I find it interesting that today they've chosen to debate that. Because if memory serves me correct, Madam Speaker, I cannot recall once when the Conservative Party of Canada, that far right, actually thought this issue was important enough to bring it to the House for a debate on an opposition day. We have had dozens of opposition days, Madam Speaker, and not once have they raised this issue of focus as the report itself has brought in the concurrence report. Not once. And yet they like to say that this is about the farmer, this is about Canadians. Well, Madam Speaker, I don't believe it. And I think if there was any one of the Conservatives that had the courage to actually debate me in any university post-secondary facility, I would welcome that to show just how abusive they are in terms of trying to be there in a very real and tangible way for Canadians. In fact, on the report, Madam Speaker, they've had two speakers. The one that thought it was so important to debate this. Did either speaker even make reference to the response to the report that was provided by the department, by the minister?
No. Already a half hour into discussion, and yet they had a detailed response to the report. No reference to it whatsoever. It does not surprise me, Madam Speaker, because you know as well as I do, as every member of the House of Commons knows, this is not about the issue that they've actually raised today. They're using an issue in which Canadians are genuinely concerned about. That I will agree. And they're using that issue in order to be able to sidestep and prevent government from being able to pass the legislation. My colleague and friend from the riding of Waterloo made reference to the fact she was hoping to be able to debate Bill 63, which we started this morning. The very same legislation that the government, the Conservative Party, has said that if this bill ultimately passes and there's a Conservative government, they will repeal the law, Madam Speaker. So we understand they don't support it. Even though, Madam Speaker, the interests of Canadians are within that legislation. And that's what it is that we were supposed to be debating today, Madam Speaker. And it's
there's a few interventions that are being made that shouldn't be made at this point in time. The honourable members will have 10 minutes of questions and comments. I would ask them to wait until the appropriate time to do that. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to, and I would support going from the top, as the member suggests. Madam Speaker, the last federal election was a mandate that was given to each political party inside this chamber. Not just the governing party. The official opposition does have a responsibility to Canadians too, not only to their leader and the far right of this country, Madam Speaker. They have a responsibility to Canadians and they are not living up to that responsibility. Why? Because of their thirst for power and nothing else. And I say shame on them for that attitude, Madam Speaker. We have other legislation, even legislation that they support, Madam Speaker. I'm thinking of Bill C-66 last week, and they bring in a concurrence motion in order to prevent debate on that legislation. It's not to say the food issue is not an important issue. We know that, Madam Speaker. That's why we've taken legislative action, why we've taken budgetary actions to support Canadians, all of which the Conservative Party has voted against and filibustered. Imagine the hypocrisy that's on the other side as they try to say that they have the interests of the farmers in mind, Madam Speaker. You and I and any objective person can see through the misinformation that is constantly spewed from the Conservative Party, the Conservative Reform Party today, Madam Speaker. It is non-ending. If you take a look at it, you know, they talk about grocery prices and lobbyists. Need I remind you of the name of Jenny Byrne? Of course I don't, because the Conservatives know her well. She sits in part of their caucus, Madam Speaker. This is someone that had a very close relationship with the current leader, Madam Speaker, when he was in government. He is a lobbyist. He was she was a lobbyist, still is a lobbyist, and an advisor to Harper. Why is that important? Because she's a lobbyist to her firm for the grocery.
Again, there is a lot of intervention in the House. If individuals want to have conversations, order. If individuals want to have conversations, then they should take it out. I would ask them not to heckle, and I would ask them to wait until the appropriate time for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it does make you wonder when you...
For Saskatchewan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This member is going off on all kinds of tangents. He's bringing in things that really have nothing to do with the business of the House. And I would.
What the point of order is, which standing order it's affecting.
The member is both irrelevant and being unparliamentary in the insinuation.
That is not a point of order. That is starting to be disrespectful. The honourable member for Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it is disrespectful when you have opposition member after member trying to disrupt the comments that I'm trying to put on the record, Madam Speaker. Because every word that I've spoken is the truth, and I understand that it might make you feel a little uncomfortable, but that's just too bad. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker.
Another point of order, the honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
I would just ask you to rule, Madam Speaker, on whether this is relevant to the actual motion that is currently being debated.
Fully well that there is some latitude when individuals, when debates are happening. I do want to make sure that members are aware that they need to bring it back to the motion. But there has been on both sides when making debates where they kind of go off script a bit, and I would just ask them to bring it back. But I also want to ask members to please be respectful and follow the orders of the House here, which is that not to disrupt individuals and not to be heckling them and not to have conversations while someone else has the floor. If they wish to have those conversations, they should take it out in the lobby. Another point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Speaker, only because of the interruptions that have consistently came here. It was on a point of issue of relevancy. I was referring to Jenny Byrne, who actually is a lobbyist for the grocery.
Is actually going into a debate. I would just ask the member to go on with this speech, make sure that it is relevant, and I would ask the same thing of the honourable members that will be taking the floor today. And I would just ask members to please maybe read up on the rules of the House about when and when not to speak in the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would add to some of the comments you made that if members opposite are feeling uncomfortable with the truth, I would suggest they do have a choice. You don't have to sit inside the chamber and listen. You can always exit the chamber. This way you won't be as hurt or you're feeling.
Secretary, I would ask him to go back to his debate because I actually have ruled on this and I don't need, I think that it's not proper to be reflecting on what I've just said when I'm closing the door on it. So again, I would just ask the Parliamentary Secretary to go on with his debate, and I would ask members not to interrupt as well. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Right to the debate. The Conservative Party tries to give the impression that they actually care and want to see action taken on the issue of food pricing. When in reality, let's do that comparison between the Stephen Harper or their current leader of the Conservative Party compared to the government of the day. We remember, we have 5 major grocery chains in Canada. We used to have 6. Well, the reason why we went from 6 to 5, Madam Speaker, is because the Stephen Harper government allowed shoppers to be joined in with one of the big 5. So that reduced us from 6 to 5. Now, Madam Speaker, then you have a government that changes the Competition Act in part to ensure that there would be more accountability when you in fact see those types of company takeovers, protecting the interests of Canadians, Madam Speaker. You see, at the end of the day, the Conservatives might have the good talking points. They might have some great slogans and bumper stickers, Madam Speaker. But the reality and history clearly shows that they're actually quite incompetent. That, in fact, when you take a look at their policy, you will find that it is wanting. They talk about the carbon rebate and the carbon tax, and they're saying across, I'm talking about the carbon rebate, carbon tax, and they're saying, well, relevance. Listen to what your speakers had to say. That was like 50% of what they spoke. Really, get a life. Try to understand what's happening on the floor today. I say to my colleagues across the way, Madam Speaker, they have to understand and appreciate that the government of Canada has taken a number of initiatives. And let me give you a few examples, some very tangible specifics. Let's talk about the National School Program. The National School Program, in which the Conservatives actually oppose, is there to help potentially 400,000 children, Madam Speaker. It is an investment in children so that they would be able to have food while they learn, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, where are the Conservatives on the issue? Again, you will find that they are offside, Madam Speaker. Remember the grocery rebate during the peak of food inflation, where we actually brought in a grocery rebate, Madam Speaker, so we could put money in the pockets of Canadians. And once again, we had the Conservative Party of Canada voting against that also, Madam Speaker. I made reference to the Competition Act. In order to ensure that there's a higher sense of fairness in terms of the pricing of food and how it is that competition is so important to that industry. And again, we saw Conservatives filibuster even legislation of that nature, Madam Speaker. We could talk about the Food Price Data Hub, which is a tool that can be used for Canadians to take a look in terms of what's actually happening with the price of a number of food commodities, Madam Speaker. Education. Now, because it's a budget line type of issue, you will find that the Conservative parties also voted against that. We talk a lot about the farmers. I've had the opportunity over the last number of years to get a better understanding of Manitoba's agricultural community. In particular, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about our pork industry, from visiting farms to how piglets from birth to putting down and providing the food that's necessary. How that industry has grown significantly over the last number of years, Madam Speaker. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker,
we're getting some comments, and it's not the appropriate time. I would ask the honourable members to not do that. And yeah, so I just want to say, it is the same ones over and over again that are making those comments, and it's not like they haven't heard what I've just asked of them. So I would ask them to please hold off. The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Madam Speaker, I think in terms of the chicken industry in the province of Manitoba, in fact, if you take a look at the chicken industry over the last decade, you will see that there's close to 200 new chicken producers. This is something that you wouldn't think if you listen to Conservatives. You would think that you would be seeing a shrinking of the pork industry. You would think you would be seeing a shrinking of our chicken processing industry, which is just not true, Madam Speaker. It's just not true. I've had the opportunity not only to visit those industries in a very real and tangible way, but also our cattle industry. Our agriculture community, I tell you, when I was flying into Winnipeg from BC recently, and as you're flying in, get under the clouds, you see these golden fields, multiple colors, where you'll see all forms of crops coming up. There's a lot to be said about the beauty of the prairies when you see the potential harvest that is there, and how that not only is dealing with food security here in Canada, but abroad, Madam Speaker, throughout the world. I don't need to be told to appreciate farmers and the fine work that they do. I do that naturally, Madam Speaker, and I've done it for many, many years, both as a parliamentarian and a young person jumping on a John Deere tractor as it was cultivating, Madam Speaker. This is something in which I believe in, and I know the government believes in. Earlier this year, we're actually in the Philippines, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Agriculture was making an announcement for the opening of an agri-food trade office, where you're going to have 30 plus other countries for trade looking and using the Manila office as a place to enhance Canadian trade for agri-food products, Madam Speaker. We all benefit by that, in particular our farmers, Madam Speaker. The potential markets in that area of the world is phenomenal potential growth. And as a government, we're looking to secure that growth for our country, all at the same time, as I say, feeding the world. There are many initiatives that are actually taken by the government to deal with the issue that the report has actually talked about. And unfortunately, that the Conservatives have used this as a way to cause division, as a way to filibuster government legislation. It is not about the issue for them, as I said at the very beginning. It's everything about how it is that they can cause a disturbance inside the chamber. And we saw some of that by the reaction, Madam Speaker. When we met as a caucus, we talked about the many different things that are happening in Canada, the issues of concerns. And there's reason for us to be very optimistic, whether it's the 2% inflation rate, the downward direction of interest rates, the records in foreign investment, especially in comparison to other countries, Madam Speaker. Last year, on a per capita basis, we were #1 in the G7 in terms of foreign investment coming into Canada. In the world, we were #3 on a per capita basis. These are all good news. It shows that we're moving forward in the right direction, but we do need to continue to work at improving the conditions for all Canadians, Madam Speaker. And that's the type of thing that we discussed when we went to caucus, which talked about agriculture. Contrast that to the leader of the Conservative Party's comments in the opening of their convention. And I go to the headline, carbon pricing to cause economic nuclear winter. The leader of the Conservative Party tells his members of Parliament. Here's what he actually had to say, Madam Speaker, in his speech to his caucus, saying the Liberal government's plan to increase the price would cause a nuclear winter for the economy. There would be a mass hunger and malnutrition with tax this high. Our seniors would have to turn the heat down to 14 or 13 C just to make it through the winter, the leader added. Inflation would run rampant and people would not be able to leave their homes or drive anywhere. This is the type of, well, you call it whatever you want, Madam Speaker. That's how he addressed his caucus. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that we have seen that shift to the far right. A lot of the negative things that Canadians don't like about politics coming up from the United States is being ushered in through the Conservative leader's office. I received an email. I don't know how I got it. It's addressed to me, and it says, I'll leave out what I know I have to leave out, Madam Speaker, the names, is a liar. He's a fake, a phony, a fraud. He told Canadians he was tearing up his costly coalition with blank. but he is continuing to prop up the Liberal government. Worst of all, he sold out Canadians to get his 2.3 million pension. Canadians can't trust anything, he says. It's time for a carbon tax election, full stop. Chip in today to support, can't say the name, and the common sense, I call it nonsense, common sense Conservatives as we take on the truth, on I can't say, costly coalition and win the carbon tax election. Can't say the name, has made everything worse. Taxes up, costs up, you know the slogan, Madam Speaker. Blank will keep lying to Canadians to keep his pension, but they won't win because we have a secret weapon, me. It says you. I'm a secret weapon, Madam Speaker. Well, we're counting on a strong and patriotic...
Members' time is up. It's going to be questions and comments. The Honourable Member Charles Wood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Speaker, I'd actually like to ask a question that I'm hoping the member will be able to answer because it's an important one. He mentioned Manitoba Pork. I had the opportunity to meet with the executive director of Manitoba Pork just a few weeks ago, Cam Dahl, who told me they have a very serious trade issue. Now, the pork industry in Manitoba is worth about $2 billion in GDP and employs over 20,000 people. He said that the country of origin labeling issue in the United States is going to have a deleterious effect on Manitoba pork. I presume since he's been researching agriculture in Manitoba that he is well aware of this issue. Can he inform this House as to what steps, tangible steps he has taken to protect the Manitoba pork industry from the onslaught of country of origin labeling in the United States?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I too have met with Cam and many representatives of the pork industry, and it's alive and well, doing exceptionally well in the province of Manitoba. Over the last number of years, we have seen substantial growth. I think it's somewhere between 6 to 8 million pigs annually, Madam Speaker, which is up quite significantly. Are there concerns? Absolutely, there are concerns. It's one of the reasons why when we even went to Manila, we had representatives from Canada Pork Association. It's one of the reasons why when we look at trade with the Philippines and other countries, I've actually made the suggestion that Manitoba Pork have representation there, Madam Speaker. It's important to me, it's important to Manitoba, it's important to Canada. And this is something in which the whole country of origin labeling, of course, we are aware of it. And it is something that we will do, that we will stay on top of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Recommendation number 1 of the report regarding the Temporary Foreign Worker Program. We really place great importance on this program. It's essential for Quebec, and the government has just announced a review of this program, a review that will threaten jobs in the agricultural section in Quebec, especially in regions where we really need this program. It's difficult to hire labor and retrain them every year. The government acted without taking into account a very well thought out recommendation, which was to take regional realities into account with this program. Should we take into account regional interests when it comes to the Temporary Foreign Worker Program?
I give credit to the member because obviously, I think it's a great question that's being posed. And I said in my remarks that the minister actually provided a detailed response to the different recommendations. So in fact, what you'll find if you pick up the letter, it's on page 3 of the letter, and you start to get a response. So for example, and I just use it as an example, it says here, the government acknowledges this recommendation. The Recognized Employer Pilot, REP program, launched in the summer of 2023 is a 3-year pilot project designed to be more responsive to established labor market. It goes on, Madam Speaker, to say when Canadian permanent residents are not available, program policies are continuously reviewed to ensure that they reflect the latest economic conditions. So again, the report itself, there is responses to all of the different recommendations. The opposition, the official opposition would have known that, but obviously they didn't think it was that important to reference at all in the beginning of their comments at all.
London Fanshawe.
And I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. There's a lot of conversation about all the things, of course, that we need to do in order to help people afford the food that they need to survive, and of course help the farmers that produce that food. There are lots of things the governments can do. This government can actually be far better at supporting, for example, our supply managed sectors, instead of selling a lot of that off in trade agreements, and supporting those incredible farmers within those industries. But one of the things that I've been asked over time in my area is from the Dairy Farmers of Canada, and they need to see a great deal more as the incredible stewards of the land that they are, who care about sustainability, who care about the protection of their environment, who care about wetlands and soil levels and runoff and all of those things. They need supports in terms of processing facilities, and that's something that they've asked the government for numerous times in order to reduce the amount that they have to ship their product in order to be processed properly. They've asked for that support in Southwestern Ontario, and I'd like to ask the honourable member for his comments on that in terms of what this government can do to help them in that regard.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, first to address the beginning of the question, when it comes in terms of supply management, not only was it the Liberal Party of Canada that ultimately brought in supply management. Anyone that's ever talked to the Minister of Agriculture will find out that as a government, we continue to support supply management to the degree in which we brought it in the first place. It is something that's absolutely critical for a wide spectrum of reasons, Madam Speaker, that you won't give me the time to actually expand upon. But to say, when you think in terms of environmental policies, a lot of those environmental policies of good stewardship is actually driven by the farmer themselves, Madam Speaker. And the government recognizes that and supports it. It supports it in different ways, things such as research dollars.
Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Speaker. The debate today, a lot of it was based on climate change and its impact on agriculture. 2024, the Conservative Party voted to reject a call to actually recognize climate change in Canada. In Ontario, the agriculture sector is 70,000 people work within it. It's a $60 billion sector. It's important to make sure that we preserve and keep the integrity of the land and the weather conditions in order for farmers to be successful. So to the Speaker, how important is the recognition of climate change and its impact on the agricultural sector in Ontario and the rest of Canada?
And for Secretary.
I believe it's critical. And if you don't believe me, ask the farmer. The farmer will tell you that. At the end of the day, when my colleague made reference to the issue of the carbon rebate and the carbon tax, what I would highlight is two quick points. Number one, every member of the Conservative Party across the way that campaigned in the last election voted in favor. They campaigned on a price on pollution. A price on pollution is a carbon tax. They campaigned on it. And then they had their flip-flop. Now, in fairness, they flip-flopped a few times on it, but in the last federal election, that was their official position. Now, it's somewhat interesting when they're starting to criticize others that have changed their opinions. All they need to do is reflect on their own positioning over the years. And I would suggest to you that there is an obligation to Canadians that they have to tell them what they would do to deal with the climate situation, because obviously the far right does not take that into consideration. And it's unfortunate because many farmers are also concerned about the issue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mission Natsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every time I hear the member from Winnipeg North speaking, I feel a little worse about the state of Canadian democracy and how Liberals no longer stand up for their constituents on a regular basis. The records clearly indicate that he accounts for more than half of government orders. So the fact that Liberals don't speak to anything happening in this House is a reflection of the fact that even Liberals have lost confidence in their Prime Minister, but are too afraid to say anything about it. So let me point out two specific stats. Unemployment right now for youth is 13.5%. And nearly a quarter of Canadians, an 80% increase, will be using a food bank this year. How in the world can this government think they're getting it right for Canadians with atrocious statistics like those?
Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, if the member wants to talk about stats, let me leave him with the stat.
If you take a look at terms of the 9 years in which Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, he generated somewhere over a neighborhood of 1 million jobs. In the same time frame, by working with Canadians, we have generated over 2 million jobs. That's double to the member opposite. And yes, there are issues that are very serious that we do need to deal with, but at least on this side of the House, we're prepared to work hard and deal with these issues, as opposed to the Conservative Party, who's more interested in slogans and bumper stickers and not giving any attention to the real concerns and issues that Canadians want dealt with by the House of Commons, by their behavior in terms of the constant filibustering that takes place.
So I just again want to remind members there was members on both sides of the House that were speaking or trying to make comments while others had the floor, and I would just ask members to please not do that.
Before we resume the debate,
38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Sherwood Park.
the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Public Services and Procurement, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre, Oil and Gas Industry, and the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Lake, Carbon Pricing. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would have liked to have the chance to ask my colleague a last question, but given that he's still in the room, I'll ask a question that he'll hear. He spoke about supply management to a question from my New Democratic colleague. He said he's always supported it. His government has always supported it. That's true. You know that we have a very important bill, C-282, that was adopted in 2020, that was tabled in 2023, and will only study it this coming month. If his government supports supply management, will it support the bill? The minister spoke in favor on behalf of the government. Perhaps it would be time then to ask senators to move a little faster. It's been more than a year that the study of this bill has been stuck at the Senate. If ever the question wasn't heard, we'll forward it. My speech today concerns the adoption of the report Call to Action, How Government and Industry Can Fight Against Food Price Volatility. And the title is important. It's not about controlling prices. It's about fighting back against food price volatility. We've all seen the incredible inflation that's taken place in the food sector, whereas in other sectors, prices were more controlled or the inflation was not as severe. We're not in a totalitarian regime, however. You can't dictate, so the government has to take measures to control volatility. Yet supply management is one of the best ways to control market volatility. The costs are set based on average production costs. That helps people become more efficient, and it helps them earn a living. Moreover, consumers pay a reasonable price. That's why this bill needs to be passed quickly. This motion, rather. This was the 18th committee report. And I think the committee was exemplary in the cooperation between its members. We hope that this continues. The members are working to see measures adopted that will help the agricultural sector. The industry minister, in fact, met the 5 major grocery chains in Canada that control 80% of the grocery sector in Canada. They were asked to make an effort, and this issue was passed on to the Agriculture Committee. We had already done a study on a similar subject in the past, But this study allowed us to go further in depth with this question and to confront the 5 major grocery chains. I'll begin by saying the sector let competition diminish to a point where that was not acceptable. When there are only 5 businesses that control 80% of the market, you have an oligopoly. And each business imitated the next. For example, there was the elimination of the COVID bonus. After the pandemic ended, this bonus was eliminated on the same day in every chain.
Now, when we heard from these grocery chains in the spring, they all said that they would provide their profit numbers to the Competition Bureau, which is studying this matter. And I personally asked all 5, because they were claiming that they weren't breaking in big profits. They were saying it was because of pharmacy products that margins had remained the same and so on. So I asked them to give us their numbers. But then they refused because they said there were issues of competitiveness. The Competition Bureau was studying something similar at the same time, and the Competition Bureau work is confidential. So we asked the chains if they would provide the numbers to the Competition Bureau, and they said yes. But a few weeks later, we received the Bureau's report. And at the very beginning, the drafters of the report criticized the chains for their lack of transparency and the fact that they did not receive these numbers. Then when the chains came back to committee a few months later, I asked them the question once more. I said, it doesn't seem like the numbers were provided. And they all said, they claimed that they had provided the information. How odd. Someone didn't do their job, but we don't know who. This is important because it's a matter of transparency towards the government. This example shows very clearly that as a government, we need to ensure that sectors remain competitive. We've identified a number of resolutions that would be positive. But I see here members who are on the committee with me and may agree that we've tabled 18 reports and we're working really hard. We're serious and rigorous. And when we have a report, it's probably something we all agree on, or at least a majority. And we would like these files to progress. You could probably measure the amount of dust that's gathered on each of these reports as they lie on the shelves. As I was reviewing these recommendations, I said to myself, yes, this was a darn good report, with perhaps one small exception that I'll mention later, but overall it was an excellent report. Looking back at these recommendations, given the importance of temporary foreign workers in the agri-foods sector, we want the administrative burden to be reduced, but that hasn't been done. We're asking for labor market impact assessments to be reduced, but now the frequency of them has been doubled to twice a year. We might be forced to not make recommendations in the next report because they might end up doing the opposite. It's ironic. What's the point of the recommendations if they go and do the opposite? The pilot project needs to be kept in place for recognized employers. We often hear about the agricultural sector, but we more rarely hear about the agricultural sector rather, but rarely do we hear about the agri-food sector. But it's very important to process food before it's distributed. So agri-foods is an important extension of the agricultural sector. In the agricultural sector, there's no limit on temporary workers, but there are limits in the area of agri-foods. But it's hard to find workers to cut up pigs in a slaughterhouse, for example. I would invite any MPs who have not yet done so to visit food processing plants. They will be very struck by the fact that we need these workers. I am concerned after hearing the latest announcement because the number was brought from 30 to 20, and now there are reports that it may go down to 10. I hope that the agri-food sector won't be targeted by that limit. The member for Drummond was talking about this earlier. We need to be smart. Each time the government does something, it needs to think about the possible consequences of the measure. It's not enough to make nice sounding announcements. You need to see how it's going to apply in the day-to-day. I'm not saying that bringing the limit to 10% in other sectors isn't a good idea, but in agri-foods, it will create serious problems, Madam Speaker. I wouldn't want to see food processing plants move elsewhere in a few years because they can't find workers. Yes, we can mechanize and invest, and once again, the government should be more visionary and try to modernize these processing plants. And funnily enough, that's another recommendation that's been in several reports, not this one. And yet, nothing has been done. I would invite ministers to read committee reports, therefore. Okay, so that's one thing I wanted to say. We need to consider regional characteristics. We need to show rigor. Now, the next recommendation, which has a lot to do with climate change, and even grocery providers were telling us that it can be difficult to ensure that supply is reliable, and sometimes you need to turn elsewhere because weather phenomena have affected our supply chains, and sometimes there are shortages which affect prices. This all needs to be taken into account. We need to have local food resiliency so that we can feed people, so we can keep our farmers. We should support them more than we do now, especially when it comes to risk management programs. That's not been repeated in this report, but we've discussed it a great deal, and there have been several reports on this. In 2028, the Canadian Agricultural Partnership will be renewed. And it seems to me that it's as though they're waiting until November 2027 to start discussing it, even though the government should already be sitting down with people from the sector to see what changes are necessary. If the government really wants it to work, we're going to need significant reviews of this program and more funding and more coverage. Farmers tell me sometimes that they no longer bother to get insurance because the chances that it will benefit them are really low. And meanwhile, the rates are really high. And they wouldn't get much compensation if there were a disaster. It's just not, I mean, these are entrepreneurs. It doesn't make business sense. We have this idyllic vision of them as farmers, but really, these are small businesses that need to balance the books. And the situation is now so bad that 44% of agricultural workers in Quebec have a second job. It's sad. People who are feeding us, putting food on our table, and they have to get up early in the morning, take the train to go to a second job before laboring on the farm in the evening. It's just sad. I'm sorry. I often get carried away. Now, the only thing that we in the Bloc didn't agree with was recommendation 3, which asked the Government of Canada to adopt Bill C-234 without amendment. We initially approved of that legislation because we agreed that there should be an agricultural exemption. But when it came back amended from the Senate, we said that we should try to bring the idea to life, and we'll see what we can do later for buildings. The Senate had removed buildings. Sometimes these decisions are difficult to take. But under the circumstances, I think that was the right idea. And what shows that is that when it came back from the Senate, and this is the first speech I made in January, nearly a year ago, it could have been dealt with quickly. We could have concluded the debate, get it through, And so farmers would have the exemption. Now in the fall. But instead, the Conservatives stacked the debate. The debate never ended, so we still haven't voted on it because Conservatives are trying to use this for political leverage. I know the carbon tax seems to have become politically polarizing and toxic, but this bill could have made a difference this fall for grain producers. Some of them are listening to us today. If we would just vote on this, the exemption for grain drying would be complete, but it's not there. So I did not agree with the majority of the committee on that recommendation. In conclusion, we agreed with the overall report. I will come back to the fourth recommendation now, which asks the government to revise labeling regulations. I know I don't have much more time because I have a great deal to say on every recommendation, but I'll say as much as I can say. Labeling. Health Canada decided we're going to protect people. We're going to help them be healthy. If there's fat or sugar in a product, we're going to put it on the label in big print. But they're not taking into account the rest of the contents of the product. Let me give you, this is a good example. This is a good example of what I was saying earlier. A policy that's quickly pushed through to look good and say, oh yeah, we're protecting people's health. But we end up with situations where, for example, dried cranberries, which need to have sugar in them because otherwise they'll be incredibly sour. And I'm not saying we shouldn't mark that on the label, but when people arrive at the store and see that the label says there's too much sugar in this product without seeing what else is in the product, nuance is lost because we know that things like cranberries are very healthy in other ways. For example, they're antioxidants. So if anyone in the government is listening, I would like to once again repeat that we need to be smarter with our policies. In France, for example, they have something called a Nutri-Score. So instead of saying that a product contains a lot of sugar or fat, which flattens the situation and leads to all sorts of exceptions, because there's exceptions for dairy products, ground meat. It got an exemption pretty quickly because the same piece of meat, if it weren't ground, would not be labeled, which is ridiculous. So they quickly realized, and after a mere 2 weeks, there was an exemption. Well, great. For once, but there should be more situations like that. Anyway, coming back to this Nutri-Score in France, they give a letter grade, A, B, C, D, or E. So a food like the dried cranberry, instead of looking like it would have a failing grade, might instead get a B or C grade because there are positive things about it. This is the kind of thing I'm referring to. We need to take thoughtful, foresightful decisions. We also need to remember that changing labeling has major costs for industry. We claim to want to lower grocery prices, but with these kinds of labeling changes, right and left, well, that causes a lot of extra costs. Labels will be thrown away, packaging will be thrown away. We need to think about what we want to change overall in labeling, and let's just change it one time to ensure that the industry has time to adapt. The fifth recommendation now, everyone agrees that we should get rid of plastic. Everyone agrees. But what we're saying is that the little labels, little stickers on fruit, if we ban those overnight, now we know that science has started developing biodegradable stickers. It's coming along, but they're very expensive. And that means that foreign importers who send us fruit exporters who send us fruit might stop sending us fruit like bananas, for example. It might be too expensive. So yes, we can carry out that change, but we need to be reasonable about the details of how. We need to see what the alternative is. Plastic packaging for vegetables. That's a good example. A piece of broccoli that has plastic wrap on it will last several times longer than if it didn't. We're not saying the plastic is a good thing, but we need some kind of replacement. Because if we take it away, we're going to increase food waste exponentially, which also causes greenhouse gas emissions. That's what I mean when I say you need to be thoughtful, because there are unintended consequences. Now, we also talked about the Nutri-North program. The program involves giving grants to agri-foods providers in remote regions, but we're not sure that that money is being used appropriately, because we know that the cost of food is absolutely is far too high in these remote regions. So is this support really going to people on the ground? We should study how that money is being used. We're not here to increase the profits of private companies. We're trying to help individuals be able to access affordable food. And I'll just close by saying that the grocery code of conduct is a good example of the constructive work we're doing. We worked hard on it at committee. We placed a great deal of pressure on businesses. 2 of them did not want to sign, but they finally did sign the code of conduct. We're going to need to look closely at how it's applied. There's also a way. There's also a procedure for settlement for small suppliers. The honorable member for Beauce. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He touched on a number of subjects. He mentioned that this is the 18th report of the Committee of Agriculture. We've made many recommendations since I've been on that committee over the last 4 years. Unfortunately, few of the recommendations have been applied. I'd like to come back to a statistic he mentioned. He said that 44% of produce was sold at a loss in 2023. What does he think about what could be done to improve the situation? The committee has made recommendations in this regard. What could help our fruit and vegetable producers? Instead of importing fruits and vegetables from other countries because they're cheaper. We know that the matter of greenhouse gas emissions is important to many, so what does my colleague think? The honorable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank the member for Beauce for his question. Yes, this is indeed the 18th report. And I would just say that for those who want to get ideas for their election campaign platform, well, I would recommend that they read committee reports. They'll get some pretty good ideas. But in any case, the 44% number was actually about the farmers who need a second job. But perhaps we have a similar statistic. And I know that this has affected people in my riding this year. It's heartrending. Earlier, I was discussing insurance for farmers. And the business I'm thinking of had a very difficult summer in 2023, so they made an insurance claim, but it didn't even cover half of the loss. And the following year, the cost of their insurance went up 4-fold. And yet this year, they've had further flooding damage, so they're going to have to submit another claim. The situation, the risk management program for farmers is broken.
Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to pick up on the member's comments in regards to the pork industry and temporary workers, because I think it's one of the things in which Manitoba and Quebec have in common is a very healthy pork industry, in which the member opposite and I are very much concerned about in regards to having that stability of employment. One of the things that Manitoba, in working with the federal government, has been very successful at is using the local nominee program to ensure that there's stability in that workforce. And it's been very successful at ensuring that the employees that are required to support the communities of Winnipeg, Brandon, and Neepawa in particular is there in a very real and tangible way. What does the member think about the province of Quebec doing likewise in terms of working, if it isn't already, working with the federal government in that agricultural sector to look at ways in which maybe they can take a look at permanent residents filling some of these positions?
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for your question, and I'm certainly interested in that. I'd like to go look into this program. We can always take inspiration from that. What I don't want is for the federal government to come and interfere in Quebec's jurisdiction. That is, I think something that maybe my committee colleagues are tired of hearing me say, but, I'll say it again. It's important to highlight that. It's important to look at other alternatives because the temporary foreign worker program, it works well for certain needs. But as I was saying earlier, we need to, reduce percentages, but we need to look at the sectors and where the impact is. So that's why we have to be progressive. We have to be smart. And it wouldn't be a bad idea to look at how we can reform this and stop having to defend on foreign workers to this extent, because our businesses, it doesn't cost them less. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to raise the question of temporary foreign workers, because I have certain concerns about their rights and their working conditions. So I just want to understand, because for a few years now, the Bloc and the government of Quebec have been calling for lower levels of temporary immigration in Quebec. I asked a question earlier today, or I heard a question about that today. And the member for Drummond and the member for Berthier-Masquinongé have been saying that, be careful. The agriculture sector needs these workers. They need them. So they're saying that, but also people who are working in abattoirs and processing and manufacturing saying, we need these temporary foreign workers. We hear the same thing in healthcare. We hear the same thing in construction. So these temporary workers, do they want less, more, or the same number? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, thank you. I'd like to thank the member for his question. We want intelligent, smart measures to answer his questions. We don't want a populist announce that says we're going to drop the percentage by such and such amount. So what the Bloc is criticizing is, when it comes to asylum seekers, we want to welcome them. We want to be able to do that, but it's the proportion that Quebec has to absorb. That's the major issue when we talk about people coming in. So it's not just workers. There are nuances here. And certainly in 30-second clips, it's hard to look at those details and that nuance. But in the agri-food sector, we're not against looking at how we can reduce numbers, but we have to do it in a smart way, because we can't break the supply chains, Madam Speaker. That's where the devil's in the details. And, we have concerns. And so that's why we are calling for an end to closed permits and more open permits. The honourable member Philip Pontigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my colleague, when he talks about his file, he speaks about it passionately, and I could listen to him for hours. So when he got through 7 of the 10 recommendations, so I'd like to ask him to talk about which recommendation he has the most passion for. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, thank you. Listen, I'd like to come back to the one that I had just started talking about, the code of behavior. When it comes to prices, there are a lot of people, who are affected by this. And I'll give you the worst example that we've seen recently. A lettuce seller who delivered to lettuce to a major grocer. He was called back a couple of days later, and they said, come back and get 3/4 of your order. We don't want it anymore. And the conditions are, you come and pick it up, and you won't charge us for the transport. And that's not acceptable. The grocer said, listen, we have lower cost stuff coming in from Mexico, and we don't know what's on that, and we won't get into reciprocity of standards. So not only did it come from Mexico, but they said, listen, we got a better price. So the producer had to go back, get 3/4 of the order, and he looked at the prices for lettuce, and you know what? The prices never went down at the grocery store. So the code of conduct to deal with those issues is essential.
And comments, the honourable member for Foothills. Sorry, I gave you a question. a while.
I will ask a question in English because I'd like to make sure that my friend understands the question.
Total net farm income across Canada decreased by about $9.1 billion. And in Quebec, the decrease was almost the highest in the country, with net farm income going down more than 43% last year. And the reason for that net loss in income for farmers is a result of much higher input costs on feed, on fuel, on fertilizer, as a result of Liberal NDP policies like the carbon tax. So I would like to ask my colleague, how does he go home and talk to his constituents and continue to support this government when they know that their policies are destroying family farms and our rural communities and their economies?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé in 1 minute. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and especially for his effort to make an introduction in French. It's the first time I've heard him speak French like that, and that's great. Well, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois doesn't support one government. The Bloc Québécois goes vote by vote, looking at what's good for Quebec and what isn't good for Quebec. And that's what we've been doing since I arrived here in 2019, and that's what the Bloc Québécois has always done. It's what we'll continue to do. So if in 2 weeks from now there's a vote that's not good for Quebec, we'll vote against it. And then in 2 weeks, if there's something that's good for Quebec, we'll vote in favor of it, Madam Speaker. And the vote that's coming up this week isn't a vote on something that's good or not good for Quebec. It's about changing one party for another with nothing to gain. We think that we can make gains when it comes to, for example, pensions for seniors or protecting supply management. There's a bill that's been, in the Senate for years. We can make gains on that.
Debate. Sorry, I have a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was hoping just to be able to read briefly the questions for response or questions on the order paper, and I believe there's support for me to do so.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to do so? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, colleagues. Madam Speaker, if a revised response to question 2775, originally tabled on September 16, 2024, could be made in order for return. This return would be tabled in electronic format immediately. And thank you again.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Member South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm proud to rise here today as the new NDP critic for agriculture and speak about a subject that Canadians really care about, and the NDP has been the leading force in this place on this subject, and that is the subject of the rising price of groceries. Groceries that have gone up 22% over the last 3 years alone. And since food is one of the biggest part of any family's budget and an absolutely essential one at that, this has hit Canadians hard. The use of food banks has hit a 35-year high. And meanwhile, the grocery sector made record profits last year, raking in $6 billion. Loblaw's almost doubled its profit margin in the past 5 years. But on top of that, other parts of household budgets have also soared, impacting families in many cases as much or more than food prices. And this has aggravated the impact of the rising cost of food. Housing costs have soared. The price of gas at the pumps has skyrocketed as the big oil companies revel in high world oil prices and rake in billions of dollars in record profits, over $30 billion in last year alone. So all in all, it's easy to see why Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. And as I said, it's been the NDP that's been really fighting for relief from all these rising costs here, fighting to stabilize food prices, build affordable housing, and providing relief from rising gas prices, putting forward really solid ideas that would actually do that. And last fall, my colleague, the former NDP critic for agriculture, the member for Couch and Malahat Langford, tabled a motion at the Agriculture Committee to study the rising costs of food. And the motion put forward by that member asked for a study in relation to the recent commitments at that time of the government to stabilize and lower food prices, and called the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Finance to appear, and summoned the CEOs of Loblaws, Metro, Empire, Walmart, and Costco. And that study resulted in the report we're debating today, a report called A Call to Action, How Government and Industry Can Fight Back Against Food Price Volatility. And as I said, that report came out last May, and I could spend some time going through the report, but I just want to highlight some of the important issues and what the NDP has been asking the government to do about it. And that was all crystallized, I would say, at the end of May. On May 31st, the leader of the NDP put forward an opposition day motion that read that given the cost of food continues to increase while grocery giants such as Loblaws, Metro, and Sobeys make record profits, that the House call on the government to force big grocery chains and suppliers to lower the price of essential foods or else face a price cap or other measures. B, stop delaying long-needed reforms to the Nutrition North program. And C, stop liberal and conservative corporate handouts to big grocers. And unfortunately, the Liberals, Conservatives, and the Bloc, surprisingly, all voted against this motion. I want to thank the Green members for supporting us. One Liberal voted for it as well, but I don't know if that was a mistake. New Democrats were asking the government to force big grocery chains and suppliers to lower the price of essential foods, or the government will put in place a price cap or use other measures. Big grocery chains have shown that they have control over their prices when they announce price freezes on store brands. All major grocery stores have their own brands, like No Name. A cap on prices of these items is within the control of grocery stores. They don't voluntarily cap these prices. The government should force them to do so. So far, Liberals promised to, quote unquote, stabilize food prices, but they've failed to do so. For more than 25 consecutive months, as of last May, food inflation outpaced general inflation, leaving Canadians with higher bills, and the Liberals did nothing. While food inflation is at a more reasonable level right now, in the past 3 years, as I said, food prices have increased by over 20%. We need government action to lower the prices of essential food items. And after asking grocery giants to come up with a plan to lower prices, the Prime Minister said, if their plan doesn't provide real relief for the middle class and people working hard to join it, then we will take further action, and we are not ruling anything out, including tax measures. Well, we got all excited. Unfortunately, we were disappointed. Other countries such as France, Greece, and South Korea have taken steps to lower essential food prices. And price control measures are being used right now in Canada. Many provincial governments impose limits on rent increases. Prices for most forms of energy, but not obviously gasoline and diesel, etc., are also regulated in Canada. Big grocery chains, as I said, have shown they have control over the prices when they've announced price freezes. I just want to go into more details on what these other countries have done. In France, the government secured a deal with 75 major companies to lower the price of groceries for 5,000 products. If the grocery companies fail to reduce prices, the government can hold them publicly accountable. For example, the government called out major corporations such as PepsiCo and Unilever. In Greece, the government announced gross profit caps for key consumer goods and services in the food and health sectors. In practice, the policy stipulates that the gross profit per unit cannot exceed that of the profits made before December 31st, 2021. To ensure enforcement of these measures, fines can be placed on international companies. In South Korea in 2023, the president established department-level task forces to monitor and implement food price control measures in key industries. For example, the Ministry of Agriculture assessed the prices of 7 key food items, including milk, coffee, noodles, and bread. In 2024, President Yul adjusted his approach to establish a national-level task force responsible for implementing food price control measures. And so what, again, is the NDP calling for? We're asking the government to force these big grocery chains and suppliers to lower the price of essential food for the next 6 months. And if they don't do it, we suggest that the government should impose a price cap on those essential foods. The government could take that period to develop options of price regulation measures if big companies of the industry fail to do so. They could look at what other countries have done, as I've just mentioned, and how price regulation measures could work in Canada. There are many options at the disposal of the government. Could be a straight price cap that essential food items cannot be higher than a certain price and cannot be increased higher than a certain price every year. The basket of food covered could be determined by looking at what other countries have done. Or we could start from the 60 items in the StatCan nutritious food basket and go towards all items of food items that are GST free. As some economists have suggested, the government could start by forcing big grocery chains to lower prices of their private brand products. For the NDP, it's critical that any measures taken don't hurt the producers and small independent grocers. And I'll just step back here and say, we certainly want to protect farmers and what they produce and what they make. I grew up on a small farm. I know how hard it is to make money in agriculture, and we don't want to affect them. We want their suffering more than ever from all sorts of issues, but it's these big corporations that are causing this food inflation. And the government has other tools at its disposal, such as an excess profit tax, like they've done for banks at the NDP's bidding, or they could always implement fines if the companies are not doing what they've asked them to do. And they should certainly go the route of excess profit tax on the big oil companies for the prices at the pumps. The Conservatives can talk all they want about how the carbon tax is hitting people. It's the profits of the big oil companies that are really hurting farmers. And the government should stop feeding grocery greed with corporate handouts. When the Conservatives were last in power, they cut the corporate tax rate from 22% down to 15%. It's estimated that this costs the federal government $60 billion in corporate handouts over a 6-year period. The Liberals kept those corporate handouts in place, and we estimate that the federal government has lost $90 billion due to their inaction. And this, just as another aside, this is all based on the long debunked theory of trickle-down economics. If we take away taxes from the corporations, all of us will benefit. Well, it doesn't happen. It never has happened. Now, due to the Conservatives' corporate tax cuts, it's estimated that Loblaws, Costco, and Metro have received $2.35 billion in handouts from the federal government. New Democrats are calling for corporations to pay their fair share, and we are not alone. President Biden's 2024 budget will increase the US corporate tax rate from 21 to 28%. Now, I'd like to turn now to Nutrition North. This is a hugely important program in the North where food prices have been extraordinarily high for many years. And this Nutrition North is designed to lower the cost of essential goods for retailers. It includes a retail subsidy for grocery stores and food producers, grants funding for local harvesters to boost local food production, and funding support for community food programs. But new studies show that the price of goods has only gone down by 67 cents for every dollar in subsidy provided by Nutrition North. So that's particularly concerning, as the subsidy is being delivered to corporations like the Great West Company, owner of North Mart, who are bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars in profits, paying their executives millions in bonuses and salaries. While many of these stores operate in Indigenous communities, few are owned by Indigenous people who live in those communities, and most are found in cities like Winnipeg or Montreal. Meanwhile, families in the North can't afford basic fresh food. So New Democrats have called for an audit of Nutrition North to ensure that corporate greed is not interfering in Northerners' access to healthy, fresh, and affordable food. No company should be bringing in millions in profits while also needing a subsidy to deliver goods to Northern communities. We also believe Nutrition North should be reformed to become a social program, not a corporate subsidy, so that families will have more choice in what they put on their plates. Madam Speaker, this report that we're debating today came from an NDP motion for a study that was tabled almost a year ago. And that motion arose from a promise made by this Liberal government almost exactly a year ago. And I'll finish by reading out a letter sent by my colleague, the MP for Couch and Malahat Langford, just last week to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry on the first anniversary of that promise. And so this is a letter, as I say, to the minister. And there's a long quote here. It starts, "1 year ago, your Liberal government convened a meeting with the CEOs of Canada's 5 largest corporate grocers, pledging to stabilize grocery prices and provide relief to families. Despite this promise, the cost of food and other essentials continue to soar, forcing many families to make the impossible choice between buying food and paying rent. Alarmingly, food bank usage has surged to its highest levels since 1989, with over 1 million people in Ontario turning to food banks in the past year. In my home province of British Columbia, almost 200,000 families are relying on food bank every month. While families struggle, corporate grocers are reaping historic profits. Between March and June, 1 quarter of this year, Loblaws reported an astounding $457 million in profits, all while forcing families to pay outrageous prices for essential items like baby formula. Instead of stopping the corporate greed that is driving up costs, your government voted against concrete measures that would increase penalties for price fixing, helping smaller grocery stores by protecting them against anti-competitive tactics from corporate grocers, and give the Competition Bureau more powers to crack down on abuses like price gouging consumers and stop mergers that decrease competition and hurt Canadians, such as the Rogers and Shaw merger. Canadians expect you to side with them, not the CEO of Loblaws. They expect you to take immediate action against corporate greed, not accept piles of cash to fund the Liberal Party. But that's what you and your government have been doing, just like the Conservatives did beforehand. Canadians are fed up with how beholden the Liberals and Conservatives are to CEOs. It's a corporate coalition, and Canadians have had enough. The NDP will bring hope and relief to Canadians. We're urging you to stop listening to greedy grocery chains and instead support the NDP's plan to end grocery greed and lower food costs for Canadian families. This includes capping prices on essential grocery items, introducing an excess profit tax on large grocery chains, stopping shady shrinkflation practices, and ending federal handouts to corporate grocery chains. Canadians are tired of useless meetings with CEOs. They're tired of watching you break promises. It's the people's time, and they demand bold action now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I wasn't sure if the honourable member was quoting at first, but I don't think he was, but I just want to remind him not to use the word you in addressing it directly to the government as opposed to through the chair. Okay. Questions and comments? The honourable member Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to the member's speech. Near the beginning of his remarks, he made a comment that the NDP have been fighting for relief for Canadians. So my question is very simple. I just want to know how that is so, given the fact that they have voted for tax increases at every single opportunity that this Liberal government has given them, and that they have voted to keep the carbon tax 24 times, which is continuing to make life unaffordable. So what have they been doing that has made life more affordable for Canadians?
Member South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, where do I begin? You know, the NDP over the last few years have done so much for Canadians who are truly in need, Canadians who really need the help that we can provide. We have brought in dental care for 20% of Canadians can't afford to go to a dentist. Now they can. People, you know, every one of us here gets a free dental program, but not the poorest people in Canada. We have brought in pharmacare so that people, 10% of Canadians who go to their doctor for free because of our health system brought to you by the NDP, provides a free doctor. But when that doctor provides a prescription for your troubles, you cannot get that prescription filled if you can't afford it. 10% of Canadians can't afford to fill their prescriptions. We are concentrating on helping the Canadians that need help the most. And we have been, I think, very, very successful in doing that.
So again, there was some cross discussions there, and I would just ask members to please, if they want to have cross discussion, they should take it outside. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through the supply and confidence motion between the Liberals and the NDP, we were able to actually deliver a good number of things to provide relief, whether it was the grocery rebate, the carbon rebates, that go out on a quarterly basis. We can talk about the National Food Program, all of that done with a sense of cooperation. Changes to the Competitions Act, dealing with issues that the member opposite has raised. A number of initiatives that have made a difference to the degree in which we now have 2% inflation rate. Now, my question to the member is, would he not agree that by working together, we're able to accomplish a lot of the things that are so important to Canadians?
South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, to a large extent, I do agree. I came here to work collegially and cooperatively with everyone here to bring the help that my constituents needed. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to fight political fights. I'm concentrating, and I think the whole NDP caucus is concentrating on what is good for Canadians. When we entered the confidence and supply agreement, some of us were a bit concerned about cooperating with the government because they knew what the Liberals had done in the past. But we thought this will help Canadians. And, you know, we brought in dental care. The Liberals and Conservatives had voted against dental care within the last couple of years. We brought in pharmacare. The Liberals and the Conservatives had voted against pharmacare. So yes, we appreciate that cooperation, and I think we have accomplished a lot.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for L'Honorable Député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. I am very interested by the agricultural question. I'd like to come back to an issue that is really major in my riding of Shefford. A question was asked of the Liberals a little while ago, but the question could also be asked of Conservatives, the question of supply management. For over 1 year now, we've been waiting for a bill. Things blocked at some point, but now is not the time to get into partisanship. Should we not move forward with this important question for Quebec producers and others on this question of supply management?
Well, I'd like to thank the member for Shefford for that question, and I would agree. The NDP has always supported supply management. We think it is a very good way of organizing our the farmers that produce our dairy, our milk, our cheese, our poultry, or eggs. You know, these things are essential to Canadians, and that's, you know, there's an example of, you know, putting a cap on prices, managing prices that helps Canadians and farmers at the same time.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Kingston. Thank you.
Vancouver
I'd like to thank
Kingsway.
my honourable colleague for his excellent speech and for all the intelligence and wisdom and experience he brings from the agricultural sector. I want to ask him about the cost of climate crisis. The Conservatives seem to know the price of everything and the value of nothing. And the old adage that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I'm just wondering, my honourable colleague can comment on, what is the cost of failing to deal with the climate crisis to Canada's agricultural community?
The honourable member for West Okanagan, South Kootenay.
South Okanagan, West Kootenay. But that I'll concentrate on the agriculture sector in my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay is largely in the fruit orchards, fruit industry, and in wine, in grapes and vineyards. That industry has been literally hammered in the last 2 years by climate change because we've had these remarkably mild winters followed over a matter of 12 hours or a day to radically sub-zero temperatures that are very cold for us, temperatures below -20. We almost never get temperatures like that. That has basically killed off a lot of the vines. It has certainly destroyed the grape crop for this year. It has killed off the peaches, the apricots, a lot of the plums, the cherries. The cherries are of the fruit industry that is in the Okanagan. That's the most lucrative crop you can grow. It's much better than growing grapes. Those crops have been literally destroyed this year by climate change. That is just one snapshot of how climate change is affecting agriculture in this country.
Honourable member for Regina Luba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I welcome the member to the Ag Committee. I've served on it for 3 years and 4 years now, so look forward to his contributions. But at the start of his speech, he talked about something that he was very excited of, the possibility of the Prime Minister and the Liberals taxing grocery stores more to try and lower the food prices. Because he said that might be one of the options. So I'd ask the member, could he give me an example ever of when you tax someone more, the price went down? Just one example, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for Regina Luvan for that question. Maybe he doesn't understand how taxes work. These are taxes on profits. And the grocery companies have had record profits. We're talking billions of dollars in the last few years. Billions of dollars in profits while Canadians are struggling to put food on the table. This would tax those profits, and it would not affect the bottom line. And I'm talking about the big corporate. I'm talking about Loblaws and Sobeys getting Metro. That's the biggest one. We don't have Metro where I come from, I'm sorry. And so it's taxing those excess profits.
Very short question from the honourable member from Mission-Mascouy, Fraser Canyon. Really very short.
Speaker, would my colleague from South Okanagan outline for us here in the House whether or not the federal NDP will adopt the same policy as the provincial NDP and scrap the tax, axe the tax, and give some Canadians relief through eliminating the federal carbon tax? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for that question because I know he was a member of the BC government that brought the carbon tax to Canada. And, well, sorry, it was one of his colleagues. Sorry, I apologize. I withdraw that statement, but it was one of his neighbors. But all I will say is the NDP, the federal NDP, will have a very strong climate policy, the best in this House, and better than the Liberals, and better than the total lack of a climate policy from the.
We are going to have to move on, and the honourable. Okay, are we done? Okay, the honourable deputy.
The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague from Foothills. Today, I'd like to emphasize the of the importance of the work accomplished by the Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Foods over the last few months. In particular, I'd like to mention the 18th report on stabilizing food prices across the country. To be clear, we agree with the majority of the committee's report and recommendations. However, there are certain aspects of the report that need to be highlighted, and Canadians need to be aware of the Liberal government's decisions and policies which contribute to rising food prices and jeopardize food security in Canada. This is a report that has already been done once before, unfortunately, wasting precious House resources and time that Canadians don't need to be wasted. 2 years ago, we completed the same report, tabled our findings, but the government chose not to act on any of our recommendations. This is a major part of my frustration at the committee. We're working very hard together, but few of the recommendations have been retained and implemented by the government. I've been on the committee for 4 years now, and this has been a real disappointment. What we're doing as work is very important, and we'd like that our work to receive the importance that it deserves. Last year, the Minister of Industry wrote to our committee asking us to study the same subject as part of a public relations and political exercise. He didn't even know the original report existed. It was only 3 months. The Minister of Industry said he would stabilize food prices before Thanksgiving 2023, but has not kept his word. If you read the report, as well as our Conservative dissenting report, you'll find many solutions that could be put in place today to improve the challenges facing Canadians. I'd like to list a few of the most important. Carbon tax. The carbon tax was raised at every meeting by witnesses. It is crushing the incomes of our farmers and in turn driving millions of Canadians to food banks. Farm input costs are skyrocketing, as are transportation costs, leading to increased hunger among Canadian families, with 1 in 5 Canadians skipping meals just to survive. My Bloc Liberal colleagues, on the other hand, will say, but the carbon tax doesn't affect Quebec. How out of touch can they get? Only yesterday morning, I met people and they were talking about the impact of this carbon tax in Quebec. The majority of products that we receive in Quebec come from elsewhere in Canada, and they are affected by the carbon tax, including grocery products. Every time a Quebecer shops at the supermarket, he or she indirectly pays the tax applied to the goods and transportation all along the food supply chain. Farmers and homeowners also pay it directly when they fill their propane tanks with propane always imported from elsewhere in Canada. Inflationary deficits. This is another important point. The government has dug a hole so deep with inflationary deficits that our next generations will have to foot the bill for years to come. Farm succession plans are in ruins, and the next generation doesn't know if it will continue in the profession. We have the Liberals, Bloc, and NDP to thank for that. As for food bank use, it's never been higher, with millions of Canadians needing to use a food bank to put food on the table. In my riding, Moisson-Beauce, which is an umbrella organization for more than 50 organizations in the area is struggling to keep up with demand. I met with the organization only 10 days ago, and this was confirmed to me. This is extremely sad and something that I've never seen any time in my life in the Beauce region. The countless volunteers who work for the organization said the same thing. There's a lack of improvement in business risk management programs. This was mentioned by the Bloc Québécois earlier. We've had countless studies already asking for improvement of all business risk management programs, that they be adapted to the reality of agriculture in 2024. Faced with changing weather conditions and financial realities, the government must take the lead and make significant changes to protect our farm families. 44% of fruit and vegetable growers sold at fruit and vegetables sold at a loss last year. This is an alarming figure, and one wonders why the government isn't taking steps to improve it. It prefers to bring in products from abroad by truck or plane, while taxing our farmers and causing unnecessary pollution because of these countless imports. Revenues continue to decline. In 2023, net farm income in Quebec fell by 42.9%. This is a major drop. 1 in 5 farms in Quebec also said they were unable to repay their debts because of rising input and transport costs. And also,
the cost of the Liberal carbon tax was also one of the main reasons for this. We need to put an end to it immediately. And now, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about fertilizer tariffs. The Liberals had an inconsistent plan with 35% tariffs on Russian fertilizer. That's still in place today, and it costs our farmers a great deal when all they want is to run their businesses efficiently. At the time of that decision, it was very hard to get reasonably priced fertilizer. Today, farmers are having to pay much higher prices than market value just to get the fertilizer they need to till the soil and feed people. Our party and many stakeholders have asked for this tariff to be removed and that the money be returned to our farmers, but the Liberals have refused. The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance even made an exception recently for critical minerals from Russia to be exempted from tariffs, but she's refusing to grant the same thing to farmers for an essential product like fertilizer. This government is ideologically going after all greenhouse gas emitters through their carbon taxes, instead of appropriately recognizing those who've been mitigating, eliminating, or sequestering greenhouse gases for years or decades. This is a short-termist approach, and it's unfair. Inflationary taxes and poor policies are increasing production costs for our businesses and farmers, which is causing prices to go up. If we tax farmers, truckers, and grocers, the costs will be passed on to consumers at the grocery store. A conservative government would act quickly to put an end to all of these problems. And happily, all of the parties here will be able to take a common sense decision this Wednesday to topple the Liberal government. Canadians will be watching. And I hope colleagues will make the right decision. Thank you.
Questions and comments, General Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way can explain why it is that if the issue of farming and agriculture is so important to the Conservative Party, when they've actually had dozens of opposition days. Not once have they ever listed that as a priority issue, Madam Speaker. And I find that unfortunate. Instead, they want to use it as a tool to filibuster. And that's somewhat disappointing. My question to the member is, does he believe in what he has said and the other aspects of agriculture that he would recommend to his caucus, that they better start bringing some opposition day motions to deal with the important issues like our farmers?
L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honorable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is odd that my colleague is asking this type of question and asking me if I'm comfortable with what I just said. Yes, I'm very comfortable with what I just said. And on Wednesday, this House will be able to show this government its lack of support for all these policies, as I mentioned several in my speech. And I hope then that on Wednesday, this House will be able to speak out and bring us to an election as quickly as possible. The honorable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. Towards the end, he said that a conservative government would take quick action to apparently fix everything. Listen, farmers are suffering. They are suffering from flooding, drought, and costs that are going up because harvests are poor and they're not getting enough support from the government. I think that eating is essential and farmers' work is essential. So my colleague said a lot about the carbon tax and so on, and yet he also said the Conservatives will act quickly to fix the problem. So what does he think the Conservatives would do to fight climate change in an effective manner and influence what we eat? The honorable member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. It's very simple. I was a farmer all my life. I left it behind a mere 5 years ago. And what I can say is that what's important for farmers is to not constantly be taxed with this carbon tax that is impacting their daily work. We need to work hard on developing new technology. But since currently we don't have that new technology, why put the burden on our farmers instead of just importing products from abroad?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a question similar to my question to members from the bloc earlier about the recommendations. It has to do with managing temporary foreign workers. Some want to reduce temporary immigration to the country, but perhaps this should be an exception, some have said. But then I hear from people in the processing sector say they also need people who are temporary foreign workers, and then construction sector people will say the same thing, healthcare workers. It might become a domino effect. So does my colleague think we should have fewer temporary foreign workers or the same amount? The honorable member. I'd like to thank my colleague. Well, in my region, agriculture and agri-foods are very important. We have many temporary foreign workers who are working in food processing. I think we need to better define the groups. For example, there's the slaughterhouse in my riding that closed down a year ago. It had about 200 temporary foreign workers. So people were willing to come work in that slaughterhouse. We're talking about putting food on the table. We need to put Canada first. And if we want to be able to have good food, we need local food processing. And if we don't have enough people in our own ridings, we'll need to turn to temporary foreign workers. We need to have very clear definitions about the categories.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it is a pleasure to rise today and speak on this concurrence debate on conservative supplementary report to the variance in food prices. And it's interesting to hear the colleagues from the Liberals, the NDP, and the Bloc not really talking about the impact that the carbon tax and other Liberal NDP policies are having on Canadian farm families, our supply chain, which in turn is driving up prices on Canadians and consumers who are witnessing this firsthand at the grocery store shelf. Now, we have talked a lot over the last week, our first week back here in the House of Commons, about the impact we are seeing on food security in Canada. And these numbers are truly startling. When you see the number of Canadians who are now experiencing food insecurity in our country, a G7 country, up 111%. That's almost 9 million Canadians struggling to find their next meal. Millions of Canadian parents unable to feed their kids. 25% of our population struggling to put food on the table. These are numbers that I certainly never thought that I would see in my lifetime. So for the Liberals to be saying all afternoon, well, Canadians have just never had it so good. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, the stats are startling. Not only those stats on Canadians experiencing food insecurity, but the government's own data when it comes to on-farm income is down 3% from 2022. That's income that's down 9.1 billion now to 13 billion in 2022, a drop of 41.7% from 2022 to 2023. But let's put this into some more specific numbers. In British Columbia, net farm income is down 36%, Alberta 55%, Saskatchewan 42%, Quebec 43%, New Brunswick 55%. And in the member's own riding, or own province, the member from Winnipeg North who's saying when Manitoba farmers have never had it so good, their income has decreased 38%. Now, why is this happening? Well, the carbon tax is costing Canadian farmers almost $1 billion a year. It has continued to go up year after year. But that's only what we're seeing in direct costs. They're also seeing higher costs on fertilizer, on fuel, on feed, on every input that they're putting into their farm operation, on machinery, on employment. All of these things are seeing their prices go up. On trucking, we've just heard, as a result of the Canadian Trucking Association has said that the impact of the carbon tax is having on their industry alone is $4 billion by 2030. I had Bison Trucking, not a huge trucking company, but a fairly substantial trucking company in Western Canada. One of their owners is a constituent. Bison Trucking paid $7.8 million in carbon taxes last year. That's one trucking company. They're halfway through this year, and they're already paid $4.5 million in carbon taxes. So when their year end is done, they're going to be paying close to $10 million in carbon taxes. That is just one trucking company, and they are passing those costs onto the consumer. So yes, it is very difficult to square this circle that the Liberals say that the carbon tax has no impact on food prices. Give me a break. Of course it does. That doesn't even talk about rail. CPKC and CN also charge producers and their vendors a carbon tax on everything they haul. Saskatchewan farmers paid $17 million in carbon taxes to the railways last year. $17 million. And you're wondering why farm incomes are so low and seeing such a stark reduction in farm income. But the Canadian Federation of Agriculture has talked to all of its members about its operating expenses and their farms. Operating expenses on Canadian farms are up 19%, the largest increase since 1979. Well, what's the coincidence between 1979 and 2024? I'll let you think about that for a second. Oh yeah, right. Liberal governments led by the current Prime Minister and his father, who are dumping those costs onto Canadian farmers without any thought on the consequences that is going to have on Canadian consumers. Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, the preeminent expert on food prices and the food supply chain in Canada, a professor at Dalhousie University, commonly known as the food professor, said the Liberal NDP carbon tax increases wholesale food costs by 34% in every single category. So the experts that the Liberals like to profess, the 200 economists that say the carbon tax isn't increasing the cost of living, I'd like to know who those experts are, because the preeminent expert on food costs and supply chain in Canada has clearly stated the Liberal NDP carbon tax increases food in all categories 34%.
Wow.
And why is his number so different than what the Liberal government professes? Because he said the CRA and Finance Canada is not properly quantifying the costs of the carbon tax on food supply and food production. Oh, I'm very surprised that the Liberals would be very selective on which numbers they use. No, and the Liberal member from across the way has talked all today about using facts and figures, and the Manitoba pork industry has never been stronger. Well, I just told you about Manitoba's agriculture farm income is down 38%. That's a fact. That's that's his own government's data. His own government's data, Canada's pork industry, the number of head of hogs in Canada is down 265,000 head. So I wonder why his numbers are so different than his own government's numbers. And that number is actually expected to go down another 2% in 2024. Government's own numbers. It's horrible when they have to actually listen to the facts and the data that their own government has compiled. Now, as the opposition, we brought forward 4 recommendations that would address volatile price in food for Canadians. Number 1, axe the tax. Eliminate the carbon tax, which is driving up the cost of everything consumers buy, including food. Do an in-depth study of the impact on both carbon taxes. Well, I have to admit, whether they meant to do it or not, the government has now done that work. And we now know that carbon tax 1 punches a $25 billion hole in Canada's economy. We now know, as a result of an OPQ question done by my office, that the second carbon tax, the so-called clean fuel standard, adds another $9 billion sledgehammer to our economy. So both carbon taxes are a $35 billion hit to Canadians. That's money out of their pocket, damaging their paychecks, and certainly hurting Canada's economy. The third recommendation, eliminate the front of pack labeling policy that this Liberal government is going down. A completely activist, ideological policy that no one has certainly asked for. That will cost the industry $8 billion. Now, where do you think industry is going to, are they going to just absorb those costs? Just like our NDP colleagues saying it's going to be a tax on profit. A tax on profit. I am sure Galen Weston is just going to happily take that tax out of his pocket and his profits and just not worry about it. Of course those costs are going to, it doesn't matter if he can afford it. It doesn't matter. He's going to pass it on to consumers. It doesn't matter if he can afford it. It's a ridiculous argument. What business out there, when you increase taxes on them, they go, yes, I am so sorry. I am paying too much profit.
Can I ask the honourable members to respect when one member is speaking? The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate you putting the NDP in its place here. So the last policy, I realize I'm running out of time, Madam Speaker, is the plastics ban that the Liberals are putting forward, that we know will drive up costs of food, especially on fresh produce, 56%. All of these policies are driving up costs on Canadian consumers. Our argument to the Liberal NDP government is this: stop talking about things you're going to do and actually do it, because the answers are right in front of you. Axe the tax, axe the plastics ban, axe the front of pack labeling, and axe the clean fuel standard, and you'll see grocery prices come down for Canadians. If they won't do it, a Conservative government will do it and call a carbon tax election so Canadians can decide.
Here, here.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, to say the very least, 34% increase in groceries because of the carbon tax is absolutely ridiculous. And I'd love to see a better substantiation of that particular one. We get the parliamentary budget officer and the governor of the Bank of Canada saying something dramatically different than what the member just finished saying. But having said that, can the member explain to those that might be following the debate why it is that Aaron O'Toole and his Conservative candidates, including the member opposite that just spoke, had an election platform that said that they supported the price on pollution, the carbon tax that they're now in opposition to? Why was the Conservative Party so poorly misled? Who misled them? Why? What caused them to change their mind? Is it the extreme right?
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
I don't know who this member is speaking about, but I certainly campaigned in my riding in the last election to getting rid of the carbon tax. And I know my colleagues did as well. But the Liberal member doesn't like the facts. He's questioning the study of Dalhousie University and the impact the carbon tax is having on food prices. He talked about how amazing the pork industry is in Manitoba. When I cited him, his government's own data, that the number of head of hogs was down 265,000 head, and net farm income in Manitoba is down more than 30%. Those are stats. He's saying it's not true. Those are stats from Stats Canada, his own.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The other thing, Madam Speaker, that's most interesting is that it was Conservatives in Canada who brought in the first carbon taxes. It was Conservatives in Alberta, and then it was Conservatives in British Columbia that brought in and introduced the price on carbon in this country. The Conservatives here campaigned on it federally in 2019, but they have amnesia. But my question is about this. It's about the cost of not dealing with the climate crisis. Yes, it's true that the carbon tax is a pricing mechanism that is supposed to lead to people reducing their carbon. Now, if we didn't have that, then we'll have more carbon emissions. Here's the cost. The Canadian Climate Institute's report says that by 2030, Canada could face annual losses to real GDP of $35 billion annually. And that, depending on whether or not we get our emissions act together, we could be looking at 78 to 101 billion annually by 2050 and 391 to 865 billion dollars by 2100. So my question is this: what is the cost of the Canadian economy of failing to get our carbon emissions down? Tell me what that is.
Member for Foothills.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I'm really having a difficult time here because my NDP colleague, I don't know if he's spoken to his leader, but to save their hide in a Manitoba by-election, they've announced that they no longer support a consumer carbon tax. So he's got this indignation here that if the cost of doing nothing, your party has just announced, your leader has just announced that they are going to do nothing because they understand the political price they are paying by supporting the Liberals' carbon tax. And now they're trying to save face and try to fool Canadians, but Canadians aren't buying that trick.
Here, here.
Before I give the floor to another question, may I remind members that we're here to talk about the administration of government and not about political parties. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier in the debate, the NDP was talking on and on about grocery lobbyists. And I'm just thinking Guratan Singh is somewhere thinking, I'm right here, bro. The NDP talks about grocery lobbyists, but they never talk about their own connections to grocery lobbyists. I wonder if the member has thoughts on why that is.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague's question. And certainly I find it a little hypocritical that the NDP has been challenging us, and the Liberals for that matter, on our support for, or allegedly talking to grocery lobbyists, which the Liberal gave $14 million to Loblaws and Galen Weston for freezers because they were having a tough time with their record profits. And the NDP's leader's brother is a lobbyist for Metro, So I think they all have their fingers in the pie, but we are the ones who are listening to Canadians to ensuring that we're bringing the best messages for Canadians, of which 70% of Canadians do not support a carbon tax. We are the only party in Canada who is speaking up for Canadians and will axe the tax.
Here, here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll share my time tonight with the member from Battleford's Lloydminster. Well, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the people of Saskatoon Grasswood here tonight to speak on this concurrence in committee report. Canadians have sent a clear message to this government. They're struggling to keep up with the cost of living and aren't getting the support they need. In the middle of this historic cost of living crisis, the Prime Minister decided to hike the carbon tax by 23%. This is just one step in his plan to quadruple the carbon tax over the next 6 years, a tax that will continue to increase the cost of food for all Canadians. Yet the panicking Liberals are back to restoring to every trick in the book, trying desperately to prevent farmers from getting a carbon tax carve-out for grain drying, for barn heating, and other farm operations. Now this amendment will be another blow to the wallets of Canadians. It will reduce the fresh produce availability by some 50%, while costing the industry a remarkable $5.6 billion. I want to talk tonight about how the government and the industry can fight back against rising food price volatility. So I come from the province of Saskatchewan, and we're proud to say we feed the world. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, times are changing desperately now for producers in my province as costs have soared under this Liberal NDP government. As chair of the Saskatchewan caucus, we've had extensive talks with SARM, which is the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities. Now, during our talks with President Ray Orb and their entire board at SARM, they brought out the inflationary pressures on this government that is simply killing rural Saskatchewan. The carbon tax that has increased by 23% April the 1st had SARM members write letters to every member on the Agriculture Committee. And I must say, Madam Speaker, the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe, led 6 other provincial premiers opposed to the government's increase in the carbon tax. Even in the legislature of Saskatchewan, the opposition NDP agreed with the Sask party on the carbon tax. Saskatchewan, though, has been joined by Alberta, Ontario, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, asking for a carbon tax carve-out for the farmers and to pass Bill 234 in its original form. You know, we should talk about Bill C-234 because it would provide relief to my Saskatchewan farmers. But let's recall, Madam Speaker, it was the Liberal-controlled senators that gutted this bill in the Senate. The Senate amendments will cost Saskatchewan farmers $9 million this year, and by 2030, an added cost of $96 million. That's on one bill, the C-234. Provinces like BC now, who once actually supported a carbon tax, wow, they have turned right around. They've turned their backs on the federal government, although we all know for its flip-flop for Premier Eby, as he knows he will be probably going down in the next 28 days. You know, Madam Speaker, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture surveyed the impact of this carbon tax on crop production, on livestock, and greenhouse farms across this country. They found that the carbon tax accounted for up to 40% of their energy bills. 40%. In my province alone, farm efforts to sequester carbon have gone basically unrecognized by this NDP Liberal government. These policies by the NDP Liberals are simply punishing farmers. This government's ideological pursuit to penalize greenhouse gas emitters through the carbon tax, to me, is very short-sighted and inequitable. You know, farmers have for years, maybe even decades, demonstrated an ability to deliver meaningful reductions in emissions through the adoption of new technologies, through education and innovative practices, and not through taxes. I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, in Saskatoon, we hold the crop production show every January at Prairieland Park, which, by the way, is in my riding. Thousands of producers come from all over Western Canada and the United States to talk about farming innovation. And then in July, just a couple of months ago, we had Ag in Motion just outside of Saskatoon, actually in Langham, bringing tens of thousands of producers together from all over the world to find best practices. You couldn't have a hotel room within a 100-kilometer radius of Saskatoon. Everything was full for that 4-day show. I can't forget about the Western Canada Agribition Show in Regina each November, as it services farmers and ranchers from all over the world, Madam Speaker, as we are innovative in our thoughts going forward. Farming groups are on the leading edge of innovation. We have led for years, for decades, trying to find innovative ways to produce food for the entire world. I can compliment the innovative companies that have set up in my province. Companies like Borgo, like Agtron, Brand Industries, Schulte Industries, Vincennes, a new company that just started in Saskatchewan, along with Redicop Industries and Wilger Industries, which, by the way, Madam Speaker, sell their product to John Deere and Case worldwide. Many other companies have surfaced in my province of Saskatchewan. All you have to do is go to the small communities in my province. Every little town has set up something agriculture, and that is what is keeping them alive. Saskatchewan has led the world for decades on zero tillage. They've led on direct seeding, crop rotation, and rotational grazing. You know, with the Bank of Canada confirming that the carbon tax is responsible for at least 16% of inflation last October, it's no wonder that the food professor that we have talked about from Dalhousie University, Dr. Charlebois, recommended a pause on the carbon tax for the entire food industry. This just in, Madam Speaker. We also on the Conservative Party want to axe the tax. We know it is hurting every citizen in this country. Why? Because you visit a food bank. 2 million people are visiting food banks today in this country. 25,000 in my city alone of Saskatoon, just under 300,000. We have 25,000 people per month visiting the Saskatoon Food Bank in a province that produces the food for the entire world. You know, yesterday I had a chance to pop into a grocery store downtown Ottawa. Was I shocked? 3 tomatoes, $5.50. 3 apples were $5. Raspberries were $6, and the list goes on and on and on. We had a chance, Madam Speaker, to visit Yorkton Grain Millers. That was about a year and a half ago. They supply oats. They have one production facility in Canada, several others in the United States. You know, the day that we arrived at the mill, it was fantastic. The line of trucks lined up 24/7, trucks that transported oats from as far away as 150 to 200,000 or 200 kilometers away. The carbon tax we have talked about is affecting the trucking industry deeply. It is hard to compete against other jurisdictions that don't have a carbon tax. We saw it firsthand in Yorkton, how the producers around the Yorkton, Manitoba, Saskatchewan area, feeding off grain millers. My dad was the head miller at Robin Hood. In Ontario, Moose Jaw in Saskatoon. If he was alive today, he would be shocked because it is the cost of production that is going through the roof that has hurt every Canadian coast to coast to coast. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really intrigued with the Conservative math, and I'm looking for confirmation. The previous speaker said that if they got rid of the price on pollution, the cost of food would go down by 34%. My question is, does the member opposite believe what his Conservative colleague put on the record? He said that 34% is the increase in the cost of food as a result of the price on pollution. That's what he said. Does he believe that?
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, the professor from Dalhousie University said food is up 34%, Madam Speaker.
That's what he said.
He is the professor saying, get rid of the carbon tax. We've been saying for years, get rid of the carbon tax. My province has led any other province trying to get rid of the carbon tax. It has a direct it just has a direct effect on every farmer, every producer, every person in my city, every person in my province of 1.2 million is affected by this carbon tax. It's not good news. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, if you don't believe it, the Moose Jaw Food Bank ran out of food because they couldn't service those that wanted to come there.
Here.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today in the House. I know he's a strong representative for his constituency, but we are talking about the cost of living. We are talking about grocery prices. And one of the things that I think about when I think about the cost of living is the horrendous history that we have in this country from when Stephen Harper was in fact the Prime Minister, and the cuts that he made to all of those services that Canadians depend upon. The Conservatives like to talk about tax cuts, but we know that tax cuts actually don't help the very poorest and most vulnerable within our community. Things like support for healthcare help those people. So a dental care program, for example. But Harper and the Conservatives cut $43 billion from healthcare when they were in power. They cut EI. They cut the social programs that Canadians depend upon. They have no interest in protecting those that are most vulnerable. And even today, when I asked his colleague if he had another suggestion besides this obsession with the carbon tax, if he had any other solution on reducing grocery prices, he said, I'm not going to answer that question because he doesn't have one. Does this member have an answer for that?
Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my member from Edmonton. It's interesting. I used to be a school trustee, and now the Liberals are trying to, and the NDP are trying to bring out a food program. What do you think the problem is in the last 9 or 10 years? It's the carbon tax that has increased the price of food. I know that for an example. I have kids in the school system. I have kids in York, in Saskatoon. I have another one teaching in Lethbridge. It's the same. The carbon tax has affected each and every household in this country. I will say this, Madam Speaker, when you look at the price of food, it has gone up. That is because 10 years of this NDP Liberal government on their insistence on a carbon tax. It has hurt the lower echelon of our economy more than any other. We maybe all in here, 338 can afford the increase, but I can tell you in my province of Saskatchewan, over half that can't. And the reason being now is they have to supplement their food groceries by visiting a food bank, not only in Saskatoon, but Regina and Moose Jaw, every other community in my province.
Questions and l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll end with a very simple question to maybe calm things down a bit. I've regularly met with processors, and there are many food processors in my riding around Granby. I met them with my colleague, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, more than once. And I'd like to invite the Honourable Member to talk about recommendation number 7 concerning a code of conduct. It's a crucial and important subject for Canada's food processors. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that recommendation.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, there's lots of recommendations we can talk about in the House here tonight, but the number one is cut the carbon tax. We have seen this coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker. The carbon tax has really hurt families in this country. I can go through the list of small communities that have no more food in their food banks because they've seen an increase from their community using it. And I'm sure in Quebec, it's the same thing. People are needing, two families. The family of adult.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So after 9 years of this Liberal government, we know that life has never costed Canadians more. And across the country, Canadians are going hungry in record numbers. The Prime Minister's reckless budgeting and failed policies have caused the worst inflation in 40 years, and food prices have skyrocketed. This year alone, families will spend $700 more on groceries than they did last year. And that's a number that keeps growing year after year after year. Food Banks Canada has reported a 50% increase in visits since 2021, with a record-breaking 2 million visits in a single month. Hardworking Canadians should not have to rely on food banks to not go hungry. But that is this government's record. Only 1 in 6 adults visiting a food bank is unemployed, meaning doesn't have a job. In other words, that means that 5 out of 6 Canadians that are visiting a food bank are employed. These Canadians cannot make ends meet. Their paychecks are overstretched, and they are not keeping up with the rising costs caused by this Prime Minister's inflationary deficits and taxes. What is certain is that the Prime Minister's plan to quadruple the carbon tax is only going to make things worse. The carbon tax is adding to the cost of groceries at every single point in the food supply chain. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, it's Canadians who will pay the price. We have said it over and over and over again in this House that when you tax the farmer who grows the food, the trucker who ships the food, and the grocer who sells the food, who's it going to cost more to? Canadians. But it's not just Conservatives that this Prime Minister is ignoring. The Canadian Trucking Alliance just recently reported that this NDP Liberal coalition's carbon tax added $2 billion to long-haul trucking costs this year alone, a figure that will go up to $4 billion in 2030. And the Canadian Trucking Alliance was clear. These costs cannot be absorbed by truckers and must be passed on to the customers. That means Canadians. That's moms and dads, students, seniors that are on fixed income. They are all picking up the bill for the Prime Minister's punishing carbon tax. Food insecurity should not be a problem in a country like Canada, but more and more Canadians do not know where they are going to get their next meal from. And the increased cost on farm businesses threatens the long-term viability of their businesses. Our farmers, they produce safe, nutritious, good quality food. But if the cost of doing business continues to increase exponentially, it will eventually put our hard-working farmers out of business. That is the threat not only to the agriculture industry, but to Canadians and all those around the world who depend on the food that is grown here in Canada. Our farmers pay retail prices for everything they buy for their farm businesses, but they sell products at cost. Farm businesses already had tight margins, and the costly carbon tax is a massive hit to their bottom line. These are massive carbon tax bills, and they are only growing. Saskatchewan farmers paid $12 million last year in carbon taxes on natural gas, on propane to dry grain, heat and cool livestock barns, and grow their food. With this year's carbon tax hike, that number will go up to $15 million. And by 2030, it is estimated that the carbon tax will cost a typical 5,000-acre farm in Canada $150,000 in carbon taxes. Madam Speaker, our farmers cannot afford the carbon tax. It is absolutely critical that this government pass Bill C-234 in its original form. We cannot afford to lose our Canadian farm families. Passing Bill C-234 in its original form will also acknowledge the work that our farmers are already doing to safeguard our environment. Our farmers are global leaders in sustainability. They have been mitigating, they've been removing, they've been sequestering greenhouse gases long before this Prime Minister and his punishing carbon tax. For years, our farmers have delivered meaningful reductions in emissions through the adoption of new technologies, education, and innovative management practices. Our farmers care for the environment because it's in their DNA to do so. They know how important it is for their farm business and for future generations. It does not make sense to punish our farmers who are already doing so much to protect the environment with costly and punishing taxes. But that's because the Prime Minister's carbon tax is not about the environment at all. It's actually just a tax plan. If it was about the environment, the Prime Minister would recognize the sustainability work of our farmers. Taxing our farmers does nothing to help with the environment. In actuality, it harms their ability to reinvest in their businesses and adopt the latest technologies. C-234 in its original form would remove the carbon tax on propane and natural gas for greenhouses, heating and cooling livestock barns, and also grain drying. The PBO has reported that Bill C-234 in its original form will save farmers nearly $1 billion by 2030. What that really means is that the Prime Minister wants to take $1 billion from our farmers. Farmers who already have very thin and often unpredictable margins, so that he can pay for his out-of-control spending habits. Passing C-234 in its original form will keep those dollars in the businesses of our farmers, and it will help keep farming a more viable business. But we know that the Senate has gutted C-234, and it actually threatens those savings. The removal of barns and greenhouses from the carbon tax exemption and the shortening of the sunset clause falls short, very, 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 very short on what this bill was trying to achieve. These amendments were not requested by farmers or by farm groups, nor was it requested by Canadians. In fact, polling shows that the majority of Canadians support scrapping the carbon tax on farmers. And farmers across commodities were unified in their support of this bill in its original form. Shamefully, the Prime Minister used Liberal-appointed senators to gut this bill, and according to the PBO, the gutted bill will eliminate $910 million in relief to farmers. When it comes to the carbon tax, the Prime Minister's not listening. He is not listening to Canadians who are going hungry. He is not listening to the premiers. He is certainly not listening to Conservatives, and he's not listening to our farmers. Canadians cannot afford to have the Prime Minister continue to bury his head in the sand while his finance minister pretends that Canadians have never had it so good. This Liberal government needs to pass C-234 in its original form and stop burdening our farmers with enormous costs so that they continue to do what they do best, Madam Speaker,
which is to increase their productivity, to do more with less, to lead in sustainability and innovation, all while growing safe, nutritious, and good quality food for Canada and also the world. Thank you.
Time for a very brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Honourable House.
Madam Speaker, so the Conservative Party and their strategy, their leader says, we're going to cut the carbon rebates and we're going to cut the carbon tax, thereby reducing the cost of food by 34%. I'm wondering if the member genuinely believes what her other colleagues are saying on that point.
The Honourable Member for Battle Fords Lloydminster.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I genuinely believe that the leader of the Conservative Party, when he becomes Prime Minister, will cut the carbon tax, which will be relief for all Canadians. And I just want to remind this House that on December 8th, 2022, we had an Opposition Day motion, which was to remove the carbon tax from all food production. We were the only party that supported it. Shameful.
The question is as follows. Ms. Rood, seconded by Mr. Steinley, moved that the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Thursday, May 23rd, 2024 be concurred in.
Participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Middlesex.
We would request a recorded division, please, Madam Speaker.
Great job.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, September 24, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And orders of the day for 15 seconds.
Point of order.
The Honourable Member for
Motion now finished. It should proceed to petitions.
Yes, but we only had 10 seconds. Yeah, sorry. Well, the House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under motions for half a second. So, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan will have to present at another time. We are done. No. À ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to be back in this place after a summer though in which I heard a great deal from my constituents about how frustrated they are with the cost, the crime, and the corruption that they're seeing under this NDP Liberal government. This government has so badly failed, and this is why tomorrow Conservatives will bring forward a motion of non-confidence in this government. And we'll see where the various parties stand. Conservatives are clear that this tenure of cost, crime, and corruption over the last 9 years, that it must come to an end. And we'll see which parties want to allow this government and this prime minister to continue, and which parties in this place want to make their case to the Canadian people and give the people a chance to elect a government that reflects their aspirations and their hopes for what the future of this country can offer. Now, in the context of this cost, crime, and corruption, we are seeing scandal after scandal that actually incorporate all three. Scandals that involve significant cost to the taxpayer, that involve potential criminal activity, and will, I think, in some cases likely lead to criminal charges that have already spawned RCMP investigations, and that clearly involve forms of corruption. And I'm following up tonight on a question I asked about the Arrive scam scandal. A scandal, Madam Speaker, that you'll recall led to Christian Firth from GC Strategies, the principal company involved in this scandal, being hauled before the bar of the House of Commons because he refused to answer questions that were asked at committee. And I pointed out in my question that GC Strategies,
the company that got tens of millions of dollars in the Arrive scam scandal for no work. They simply received the contracts and then subcontracted. They didn't do any actual IT work. They didn't build the app. They just received contract and subcontract. This company was founded in 2015. What else happened in 2015? That's the same year that this prime minister and this government took office. So you have these liberals come into office promising change. That's the only promise they fulfilled, was real change. Certainly a lot of things changed in the last 9 years. They came in promising real change. In the same year, GC Strategies was founded, and this company has gone on to do very lucrative business with this government, and their activity is staff augmentation. They receive contracts and subcontract. You have an app that could have been built in a weekend by an actual IT firm, and instead of hiring a firm with IT expertise, they hired these subcontracting middlemen who got the contract and subcontracted all the actual work. And right before Christian Firth came before this House, there was an RCMP raid as part of an RCMP investigation into GC Strategies activity. So you have cost, Canadians spending tens of millions of dollars on this glitchy app that didn't work and sent over 10,000 Canadians into quarantine by accident, Canadians who met all the requirements. You have cost, you have waste, you have inefficiency, cost, you have corruption, and you have RCMP investigation into criminal activity. And this government persists in using this GC Strategies model, in wasting huge amounts of taxpayers' dollars. And they talk about how other parties would cut. I submit to you that with the waste we've seen with GC Strategies, there is a lot of opportunity to save taxpayers' dollars without having any noticeable impact on frontline services.
Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to the honourable member's question. The Government of Canada shares the member's concerns about alleged wrongdoing in our procurement process, as do all parliamentarians and Canadians across the country. And this is why we voted in favour of the motion to call Mr. Firth to appear in this House to answer questions, and we trust that his testimony was fulsome and forthright in responding to those questions. Madam Speaker, Canadians are equally concerned about what they have been hearing in the media and in the committee. And we're using many tools of inquiry and following many avenues as we seek to understand what wrong in the case of Arrive can. It's frustrating that we have had to take the extraordinary measure of a public rebuke here in the House of Commons to get answers to those questions, but the government did vote in favor of doing so, and so that consensus speaks to how seriously every member of this House takes this issue. Madam Speaker, there is a complex network of people, policies, and procedures in place to ensure that government contracts proceed efficiently with clear value for taxpayer dollars. And when something goes awry, or worse, as it appears to have been the case with Arrive Can contracts awarded to GC Strategies, it's necessary to act decisively to restore trust in the system. The government has taken a number of actions in response to this issue, and I'd like to detail a few of those actions. Last November, at the request of the Canadian Border Services Agency, Public Services and Procurement Canada issued stop work orders to GC Strategies, along with Dalian and Coradix. This halted work on all active contracts with the CBSA while the various investigations moved forward. All departments and agencies with active contracts with these companies were asked to verify their CVs connected to those contracts and that the appropriate consent to use those CVs was obtained. In March of this year, PSPC suspended the security status of GC Strategies and Dalian Enterprises until further notice, and this effectively prevents these companies from participating in any federal procurement with security requirements. More broadly, Madam Speaker, PSPC has taken concrete actions over the past year to strengthen the oversight of all professional service contracts falling under PSPC authority. The department is actively engaging with client departments and agencies to ensure that these new measures are implemented quickly and efficiently. And our government is extremely troubled by allegations of fraudulent activity at a time when Canada's people and resources were in a tremendously vulnerable state. We know that Arrive Can was a useful tool to help Canadians safe in a time of crisis, but even in exceptional circumstances, it's absolutely necessary that public money be spent with due diligence and that all activities be properly documented. The early development of the application has been an object lesson. The government shares the members' concerns with this and his desire to hold those responsible to account. And this is why, as we continue to support the various investigations and inquiries in this matter, we appreciate all party support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member says, well, all parties voted in favor of the motion to bring Christian Firth before the bar. Actually, when Christian Firth came before the bar, the government refused to participate in the questioning. They didn't want the questioning to proceed, and it's clearly on the record that they refused to participate. So while members of all the opposition parties, even the Green Party, participated in the questioning, the government did not. And I'm just struck listening to the parliamentary secretary, how often corruption just happens to the government. Oh, we're dismayed by all the things that are happening in this government that we're supposed to be running. The core problem with this government is that while pursuing malicious policies that undermine the common good, they would like to pretend that somebody else is responsible for everything that goes wrong. Will the minister and the parliamentary secretary take responsibility for all the corruption that's happened under their watch?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And like I said, all parties are troubled by the circumstances surrounding contracts awarded for work on the ArriveCAN application. And Canadians and parliamentarians deserve and demand answers, as does the government. There are many inquiries and investigations into the ArriveCAN contracts issue, and we fully support all of that work. And it's important that we allow these activities to conclude so we can make decisions based on a full picture of what happened. As we continue to work across party lines to uncover the facts, we expect candid and complete testimony at all committees. And in the case of Mr. Firth and GC Strategies, that did not happen. That's why we voted for Mr. Firth to present himself here in the House, Madam Speaker, and we'll continue to support the investigations and inquiries into this matter. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Back again this evening to continue calling for a windfall profit tax on the oil and gas industry. I'm doing so, first of all, because life continues to become less and less affordable for folks in my community, and corporate profits have a lot to do with it. In fact, the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives found in January of 2023 that for every dollar spent on higher prices in the last 2 years, 47 cents was converted into corporate profits in 4 industries, with mining and oil and gas leading the way. Now, lots of attention in this place, at least, has been placed on the carbon tax, but here's the fact. Much more responsible for the increased costs and day-to-day living is the gouging of the oil and gas industry. In fact, in 2022, the carbon price went up 2 cents a liter. The profits of the industry went up 18 cents a liter, and there are no rebates on that gouging. In fact, in 2022, the 5 largest oil and gas companies operating in Canada alone, they made more than $38 billion. And that's after they repaid shareholders $29 billion in increased dividends and share repurchases. Meanwhile, the climate crisis rages on. Canada is warming twice the rate the global average. The Canadian Arctic is warming about 3 times the global rate. And the impacts of the climate crisis are being felt across the country with more severe and more extreme weather events, including wildfires that consumed almost 46 million acres in 2023. Now, this government could both address the affordability crisis and fund climate solutions by taking a step they've already taken with banks and life insurance companies in the pandemic, and that's introducing a windfall profit tax on the oil and gas industry. It's what I proposed in Motion 92 over a year ago. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has now already studied it. A one-time tax on 15% of profits over $1 billion would generate $4.2 billion, every dollar of which could go towards proven climate solutions that make life more affordable. For example, to public transit, to both reduce fares and improve service at a time when this government is talking about the next public transit fund not starting until 2026. This is the money that could get that going a whole lot faster. It's also well supported, most importantly by Canadians. 62% of Canadians in a recent nationwide poll support a windfall profit tax on oil and gas. It's likely why the idea has such strong support amongst my colleagues in different parties, including the Bloc, NDP, and the Liberal Party. It's partly why, the UN Secretary General, as another example, his words, he calls on, quote, all developed economies to tax the windfall profits of fossil fuel companies. Environmental organizations across the country, like the David Suzuki Foundation, quote, Momentum is building for a windfall profit tax on oil and gas companies' excessive profits. It's easy to see why. The fossil fuel industry has made the affordability crisis harder for people while making out like bandits. Canadians for Tax Fairness is another. Windfall profit tax is one way to make sure oil and gas companies aren't capitalizing on our affordability crisis. Other countries, the EU, the UK. In fact, this government planned to put it in last year's budget and pulled it back at the last minute after intense lobbying from the industry. It's clear from the polls, Canadians want to see more from this government on affordability and the climate crisis. Why not introduce a windfall profit tax and demonstrate they have the big ideas necessary to meet the moment that we're in?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend and colleague from Kitchener Centre for his continued advocacy on this important issue and policy step. It's important, and I'd like to say that our government firmly believes that at a time when middle-class Canadians are struggling to get ahead, and when it feels to so many like their hard work isn't paying off as much as it used to, it's necessary for the government to improve fairness in Canada's tax system. And as you know, since 2015, our government has reduced taxes for the middle class, and we take steps forward on this very, very seriously. The member knows that since I was a very young guy, I've always been an environmentalist and a staunch advocate for climate action. We've had many conversations about this and many other issues. I just want to state, though, that I don't find this government's contributions and focus on things like active transportation and public transit to be trivial. In fact, I think they've been massive steps forward. In Milton, for example, one of the first announcements that I made was $4 million for a new public transit system. And this is in a suburban community without a lot of density. I'd say that we're just kind of getting there when it comes to public transit being a necessity for our community. But our government's been there as a partner, whether that's through the gas tax, whether that's through that transfer that we do with the municipal funds. Our government really has been there. And since 2015, our government's reduced taxes on the middle class twice. We've implemented a number of measures to ensure that the wealthiest individuals across the economy in Canada and corporations that are contributing their share, most recently with capital gains changes, which, some of these things are tough. Like, hard things are hard. And when a government decides that we're going to take steps forward to find a fairer way to deal with taxation and the services that Canadians require, things like childcare and dental and pharmacare and other important services that Canadians all rely on at a free or an affordable rate. We know that the wealthiest people in Canada are powerful, and they have the ability to do pushback and, yes, lobbying, as the member pointed out. So we take those risks, and we take them confidently, and we step forward for Canadians because we know that it's the right thing to do. And we believe now that it's time to ask the wealthiest Canadians to contribute a little bit more. It's true that the wealthiest Canadians have gotten wealthier over the last 5 or 6 years, and we've talked a lot about this K-shaped curve in this House, which, following the pandemic, has resulted in the Canadians, who are struggling a little bit before the pandemic, struggling worse now, and folks who had a lot now have more. So doing this and taking this step forward will allow us to move forward with bold actions announced in the most recent budget, and to build a fairer future with transformative instruments for housing and innovation with respect to the clean economy and for younger generations. These major investments require new revenues, and that's why we've proposed in Budget 2024 to increase the inclusion rate on capital gains realized annually above $250,000 by individuals on all capital gains realized by corporations and from trusts from 1/2 to 2/3 effective this past June 25th. And we expect that this new measure will generate more than $19 billion in new revenues over the next 5 years. And thanks to these new revenues, we'll be able to build better supports to those who need it most and make investments that will increase fairness for everyone. Madam Speaker, I reflect back on some of the efforts from the first Trudeau government in the late 70s and early 80s to create a stronger social safety net and more non-market housing to ensure that everybody has a place to live. And, I know a lot of MPs in this House have conversations frequently with people who are really frustrated and struggling and in legitimate need of housing. We have a lack of affordable housing in my community. In fact, I spoke to a gentleman just recently who is living in his truck, and he's fallen on really tough times. We need to find solutions for gentlemen like him, and these measures to tax the wealthiest Canadians.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary talked about finding solutions. We've got one for him right here. If he's looking for $4.2 billion that could be investing in making life more affordable for folks in Milton, the same way it would in Kitchener Center, if he's wondering where can I find the wealthiest folks to make sure we redirect those funds towards those who need it the most, we've got the answer. It's the oil and gas industry. $38 billion from the top 5 companies alone. If we even just put a 15% tax on profits above $1 billion, the way that other countries already have, the way that economic experts are calling for, the way that Canadians are calling for, we could use that money to invest in the public transit I know he is a champion for, to invest in retrofitting folks' homes. The question is the same. If this government pretends to understand the climate crisis and the affordability crisis, why are they not moving quickly to put in place a windfall profit tax on these excess profits of the oil and gas industry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I take exception a little bit with the suggestion that we haven't taken what oil and gas executives and these mega corporations have been doing. We had them at the Environment Committee, and I demanded answers from some of those CEOs. And frankly, what I heard back from those CEOs was inadequate. It was a demonstration they actually don't know where they're invested and the impact that they're particularly on the oil sand side, the impact that they're having on the environment. It's absolutely devastating, Madam Speaker. But the suggestion this government hasn't taken all necessary actions to both combat the climate crisis, buoy our economy through what so many economists said 2 or 3 years ago was a certain recession. Well, we've avoided that recession. We've balanced our priorities to make sure that we've protected jobs. We've lowered our emissions. At this time right now, interest rates are down, inflation is down, and gas prices are down.
For Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Over the summer recess, I had the opportunity to speak with many constituents as well as many local businesses. I heard firsthand how the carbon tax burden is affecting them. I was invited to tour the Vertex Grain Exchange in my riding, where they produce non-GMO canola oil. The Vertex Grain Exchange is another testament to the resilient spirit of Canadians fighting to make a living after 9 years of this Liberal government's disastrous financial policies, none more so than the carbon tax. Yet another example of this Liberal government quashing entrepreneurship. As if it was not hard enough to start a new business under these Liberals, their carbon tax is another barrier they've implemented that stifles the growth of small and medium-sized businesses. The Vertex Grain Exchange is being pummeled by the Liberal carbon tax as the price of operation continues to rise with no end in sight. They are currently being forced to pay over $250,000 annually on the carbon tax. For a company of their size, $250,000 would go a long way toward upgrading equipment or going towards research and development. Instead, this money is going to fund the out-of-control spending habits of the current government. In fact, it came out earlier this year that the promised rebates to small and medium-sized businesses hadn't been paid out, as the government was sitting on $2.5 billion of unpaid rebates. If that money hadn't been taken from these businesses, to begin with, it could have been invested in Canadian industry, allowing businesses to grow and employ Canadians. This Liberal government refuses to listen to Canadians about the burden the carbon tax places on their personal finances, as the carbon tax increases each year, artificially driving up the cost of everything. While the Liberals refuse to listen to Canadians on the issue of the carbon tax, it seems the NDP spent the summer finally listening to their constituents and have finally pulled their support for the carbon tax after voting for it at least 24 times. But this is too little too late, Madam Speaker. Canadians are paying attention and will hold them to account. Can this government, which has lost the support of this House and Canadians, commit to calling a carbon tax election to allow Canadians to have their voices heard?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I'd just like to start by correcting the record. This we've not lost the support of this House. There has not been a confidence vote that this government has lost. And, tomorrow on Wednesday, 2 days on Wednesday, there's going to be a confidence vote. And all parties have stepped up to say, we're just not buying what the Conservatives are putting out there. It's based on false premises. They're frankly not being terribly honest with Canadians. And, this doomsday narrative that they're projecting it doesn't reflect the Canadian sentiment right now. Look, Canadians are struggling. It's a challenging time out there economically, but the trajectory is really good. Right now, inflation is down to 2%. Right now, interest rates are on their way down quickly, faster than the United States. Gas prices are low, actually extremely low, and they're about to get even more low in Ontario because of the winter gas mix coming. And as a result, the economy is improving. Every aspect of the economy, you have to flip to the back pages of the Financial Post these days to find doomsday narrative that matches what the Conservatives are saying. We can't take our foot off the gas pedal. We need to keep working hard for Canadians and finding solutions to affordability. But the only policy suggestion the Conservatives have made over the last couple of years is to remove the Canada carbon rebate. And in a province like Saskatchewan, which generates the vast majority of their electricity with coal, we also need to ensure that we're ushering in innovation. A country like Canada in 2024 cannot be relying on technology from 150 years ago to generate our electricity. We can do much better than that. The neighboring province to my colleague's constituency in Manitoba just brought forth a really, really great subset of green electricity regulations. They're investing in wind. They already have one of the greenest grids in Canada and Manitoba. So kudos to Premier Canoe. However, in Saskatchewan, they continue to boast that they burn coal to generate electricity, as we did the turn of the last century. Madam Speaker, it's time to get with the times. We are better than that. We can be much better than that. And, to suggest that the Canada carbon rebate is the leader of the Conservative Party and the failed former leader of the Conservative Party, the member from Regina Capel, continually suggests that programs like dental care don't exist in Canada. I'm sorry, 250,000 million Canadians have already accessed care. 2.5 million Canadians have already signed up for their dental care plan card. Madam Speaker, they've also never acknowledged that the Canada carbon rebate even exists in this House because it doesn't fit their doomsday narrative. The Canada carbon rebate has proven to be a safety net in some small way for families who are struggling through these times. Yes, gas prices are coming down, Madam Speaker, but we've been there. We've been there with new programs, with new policies, and with money in Canadians' pockets. Now, I'd ask the member opposite, I'd encourage them to learn a little bit more about how some of the processes work in Canada. Just recently on June 13th, Environment and Climate Change Canada published the data provided to the PBO on carbon pollution, pricing relative to the national and provincial gross domestic product for the 2022 and 2030 period. That's over 9 years. And the data in this report does not represent a comprehensive economic overview of the impact that pollution pricing has. It only addresses the specific requests of the PBO. But even the PBO, Madam Speaker, has recognized that carbon pricing is the least disruptive way to reduce emissions. In fact, it was both Preston Manning's and Stephen Harper's preferred method of reducing emissions, something that we have a responsibility to do, not just with our global colleagues, but also to future generations.
Honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, that condescending response is just another example of how this government refuses to listen to Canadians when they try to tell them about how they are struggling. Instead, this government is intent on drowning out the voices of Canadians with their own deranged ideology. They have doubled the price of housing. They have made it easier for criminals to get back onto the street, and they have skyrocketed the day-to-day cost of living. Canadians are not being fooled by this member or the Prime Minister. They know the carbon tax makes their lives more unaffordable and are struggling after 9 years of this corrupt NDP Liberal government. They're tired of the crime, the corruption, the out-of-control spending, and the carbon tax. This Liberal government is fast losing its mandate to lead, and Canadians are ready for change. This was made clear in their devastating loss in Toronto St. Paul's in June. Instead of
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And once again, I appreciate the opportunity to stand and talk about one of our most successful policies in the last 9 years, Madam Speaker. You know, when our government took office in 2015, Canada's carbon emissions were like this, rising fast in multiple sectors, not just from oil and gas, Madam Speaker, but particularly from oil and gas. And since then, they've both plateaued and now starting to come down, coming down for years in a row, and just recently another 2% lower, Madam Speaker. So as I've stated, you know, times continue to be tough, but inflation is down to the Bank of Canada's target range, 2%. As a result, interest rates are down in Canada. That's taking the heat off of many, many Canadians. You know, that means their mortgages are easier to afford. Madam Speaker, in just a couple of weeks, on October the 15th, 2024, families in Saskatchewan will receive $376 for the Canada Carbon Rebate, and I look forward to discussing this issue more in the House of Commons.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.